time for Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity!
A ghost!
Only a Fruity Pebbles can set my spirit free!
Okay.
Frighteningly fruity flavors! Thanks, Fred.
Barney!
Who?
Meow!
Bon appetit!
Post Fruity Pebbles cereal, part of this complete breakfast. Trick or treat!
Cool costume.
Now you can dress up your pebbles for Halloween with pumpkins.
And bats!
1 pack of sprinkles free in each mock box of pebbles.
What do you get when you combine the irresistible taste of fruit snacks with the spookiness of Goosebumps? New Goosebumps fruit roll-ups with scary peel-outs. And fruit by the foot with creepy Goosebumps story teasers. So deliciously unusual, everyone will try to get their hands on them, but they're only around for a limited time. So what's really scary is running out.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
The Lost World Jurassic Park.
We were tracking raptors in our ground tracker when our searchlights discovered a giant stegosaurus. We pegged the steg with the trank cannon, then restrained it. That's when it all went bad. Look out! The stego broke free, and a giant ramhead crashed the tracker. Dino strike!
Something has survived. Will you? The Lost World Jurassic Park. You can look for the mark of Jurassic Park. Figures and vehicles each sold separately.
So I'm not sure I get you.
Give me a real fight. Come on.
You alright, boy?
Any of you guys read that chapter in The Art of War about misdirection?
You don't deserve this power.
All right, we're gonna go and get into it because I was just having fun playing stuff in the beginning, and I don't think I prepared you to just be sitting back chilling that long. So, what is up, people? Saturday morning suit up. We talking to people, getting to know people, having a good time on a Saturday morning. The point of the commercials, like the good feeling, is to remember why we're here in the first place. What got us up? What content, what media were we like dedicated to that resonates with us? So we trying to, feel that. So you got some cereal or adult things or whatever to get your Saturday morning started, then that's on you. I'm just glad you're here. What is up, people? I am the abomination known as AJ, and I'm joined by our special guest, freaking comic book creator, YouTuber creator. Yeah, he's into shit. All right, you see everything behind him. I think he knows what he's talking about. MugenLord, what is up, bro?
Hey, what's up? What's going on, man? Glad to be here. Like I said before, man, I just want to get into this whole being a guest on podcasts, especially where a lot of content creators are trying to branch out there to get to know people and expose themselves to other audience and stuff like that. So it's good. It's good to be here.
Appreciate it, man. I've been wanting to holler at you for a while. Saw you online. We're gonna get into some of this of the conversation later on, but a lot of stuff that you was dealing with, man. When we have opinions online, we're gonna get some backlash, especially if we're not saying validated opinions and all that type of stuff. So I think that's how I caught wind of you, and I saw you on somebody's stream, and I was like, I'm gonna have to talk to this dude. And then when you popped the comic book out, I was like, oh shit, and he's like trying to leave his footprint in this world. He's trying to become a solution to the problems that we highlight and complain about for good reason. So yeah, man, glad this finally happened. Unless you agree to it. All right. So that is us. Let me hurry up and get to the people in the comments. I kind of take forever doing this, but it's been a long time.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah. People will roll in. Probably. We'll see what happens. Angry Canadian. Mugen, tell this fool to stop delaying and be Sonic Adventure 2 already. What is up, AC? Thank you for the Zenny, whatever that really is, but appreciate that. Oh, yeah, and I give him a clip. So do you really want a clip, AC? If he responds, I'll give it to him. You got anything to say on that, Sonic Adventure?
Sonic Adventure, geez, man. If you guys don't know, like my first console that I've owned personally, that my parents had bought me, my mom and dad bought me, was the Sega Genesis, and I had my first game was Sonic the Hedgehog. I believe I was about let me see, like 4 or 5 years old when I got the Sega Genesis, and my parents bought me Sonic. And man, I love Sonic the Hedgehog and the Sonic Adventure. When it came out on the Sega Dreamcast was one of the games that really brought me into the next generation and let me know that, yo, like, we haven't seen the pinnacle of what game it can produce, especially when the first Sonic Adventure came out. And I got that at Christmas of 1999. And when it opened up and I seen the visuals, I said, this can't be a Sonic game. Because I remember seeing Sega Genesis and playing the Sega Genesis, playing Sonic the Hedgehog 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. And now we make this massive leap over to the Sega Dreamcast. Sonic Adventure was like my favorite, game of all time, especially on the Sega Dreamcast. And then followed up with Sonic Adventure 2. Oh man, like Sonic Adventure 2 was an awesome game, and pretty much it was like pretty much near the last game for the Sega Dreamcast, before Sega had pretty much pulled out of the console race and just became just a publisher itself. But man, Sonic Adventure 2, man, I loved every last bit of it, and hopefully they remake Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. I think that'd be awesome. I love the Adventure series. The Adventure series definitely needs to come back. I think it was the better 3D Sonic games, or just the better Sonic games in general than compared to what we have today. So yeah.
All right, man. He gives me shit because I haven't beat Sonic Adventure 2. So I don't exactly know. I didn't watch the movie, Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't exactly have an opinion on that, but I like what I saw from the characters. I hate the humans involved. And then to see the third movie coming out with Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know what's happening because I didn't beat 2, so they give me shit for that.
Yeah, that's funny. Both my birthdays, my brothers have bought me. Oh, my dad bought me Sonic. I think my dad bought me Sonic 2, the movie, and then my little brother bought me Sonic 1, the movie. And these both came out on my birthday, like around March. So yeah, yep.
I'm gonna wait to get 3 because I know Walmart gonna come out with a little 3-disc pack and whatnot.
Right.
So I'm gonna just cop that when it come out. But yeah, I'm gonna watch 2. So that's about it. But I've been streaming Sonic Adventure 1. I gotta finish that. What's today? Saturday. I'm gonna finish that today, later on tonight, and then we gotta start Sonic Adventure 2. Shadow. I love Shadow. Shadow is like the Vegeta, the Digimon.
Exactly. And
like
Shadow was the edge lord. That was the most edgiest time or era in gaming at that time.
Yeah.
He was just the ultimate edge lord.
So honestly, Shadow was my favorite character, but somebody's got to combat AC with this Shadow love. It's too much dick riding for Shadow. So the boy Sonic, I think Silver needs more love.
Oh yeah, and Silver is nothing but Trunks. That's like they really took the Trunks arc, the future saga with the androids and everything. But I think he was an interesting character design. The thing that really upsets me about Silver is that it's a reminder how bad that game was. Like design wise, the game was just bad. Like I was like really excited for Sonic 06 because I had got my Xbox 360. During that time, I was a freshman in college. And I was also, during that whole summer, I was delivering newspapers, and I was saving that money to get an Xbox 360, bought an Xbox 360. And when Christmas came and I got that game, because I seen the tech demo of Sonic 06, and the game looked gorgeous. But once the actual game came out, it was just horrible, man. I was just so disappointed in that game. I never even finished it. That's how I just didn't like it, man. Didn't like it.
Yeah, man. I remember playing Sonic 06 for my 360. I think I might have rented it. Like I didn't own it, so I'm like, how did I play this game? But I enjoyed it for what it was. I didn't hate it, but I do think I hate Trunks as I liked him as a character, like back then before, but now he's been milked. Now he's been just like a part of like the mainstay, the main cast.
Yeah. And that's how it is with Dragon Ball.
It wouldn't be an issue if you didn't already have Kid Trunks right there. Because I'm like, you have that kid over there that you could be building up. You have Goten. So all this love for Trunks, and I'm like, Goten right there. He could be the next Saiyan. I've said that Goku and Vegeta need to go off world. They need to go battle some whole other shit, some crazy shit. Or be on there like God, trainer, whatever you want to do. And then leave it to Gohan and he was great Saiyan, so he could be leading the Z fighters here on Earth. And then like the superhero movie, I hated that movie because they introduced those androids. And I was like, they're heroes. Those are two characters right there with the dynamic that is exactly what Goten and Trunks should be. It's like where Dragon Ball is giving all this attention to all these new characters, like with Super and all these different universes. And then you had Kaba, who was a little boy Saiyan.
Oh, bro. I'm glad you mentioned Kaba because I was upset. The whole Dragon Ball Super was just a missed opportunity in general. Like when I first seen Dragon Ball Super when it was only in the Japanese subs or whatever, I was just happy because it was a new Dragon Ball. But I went to go try to rewatch. One day I went to go rewatch it with my daughter because my daughter's into the Dragon Ball. I got her into the Dragon Ball, and as I rewatched it, I said, "Yo, Dragon Ball Super isn't really that good at all. So many missed opportunities." And when it came to Kaba, Khalifa, and Kale, it was so many missed opportunities because they actually could have did a spin-off series that just focused on that universe and those Saiyans. And what they did was they end up making these characters just excel so fast. They could have started from scratch, did a whole new series with Kaba, Kale, brand new characters in that universe, introduced new enemies, had these characters progress, like at a moderate level. But they jumped from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. Then if they would have tried, they probably would have made them turn Super Saiyan 3, especially with Khalifa or whatever like that. So they kind of messed that up. But when it came to Future Trunks and everything, that whole Goku Black arc had so much potential. And then as it started getting farther into the arc, it just started getting stupid. Started getting real stupid. But when it came to the superhero movie, it was just a retread of a lot of other things, movies of the past and episodes in the past. And then the way Gohan turns to Super Saiyan Beast was like the same way Gohan turned Super Saiyan 2 when he fought Cell, when Cell killed Android 16. It was just like retelling. It was just retelling the shit that we already seen before. It was just terrible. It was terrible.
As far as the Dragon Ball stuff, with the other characters we're focusing on, so you have the two females, and I'm like, you have Pan and Bulla over here already. So people can give GT shit. It has its flaws. Super has its flaws too. I think if you put them both together, then it could have been what Dragon Ball is, where I think the direction should go in. And I understand we're not going to get everything, but I'm like, we already have two female Saiyans. So we can have this whole team of young Saiyans and then Krillin and 18's daughter. So you have her. Who else? So we have another child, but we have these characters that we could be focusing on, but it's like, nah. And then, they gave Goku, Piccolo the bullshit, like orange power up thing. That was retarded. It was just out of nowhere. So it's... Bro.
It was so much they can do. Like for instance, when they did, I didn't like the fact they started introducing the gods and they started introducing the God King and all that type of stuff. But I accepted it, and I was like, okay, this is a perfect opportunity because the thing I started phasing away from Dragon Ball is when they start making the other characters irrelevant. They started making Yamcha irrelevant. They started making Tien irrelevant. Okay. I liked it when everybody, like especially the movies, the Tree of Might, the World's Strongest, Garlic Jr., like everybody got it the fuck in. Like everybody held their own weight. Yamcha wasn't a bitch. Krillin wasn't a bitch. Everybody fought in there. It was a variety. But after a while, they started eliminating, shaving characters off, and it just boiled down to the Saiyans. And to me, it was samey. It was just too repetitive. Everybody had to rely on Goku and Vegeta. And then when the Buu Saga came, they tried to shift it over to Gohan, but that didn't work out. Then they tried to make it seem like Goten and Trunks was going to be the new heroes. And then it just ended up boiling it back down to Goku and Vegeta saving the day again. But I like when they introduced Whis and they introduced the God Key and just special training. I said, man, this is a perfect chance for Whis to train Krillin or train Piccolo or train Yamcha and them to get their power levels up to at least to be able to stay behind Goku and them, so we can have a brand new series, brand new villains where everybody's back in the fold again. But it just didn't happen that way. It's just Goku and the Vegeta show,
Yeah, that's terrible. They couldn't even do the Saiyan show. I would have been fine with that. But all right, man. A lot of Dragon Ball talk. We weren't supposed to be here for that necessarily. No, I started from the silver though. Okay, so how we got to Dragon Ball? I didn't like the Trunks as far as the future character. But the way Silver was handled, like, yeah, he came back to our time or some shit like that, like for a moment. But then he went back, and him and Blaze, they go back to their own time. But there's still characters that they involve. Like AC said this, he's in that game, and then every Olympic game afterwards. Like, even in the comic books, like him and Blaze are there. And it's like they have no real reason to be there.
Right.
So just put them in their own like timeline, which I would love to see him, Blaze, and I think it's any of the robots. So like some robot could have lived, like it would have been like those character stories and whatever they want to do. And then you have like a future story. Then Sonic is a present, and Shadow is he's in the present, but it's more like a past to where. Anyway, I be coming up with a lot of fan fiction apparently, but like I just because I'm reading the current comics, and then I have like. Yeah, man, it's just like everybody's involved, and stories aren't being separate.
Right.
I think that's how we got there. All right. What's up, man? Who are you? What got you here? And to become a comic book creator that you are. But before the comic books, I'm saying, like, who are you? What were you raised with? What did you watch? What did you indulge in?
Okay, this is a good question because when you clicked on and showed the commercials and everything, it just took me back to the 90s because Saturday morning cartoons and everything like that. But growing up, my father is still to this day a gamer and everything, and I pretty much adopted everything from my father. The first time I ever touched a video game was Legend of Zelda on an NES, and my parents always used to tell me this story where. When my dad was playing Legend of Zelda on the NES, the opening theme that comes on, the moment you pop the cartridge in, the opening Zelda theme that comes on, my dad said the moment I was born and my mom was holding me and they was home and my dad turned on the NES, soon the Zelda theme came on, my dad said, yo, like my eyes was wandering around the room looking for that sound because I was able to hear it within my mom's womb. It was familiar to me. And then that's when my dad gave me a controller when I was like 4 years old. And Legend of Zelda was like the very first game that I've ever played. And my mom and dad was just amazed that I was able to grasp such an early age games like Legend of Zelda, which the old Zelda games is hard as hell. But that's when they realized that I was going to be a gamer just like my dad and everything. So my dad, he bought me my first console, which was the Sega Genesis, around when I was like 5 years old or whatever like that. And like I said before, platformers was my game. It was my genre for games back in the day, especially platformers was really big back in the early 90s and everything. So Sonic was the character that really resonated with me besides Link from Legend of Zelda. Those are the two characters that really left such an imprint on my life as a gamer, Sonic and Link. And people would think like, what, not Mario? I wasn't really into Mario like that. I had Mario, but Mario wasn't my go-to platformer. But ever since that ever happened, man, I was just deep into video games, really, really deep into games. And my dad bought almost all the consoles. I still have the TurboGrafx. I have the 3DO. I have the Atari Jaguar. I have the Atari 2200. I got a lot of the consoles. The Atari Lynx, which is the handheld and everything. And and my dad will go to my uncle's house, which is my uncle Gene. That's my dad's older brother. They would have game night like every Friday. So my dad would take me and my brother Keo over to my uncle's house to be around with my boy cousins and stuff. So my uncle, so it was just testosterone everywhere. Just all the guys, all the fellas. So my dad would take me around there, and they were all game. They would box in the backyard. They would play badminton, laser tag. They would do badminton, laser tag. They would all lift weights, and I was just surrounded by just masculine men, just that masculine energy at a young age with me, my brothers, and my male cousins, and all my uncles. They were all gamers, and the game they used to play back then, it was very competitive. And on Sega Genesis was a fighting game called Fighting Masters, and that was the first fighting game. I watched my uncle and them play, and they used to give me the controller. I used to play with my little cousins too. We were all like little at the time and stuff, and that became almost like tradition every Friday at my uncle's house. My dad, my cousins, we all get together. Then we end up when Street Fighter 2 finally came out. for the consoles on Super Nintendo. We went to Street Fighter. We even played competitive Bomberman, Super Bomberman, with the multi-tap, 4 controllers and everything. Mario Kart on the SNES, and it became traditions all the way through each generations of consoles. So that kind of like shaped me. That kind of like molded me. That competitiveness and everything in video games. And like I said,
real quick, you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
37.
Okay, because you're naming a lot of stuff that my dad might have had, but I had no interest in playing.
Oh,
so you like, it seems like you're a generation ahead of me, but definitely keep going.
Yeah. So that was the thing. Like, these are the games that we constantly, that my dad and my uncles constantly played. They always played competitive fighting games or anything that was competitive. They would play, and you know, as his son, I would follow suit as my cousins, and then they would follow their fathers, and we all got into the same things. We played the same games together and everything. And but the thing that really expanded me or expanded my mind as a gamer was RPGs, more specifically JRPGs. This is where I started bonding with my uncle Gene, which is my dad's older brother, a whole lot, because out of all the uncles, he was the JRPG guy. My dad played JRPGs, but my uncle was the JRPG guy. So when I used to go to his house, my uncle had a specific drawer. When he opens it up, there's nothing but any Super NES cartridges, and most of them was JRPGs. And that was the first time I was introduced to Final Fantasy III, which is actually Final Fantasy VI or whatever like that. When it came over to the States, it's branded as Final Fantasy III, but it's Final Fantasy VI. And that's when I was introduced to Final Fantasy for the very first time. And I just sit down and watch my uncle play it. And then that's when my dad had bought Secret of Mana on the SNES. And that was like the first action RPG I've ever played on the SNES. It was 3 players as well. So it used to be me, my dad, and my little brother Keo. And we used to play with that. And that was like one hell of an experience for me, being introduced to JRPGs. And once the PlayStation era came out, oh my God, things just stepped up the notch. The PlayStation era was another favorite era of mine as well, when we start actually really getting into like the 3D graphics and everything. And the first game I remember was Batterina Toshiden, that came out for the PlayStation. Now my dad got it on launch, and I got my PlayStation the next year on Christmas. But yeah, in '95, my dad got the PlayStation. I remember we played Batterina Toshiden, the 3D weapon-based fighter. This is before Soul Edge. This is before Soul Calibur and all that. And
I've never heard of it.
Oh yeah, man. It was like one day you gotta look it up, Batteria Toshiden, and it had voice acting and everything. The characters actually make sounds when they swing their weapons and stuff. And as a kid, little me at the time was like, shit, like characters are talking and they're making sound effects when they swing their weapons and stuff. I said, gaming can't get any better than this. And boy, was I wrong. It just got better and better. And that's when that same year, because every summer my parents used to take us to Virginia Beach every summer on vacation. And I live in Philadelphia. So every time we used to come back from Virginia, we go through Maryland and we go to a pit stop. And for the first time I went to this pit stop, I was introduced to Tekken, the first Tekken game. Tekken was there, and X-Men Children of Adam, which was another fighting game. And my dad was like, yo, this game is coming out pretty soon on the PlayStation. And that was the first time I ever saw a 3D fighter such as Tekken. And I remember seeing Jax and Law and how the characters move and everything. It just blew my mind. So that was something I was looking forward to once it came out on the PlayStation. But man, once I got a PlayStation of my own, Crash Bandicoot was like one of my favorite games. I remember parents filmed me in my room, which is this room right here. Filmed me in the room playing. I played all night Crash Bandicoot, my PlayStation. I had like 5 PlayStation games. But Crash Bandicoot was the game that really like stuck out to me. I love the hell out of that game. But what really shift gears is when I was introduced to a JRPG called Suikoden for the PlayStation. It's made by Konami. And that came out before Final Fantasy VII, I believe. I think it did, yeah. And that's what opened my eyes that gaming is much more than, what it is and stuff. Because it introduced me to like so many layers of storytelling, character development. And in Suikoden had 108 characters, over 108 characters that you can recruit. And the story is pretty much you're a generation of youth fighting against your dictator or your world or your government, and you're trying to liberate the people within the lands and everything like that. And you, over time, you recruit over 100 different characters. You build your own base and everything. And the relationships between characters. If characters die on the battlefield, they were gone. They were gone from the game altogether. And then when you beat the game, they give you like depending on how many characters you recruited at the end, they would give you like little dialogue boxes telling you what happened to each character by the time at the end of the story. And what's so sad about it is you hear that some characters still end up dying. They end up dying from another revolution war, or they got sick or something like that, or some characters got married and stuff. It was just a beautiful game, and that's what opened my eyes to make me realize that like gaming is really, really deep. And that's when Final Fantasy VII finally came out. And my God, Final Fantasy VII just changed my whole perception of game. And Wild Arms too. I forgot. I got Wild Arms as well. Wild Arms was another game. Wild Arms and Suikoden. Those are the two games that really that resonated with me. And then Final Fantasy VII came out, and that changed my whole perception of gaming in general. And that time when Aerith died, that was the first time I ever cried from a video game. And because I connected with Aerith so much, because she was like one of the best healers in the game. And then when she died, I said, no, you can't kill one of the main characters. And when Sephiroth killed her, and I watched Cloud drop her into the water, I said, she's not coming back. She's really not coming back. So I said, no, it must be some type of joke. And as I'm playing through the game, I said, she's really not coming back. So it's like she's actually dead. So I was like, damn, like that really resonated with me. That really hit me hard. And ever since then, I've been a big Final Fantasy fan. Then Final Fantasy VIII came out. I wasn't really big into Final Fantasy VIII because Final Fantasy VII, I rode that high so much, and I was expecting so much out of 8. And that was the first time I didn't know that Final Fantasy is an anthology series. I didn't know that every Final Fantasy is a different game. So I was thinking that 8 was like a sequel to 7, but when I seen a different cast of characters, Squall and the rest of the cast, I said, okay, I didn't try this out, but it just didn't hit the same or whatever. But Final Fantasy 9 definitely took over my life. Final Fantasy 9 is like another favorite Final Fantasy, but my greatest Final Fantasy of all time is Final Fantasy Tactics. Best Final Fantasy game for a spin-off Final Fantasy game or a side Final Fantasy game. That's one of the greatest Final Fantasy games I've ever played and stuff like that. But yeah, man, over the course of time, these are the things that really, really got me into gaming and shaped me as a person. And then when it came to anime, I grew up watching anime, but I didn't know what anime was. I just thought they were I just called them cartoons. I think my first anime interaction was Gotcha Man on Cartoon Network, but it's called in America. It was dubbed G-Force. So I grew up watching G-Force. Now, if you don't know what Gotcha Man is, if you ever played Tatsunoko versus Capcom, Gotcha Man comes from that fighting game, Tatsunoko versus Capcom. It was Ken the Eagle, Jun the Swan, what was the Joe the Condor, and the rest of the other characters. But yeah, so those characters.
I've never played the game. I remember playing Tatsunoko versus Capcom though. Like my dad had it, so I remember playing with these characters, but I just never knew.
Let me tell you how old those characters was. My dad, it was called Battle of the Planets when my dad was a kid, so that's that old. And when I was born, it was redubbed to G-Force. So that's how old it was. It came out in like the 70s. Gotcha Man. That shit came out in the 70s.
Actually, this is an anime.
Yeah, it's an anime. Tatsunoko.
Okay,
it's called Gotcha Man.
Okay, so I think I actually was watching this because I watched the like on YouTube different stations, channels, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
and
whatever
it was redubbed again called Eagle Riders. It was redubbed again. It was redubbed again called Eagle Riders in the 90s.
I was watching it on like it was sci-fi. I guess sci-fi channel had anime.
Yeah, bro. I'm about to mention that. I'm about to get into that. Sci-fi had an anime block. It was
that's what it was.
It was during the summertime. Now, this anime block was so this is during the time I was so young. It had a lot of adult themed anime. So every time they used to come on, my parents told me I had to go to bed. So my mom and dad would only watch it because they had like a lot of sexual themes in it and stuff. But once I turned 8 years old, I believe, my dad said, my son is ready now. He's able to watch he's able to watch some of these animes, which was Ninja Scroll. My first adult themed anime was Ninja Scroll. I was 8 years old.
Same here. My dad put me on.
Yeah, my dad sat me down and dad said, "Son, you're ready to watch this." So it was me, my dad, and my uncles. So I sat down. I'm like, "Oh, we watching a cartoon?" Like, all right. So I sat down.
We're watching a cartoon.
Yeah, and my dad, they popped it in. And I remember that part. It's been so long, but I remember that part where that creature grabbed the chick, bore her into the room, and then he held her upside down, so they're licking her.
Licking her,
sucking on her titties and shit. I'm like,
stop describing it. Stop describing it, bro.
Yeah. So I'm like, bro, I was like, I'm sitting there like, as a kid, my eyes is like, it's like I taste the forbidden fruit of knowledge and shit. I'm just sitting there like, what the hell is this? I'm like, is this legal? Is cartoons allowed to do this?
Is this legal? That shit funny. Look, never mind. He said you ate, you grown now. So I just see your dad just pop you down in front of Ninja Scroll and then hand you a cigarette.
So
a beer or something.
So my dad and them, they watching it. My dad and them watching it. My uncles and them watching it. My dad's brothers and them, they watching it. I'm sitting there as a kid. I'm looking around like, yo, like, is this legal? Is this supposed to happen? Can this happen? Is this legal in a cartoon? You know? And Ninja Scroll was like one of my favorites, dude. And then Akira was after that. I got introduced to Akira. And then after Akira, then my uncle Kevin, which is my dad's younger brother, he introduced me to Fatal Fury. I didn't know Fatal Fury was a fighting game first. I thought it was an anime. So I was introduced to Fatal Fury in SNK through the anime of Fatal Fury. And that was like one of my favorite. And then Street Fighter 2, the anime came out. And that was another thing that got me because I said, yo, characters are cussing in this shit. And then the famous Chun-Li scene where she was just fighting in her nightgown. You seen her panties and stuff like that while she fighting Vega. I'm like, this is Street Fighter? Like this game? This is like yo, this shit is like crazy. So yeah, that really like blew my mind when I was like really, really young when it came to that. So I was like, this can't be a cartoon. That's when I started finding out it was called anime. And anime is like it's much different, the tones and stuff. I mean, you do have your adult cartoons like Heavy Metal that my uncle Gene had introduced me, and my dad had introduced me when I got old enough to watch Heavy Metal, which that is a lot of sexual themes and explicit themes in those cartoons. But these are the things that I was introduced to when I was younger and stuff. And my imagination was going wild and stuff like that. And that's where I started getting influence when it came to story writing. Because now, as I start getting older, especially in school, we used to have a time where we had this thing called journal time. This is back in 5th grade. And we had our parents had to buy their own journal, and we had to take it to class, and our teachers would collect it, and then she would pass it out when it's journal time, and we would write in our journals, and then we had to get in front of the class and read our journals out loud and stuff like that, and then we get graded on it and everything. So when journal time came, this is when I started opening my mind from all the experiences from watching anime, especially Ghost in the Shell too as well. Watching anime, playing video games, and all those things, and then my mind started just going all over the place and sort of going through these. I had a wild imagination, so I would just write stories in my journal and then get in front of the class. And yeah, my classmates would laugh at me, but my teacher was impressed because I like we only had to write a page. I was writing like 5 and 6 pages, just writing, and that was my favorite class period. In school in 5th grade was that time where we write in our journals. So I just really started writing this stuff, writing stories over time. And then eventually, that's when my cousin Tyree, we had the same class together. Me and my cousin, we was in 5th grade with the same class together. And
Turn over those.
Yeah. And he was an artist. Now, this is the crazy thing. This is during the time we got introduced to Dragon Ball. Remember, Ocean Dub didn't come out yet. The Ocean Dub of Dragon Ball, the English version, the dub did not hit the States yet. So the only access to Dragon Ball was you had to go to one of those hole-in-the-wall stores that had the cassette tapes that somebody recorded, and then had the subtitles and stuff. So my Uncle Gene, my dad's older brother, he had a whole shelf of all the Dragon Ball movies and the series and everything like that. So I was introduced to Dragon Ball through the Japanese subtitles. So I knew about Super Saiyan 3. I knew about the fusions before everybody else did. I knew that Gohan was going to eventually become an adult. I knew all those things before my friends knew it. So when Dragon Ball finally came out, people was like excited about it. But I'm like, yo, I can't wait to Goku turn Super Saiyan, because I never seen when Goku first turned Super Saiyan. I just knew he was Super Saiyan because I seen the movies like the Metal Cooler and stuff like that, and I knew that Vegeta was going to become a Super Saiyan, but I didn't know how he was going to become a Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
And then that's when I was surprised when I discovered that Trunks was actually Vegeta's son. I was like, okay, Vegeta's son, but I didn't know who the mother was until later on. I found out that Bulma was, and this is before the English version came out. So I had a head start on everybody when it came to Dragon Ball. But anyway, my cousin Tyree, he used to draw a lot of Dragon Ball characters, and he loved the Toriyama style. And now he's in 5th grade, and he was actually recruited to go into like a performance arts school because as a drawing as a 5th grader, he was drawing really, really good. Like even the Toriyama style at 5th grade, he was drawing actual Dragon Ball characters like top notch and stuff. So what happened was, since he was an artist, he's an artist at such a young age, me and him came together, and I told him like, yo, man, I said I want to become a game developer. I want to create my own game console. I want to create my own video games. I want to create my own RPGs and everything and stuff. And he said, all right. He said, like, cool. Is like, you have any characters or anything in mind for like your games? Like, sure, yeah. So we started just talking, and everything I explained. My first character was Radical the Porcupine because I took influence from Sonic the Hedgehog, and he drew him up and everything. And he said, yeah, man, you're gonna need a game console. And that's when he told me, he said, yo, come up with something. Like, you have a name for a game console? And I was like, yeah, Venus Orion game console. And that's where the Venus Orion came from. The Venus Orion game console came from that. And from there, he would draw the schematics, and he used to draw my console for me and everything like that. And of course, a lot of my cousins, a lot of my friends used to make fun of me when I used to talk about Venus Orion game console, and I used to talk about Radical the Porcupine. People used to laugh at me and stuff, but it was something that I really believed in, especially at that time when I was young, very impressionable. So my future was already set. I would say, you know what? I want to be a game developer. That's what I want to do. My mind was set on being a game developer. So I just went throughout, from middle school to high school, and then when I went to college, it's really hard to find like a university that actually had courses in game development and stuff. So
let me ask you this, because you've said a lot. You've said a whole lot. All right. There was a lot of things that I wanted to address. I want to go all the way back to growing up with the masculinity. And I was trying to write shit, but this pen running out of ink. I want to talk about that. And I told you about that before the stream. I wanted to share that experience with you because that's something we don't really get to see a lot. Is again, man, doing the nerd shit, like you're already kind of niche. There's not very many of us out there in the wild. So that's why we do take advantage of opportunities to like come together. But to especially, let's say, like a Black person, in our experience, to find other individuals who are into what we're into. So the fact that you had that in your family, and I had it in my family, most definitely from my dad, but you were talking about how the masculinity, like your dad's brothers was into it. My dad's brothers were into gaming. They weren't necessarily into RPGs though. I think everybody was kind of like into a Mario or a Zelda, but they didn't like continue it. And as far as anime, I don't recall them ever watching anime on their own, but if my dad will pop on something, so like the Ninja Scroll, for some reason, like my dad showed me that too. Like that was my first adult anime. That was my first experience. So you were talking about the transition or no longer being naive to cartoons and what you thought they were at the time. And being a kid and feel like, dang, like, is this legal? Is this allowed to happen? Like, can these characters do this grown up stuff? So I shared that experience with you as well. You're talking about you and your dad and your brothers playing. I remember because I was a generation after you. So like how you're praising a lot of the stuff before this N64, before the PlayStation. Like PlayStation was my first system. Like my dad had the 64, we had the NES, he had like a Genesis, Atari, like he had a whole bunch of old ass looking controllers that I never used. So I'm assuming I never played the system for him, but I was after you. So you're playing the Capcom versus Tatsu, whatever that was. I was into the Marvel versus Capcom. And there was another Darkstalkers versus Capcom. So as far as my dad playing the games with his brothers, my uncles, they were more into sports. So they'd be playing like the Madden or NBA Live or whatever and whatnot. But rarely would they get on the fighting game with us. Now that was something that my dad would do. My uncles, they'll try, but they was trash. But my brother, my cousins, like all of us, like we'd be definitely into the fighting games. So that was cool. As far as a shared experience, like an RPG experience, I remember my dad, we both had PS2s. So as I got older, my dad was like, all right, let me start getting you your own systems because I don't want you fucking with mine. And you ain't gonna be taking away the time that I'm playing with mine. So we ended up having like 2 of almost every system. Definitely had every system. But Kingdom Hearts 2. So I'm a big Kingdom Hearts fan. Damn, bro, again, you said a lot. So as far as the Final Fantasy, my first JRPG was Legend of Mana. So I remember you were talking about Secret of Mana.
Wow. Yeah, Legend of Mana. Yeah, I got that game too. I didn't really like that one as much. Yeah.
So as I got older, I remember seeing that because I was like, oh, this game is amazing. I wonder what the news was saying about it. And apparently it wasn't well received by people. But it was my first Mana game. I loved it. No, I had played Secret of Mana before, but I was just like, this just... I grew up with the N64, man. I was like, what is this? Even your Sonic, like 2D Sonic, I'm like, no, bro. Like, I grew up with my Dreamcast. I don't, it's just always been a part of my life. So I was like, 3D Sonic is the way. But the JRPG, so the Mana series was my first JRPG series. But I would watch my dad play the Final Fantasy. I think that was more mature than what Mana was.
Yeah,
like my RPG. And while I would watch him play the Final Fantasies. So I have nostalgia in it like that, like sharing that experience, watching my dad. That's how I did have a higher vocabulary than the people around me because I'm watching him and he's like reading these subtitles out. So that experience, 9 is my favorite as well because of the monkey boy. I like my animal people, Zidane. But yeah, man, I never played 7, 8, but Kingdom Hearts. So I remember he was we was watching TV or something. I was on the bed with him and that commercial popped up and it was like, ooh, Kingdom Hearts. So it was like no, it wasn't a commercial. He was actually playing the game. I don't remember a commercial for some reason. But he was playing the game and I saw this goofy looking boy, Sora, and I was like, I like this character. But then I see he has fucking Donald Duck and Goofy on his team. And I was like, oh shit, like Disney characters is in this. So then I got interested, and then I might have my PS2 at the time, or he might have bought me one, but we was playing Kingdom Hearts. So that was my first experience with like Sephiroth and seeing how excited he got that Sephiroth had came into the game. And then because I didn't beat Sephiroth in 1. I didn't do it the first time. I didn't do it till later. But 2, I beat him like the first time I played. So just like showing him that because I like beat the game before him. So we would do that. Who can beat it first or find out what. But Digimon. All right, the last thing I'm gonna say, and then we can transition go to something else. But Digimon World, I want something in the background. So my Digimon, y'all can see that.
And my brother was a big Digimon fan.
And I'm trying to have some shit happening. But anyway, Digimon World. So we would play Digimon World 4. And you mentioned the multi-tap. So on the PS2, you had the multi-tap, so you could play with 4 people.
I got that too. Yeah, I had the multi-tap for that too.
Yeah, so we would go on the whole Digimon World adventure. Now the game sucked, honestly, but
most of them did suck. My brother, he was a big fan of the Digimon game.
Nah, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
I couldn't get into him, bro.
Don't say that.
I couldn't get into him.
2 and 3 are amazing, but 4 was trash because they gave them like weapons. But anyway, it was a co-op RPG. So we was protecting the digital world, and then it got to the point to where we would do that. But then my dad and my big cousin, no, it was my dad and my little brother. So they was one team. So they would play on the system, and then my cousin and me, we would play on the other system. So we was like trying to see who can do what or what cool shit on the systems. And that was cool, man. So just growing up with men around you, men playing the games. I'm terrible at 2D platformers, so I would watch them play like Mega Man X. I was telling you before the streaming thing, like Ninja Gaiden, Devil May Cry. Like those were games that I really wasn't capable of. I just wasn't there, man, mentally. So I would just watch them play those games, and so that was cool for that. The transition to I don't know why I keep saying transition. I don't know. Maybe my vocabulary is very limited as I get older, but You were talking about the playing games, so you got to see games go from basically shit, okay, nostalgia for you, you love them, but terrible graphics to like I was making a comment where you're talking like we had thought when we saw the 3D graphics on the PlayStation, like this is peak, like we not getting better. I think every generation we was like, oh shit, like it can't get any better. And so you got to see that from gaming. And then you went over to anime, and I was gonna say, well, that was my experience going from cartoons, you know, just the Western stuff, a Cartoon Network, and then going into anime and seeing that, and I'm like, oh, this is what 2D animation is actually capable of. So like without the Ninja Scroll, you know, the graphic nudity and all the blood, but it was just like, oh, these dudes are like fighting. You know, when we see Marvel or DC, they like punch, pow, kick, and tie them up some shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, don't get to do martial arts, but he do the same shit I see dudes do on YouTube. So I'm like, it's not adding up to me. So to see anime do it, and they bringing out like weapons and like these magical systems and whatnot. So that was my like peek into what this art form that I love, that I enjoy, is really showing me what it's capable of, and start opening my world to other possibilities. Damn, you also said that when you were, I think you were a baby, you heard the Zelda soundtrack, and then you was looking for that. So my experience with that was The Lion King. So I'm adopted, and my mom tells me that I would cry all day, every day until she put on The Lion King. And then when she first put that on, like that was when I first stopped crying. And I just sat there and I was just like, I was enthralled. Like I love that shit. So I'm big into animation, but it was from Disney. So like anime is cool. Sure, I love it as in as what they're doing with the art form. But if I had to choose, it's Western all day, man. Give me some cartoons, some heroes, some Disney, and I'm good. I'm set. So all of these things contributed to what you're passionate about. And I would assume because you're passionate about these things, that has something to do with you making comic books. I would think it's the perfect time for us to go in and talk about some of that. So this man has made not exactly made the comic book yet, but you got a lot of stuff. You've been throwing a lot of stuff out there.
Oh, the comic book is done.
Oh shit. Okay. All right.
Yeah, we'll talk about all that. Yeah.
Okay. So this man has created a comic book. He's about to talk about it. MugenLord. Share with the people, and I'll pull that up. And Hale dropped that link early. Appreciate you, Hale. This man is amazing.
All right. I guess for starters, what made me come up? What's up, Code J? Yeah, so what made me come up with Venus Orion Comics, it was just something that, you know, I would say an accident, but it was something that like I was like, oh, maybe I should give it a try. So what happened was it was during lockdown. I think lockdown was the thing that really got my gears turning and everything. You know, everybody's in the house and everything. Okay. And what happened was I was there we go. Yeah, so what happened was I was already making a shit ton of money, because for those of you guys who don't know, I'm also a 3D hentai animator. I got my own 3D hentai community. I got like what, 15,000, 16,000 followers on my 3D hentai account. I go by the name. I go by the name Zalas. Zalas Studio 3D Hentai Beauties. So I got into that after I graduated from college and everything, and making a shit ton of money. So everything you see back here is all from the hentai money I'm making. I make off of hentai. All my consoles, the arcade machine back there, everything.
Look, we're gonna talk about that on camera, off camera, because this furry shit is calling me, bro. And I'm just like,
yeah. So so what happened was, you know, I had money. I was sitting on some money, and what happened was I was like, you know what? There was a series a long time ago that my dad had came up with called VK, Very Young Killers, Vampire Killers. And this was during like the early 2000s, early YouTube era. We was going to create this Vampire Hunter live action series that was going to be like a web series on YouTube. We was going to actually do that because my dad just got into filming. Like I said, my dad inspired me to do everything. My dad got into film and editing. He brought us up a camcorder and stuff like that. So I actually started getting into filming myself. So we was gonna do
this real quick. I'm gonna say that's cool, bro, because I've been trying to get my dad into it, man. He's like, he's really, you know, when people when they at the age, they really just got a lot of time and just don't know what to do with it. And I'm like, he's always like, anytime we would walk into his room, he's like just telling us all about the game. See, then I do this and do this. I'm like, Dad, like this is exactly what people do on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I thought that maybe when I started doing it, like he supports, he watch sometime. I'm like, maybe that'll get him to do it. But it's like, man, I want this for him. So to hear that your dad is like actually like pursuing this stuff, man, that's dope.
Yeah, I followed everything after my father. My brothers, we all do, everything is inspired by my dad. We follow right after him. So so VK, Varion Killer Vampire Killers, was a series that he wanted to do. He was going to do a live action vampire killer web series on YouTube. And this is back in 2006 at the time. 2006 or 7 at the time. And it never came to fruition because my dad was doing other filming projects, but we never got around to do it. We used to do my brother Keo, he just started getting a little bit of photography, so he started taking little pictures, doing like photo shoots, for like a mock-up of the vampire hunters and all this other type of stuff. So what happened was during lockdown, and this was the lockdown like 2020 or whatever, I said, okay, I would love to see like what the VK characters would look like in anime form. So I said, I need to find an artist to draw it up. I need to hire an artist. So I went to Fiverr.com, and and I see all these amazing artists, seeing a lot of cool artists. But for some reason, it was this artist named Chad Bibbit, and her name is Jessica. She's from the Philippines. She's Chinese. But for some reason, her artwork out of everybody else, despite everybody else's artwork is good. But for some reason, her artwork, which is so unique to me, it just kept calling to me. So I ended up contacting her, and I would say, "Hey, I'm looking for an artist to draw up 4 characters for me, for this project or the series that we were working on years ago called VK." So I wanted to see what the VK characters would look like, in anime form. So I gave her a description and gave her some references and everything like that, and she ended up drawing up the characters and stuff, and it came back. I'm like, oh man, this looks really good. So it was only supposed to be something that I just wanted to do. I had money. I just wanted to just do it, just to show my brothers and to show my dad that, hey, check this out. I made anime versions of the VK characters or whatever like that. So what I did was, after she did the work, I decided to put like a slideshow presentation with the characters and everything. And after I did it, I called my dad, I called my brothers, into my room, and I turned on the television, and I said, what's going on? So I clicked on it and let the music come on and everything, and all of a sudden the characters came up, and all the characters, Young Rav, Keo, Strike, and then Varion, the 4 characters come up on the screen. And my brothers, my dad, they was losing their mind. They said, "Oh my God, this artwork is crazy." This, that, and the third. And say, "Yo, that's like," my dad was just losing it. So then my dad said, "Son, say, yo, man, we gotta make this into an anime." I said, "Yeah, anime will be dope, but we don't got anime, like we don't have anime money like that budget. Like animation is expensive as fuck." You know what I'm saying? So I was like, what can we do? I thought about it. I said, how about to make this into like a manga or a comic book or something like that? And then we can build towards eventually making it into an anime itself. Because I can start from there. So that's why I said, yo, Dad, I said, how about this? How about I start it off as like a comic or a manga or something like that? And then eventually, once I make enough money or whatever, then we can evolve it, and then we can make it into an anime, because I have enough money to actually do an anime of VK. So then my dad's like, "Son, you know what? That's a good idea," or whatever like that. So after that, the gears begin to like turn into my head and stuff. So I said, okay, I was like, how about I start a comic book company? And I said, I need to come up with a name. And that's what took me back to my childhood, back when I was in 5th grade. Venus Orion game console. But I said, instead of Venus Orion, how about Venus Orion Comics? And that's right there. That's when Venus Orion Comics became a thing and everything. So right after that, I went to work. I ended up contacting Jessica again. I went back to her on Fiverr. And then I started going back to her, started talking about other characters for VK. Now I'm shooting ideas to her, and me and her going back and forth on Fiverr. But the relationship got so good between me and her, like Fiverr became limited because there's rules to Fiverr. Like you can't exchange email addresses, you can't do all those other type of things. So what happened was, I ended up giving her my Discord, and then we took the relationship off of Fiverr, and then we ended up going to Discord. Now she's a 13-hour time zone difference from me. She's a day ahead of me, or whatever like that. So it's kind of, at first it was kind of hard staying in contact, but we wanted figuring it out because around 6 p.m. here, it's like 7 a.m. over there or whatever, you know. So once we started figuring that out, we started discussing, I started shooting her some ideas of the character concepts and everything. And that's how Venus Orion Comics became a thing. Then in 2021, that's when I filed a LLC for the company. Then I started the company, Venus Orion Comics. So VK was only supposed to be just a comic book series. It wasn't supposed to have any other type. I wasn't creating any other type of characters. VK is only supposed to be one comic series. But then what happened was I started building the city of Neodelphia, where VK takes place, and it's one of the mega cities in my universe and everything. So what happened was, Neodelphia which is Philadelphia. Philadelphia had went through a second civil war, and it got damaged really, really bad. So a company named Neo Industries came in and financed it and rebuilt it up. So now it's named Neodelphia, because pretty much Neo Industries own the city now. So what happened was, while I was working on that within the company, I wanted to get a little bit more involved with Neo Industries. You know, yes, Neo Industries created Neodelphia and stuff. I said, let's dig deeper into it. And that's when I came up with another character, because Neo Industries also created Neo suits, or Cyber Edge suits, or whatever like that, which is cybernetic exoskeleton suits that was once used for war at the time. But now you know, Harold Neo decided to take his funding and take his programs and start going towards more of the humanitarian programs and projects using that technology and stuff. So within that, I created a character called Neo Suit Johnny, which is Harold Neo's grandson named Johnny Neo, who dons the Neo suit or whatever like that. So when I came up with that character, I was like, damn, how would that fit in VK? Because they're two different tones. And that's what gave me the idea. I said, I want to create a whole different like universe and just talk about Neo Suit Johnny and stuff. I want him to be in the same universe with VK, even though VK is about vampires and stuff. So that's what gave me the idea. Like, fuck it, let's just do a shared universe. Kind of like how Marvel and DC got a bunch of different characters. They all sharing the same space and everything like that. So that's what I wanted to do. So I was like, yo, I like Neo Suit Johnny. I want to continue with this. And then eventually I went on to create more characters. And that my next character was Jake Pierce. He's pretty much my Punisher of my Venus Orion Comics universe.
Jake Pierce is a dope name.
Yeah, Jake Pierce. Yeah, Jake Pierce. So after that, those are my love childs. Like Jake Pierce, Neo Suit Johnny, and VK, because they were like the first early concepts of characters of characters that I came up with. And before you knew it, my universe was just expanding with more and more characters, and it kept Jessica, my artist, it kept her in work. It kept her in business. Like me and her have been working for the past 4 years, and this is what you have now. I have a bunch of different characters in a bunch of different series. So yeah, so that's when I decided to say my father. Now my father, he loves Marvel, he loves DC. He always read back in the day. From the 80s to the early 90s was Marvel and DC comics, but he's more so of a Marvel buff. So I used to grow up watching my dad and read along with my dad when I was a little kid. I used to sit on my dad's lap, and he used to have the comics, and I used to sit down and watch and read X-Men, you know, Batman and Superman, Green Lantern, and Fantastic Four, Incredible Hulk. And then I found out my dad had one day went in the basement, pulled out this bag, and he opened it up. He had this big art book where he used to draw comics himself. Like he wanted to work for Marvel. He used to draw in Marvel style and everything. And this is back when he was a teenager. And then when he became a young adult, he continued to draw Marvel comics and stuff like that. So what happened was my dad used to draw his own original characters on the side. And the name of the character, I wish I could pull it up. But one of the characters was named Lazarus, and the other character was named Adex, Princess Adex. He showed me those characters, and as a kid, I was amazed by it. But my dad, you know, he became a father and everything. He got married and stuff to mom. So, you know, as a man, you know, he put his family first. So he kind of sat his dreams to the side of like that to be a family man and put into his family. So now here it is. I started a comic book company, and I remember those characters. And recently, like 3 years ago, my dad ended up taking that art book and he stashed it in his bedroom or whatever like that to keep it so it won't be in the basement or whatever like that. So he kept it in his room. So one day I just ran in his room, took my cell phone, opened up his art book, and snapped some pictures of his characters. Then I went to my artist. I said, "Yo, I want you to draw these characters in anime form. My dad's characters in anime forms, and whatever like that." And I wanted to surprise him. So when my dad came home one day, I showed him the presentation, and his eyes got big. He said, wait a minute, that's my character." And when my dad saw Lazarus and he saw Princess Adex, like he almost went in tears because
that's crazy.
I was like, "Yo, Dad, like your dream is not dead. I want your characters to be part of my universe." So my dad's characters are part of my universe now, Venus Orion Comics. So they fit into my world. So then now my dad's like, "Oh shit." So now every day, like when he's at work and I'm dropping my daughter off at school, at her private school and everything, as I'm driving home, I call my dad up, and me and my dad just shoot ideas. So now all his rogue gallery of villains, all transitioning over to my universe. His heroes that he came up with a long time ago when he's a teenager and everything, now they all being reconstructed and everything to fit in my universe. So now me and my dad talk every day. He's coming up with all these ideas. So the most recent idea that he had, and this was in the early 2000s, was a series called Zone. Now, Zone is pretty much where the name Zone stands for Zero Emergence Nexus. Is it zero origin? Yeah, zero origin nexus emergence. So pretty much in my universe, which you'll find out later on where I explain everything. Well, in my universe, a tragic accident had happened where now in the universe or on planet Earth, certain regions of the world or certain areas in certain parts of cities or lands and stuff like that, chaos particles would pretty much would cause friction or they get erratic. And what happens is it creates a big radius around a certain area of a city, a town, or whatever it may be, a forest, whatever like that. And what happens is in my universe, people have this thing called wave essence, which I'll go through that. I'll explain those mechanics as we get closer to the release, to the launch of my universe and stuff like that. But the wave essence is pretty much your, I guess you would say, your soul consciousness that's deep inside you that you can tap into to do extraordinary things or whatever. Well, anyway, there are some individuals who wave essence can resonate when they step into that radius or that zone. And that what that zone does, it transforms them or it gives them powers. So the character that you see on my banner, the big guy named Rupture or whatever like that, he's considered a zoner. So there is a person that transforms into him or whatever like that. Anytime he's within the zone or within that radius or whatever like that, he transforms. Now I'm going to reveal who this person is on launch in January of 2025. So you'll be able to find out who's behind Rupture or whatever like that. But just to give you an idea about, his strength and stuff like that. His strength is tied to his behavior states. So Rupture, he has 3 different behavior states. He has anxiety. Whenever the main character feels anxiety when he's in this form, it gives him a whole new sets of strengths and abilities and stuff like that. But Rupture, which is his other personality, has much more control, over him and stuff like that. Then he has his confident state. When the main character is in his confident state or whatever like that, this is where the main character has more control over Rupture, and he's not savage or whatever. And then he has like a prime or a neutral state when it's a mixture of both confidence and anxiety or whatever like that. And each of these states give him different buffs, different abilities, and everything like that. Now in Zone, there's a task force of people, of metahumans, that this task force, this agency would go out and drop them off into the zone to save people and stuff like that, to fight and combat these zoners, or lock them up and imprison them and stuff like that. So it's the series is going to be pretty interesting. But yes, that's where Rupture comes from. There's a lot of people that likes this character. You see him back there too, as well, in my poster back there and everything. But that's one of the characters that everybody's like really looking forward to. But to get back on track, as far as the comic book is concerned, I decided to come up with a shared universe, and I decided to break everything into phases. And the first phase is called the Foundation phase. And the reason why it's called the Foundation phase is because the first 8 comic series is setting the foundation for my universe, and each comic book would introduce a new a mechanic to my universe.
Hold on, you said the first 8 comic series? You mean first 8 books?
Yeah, the first 8 books with the different comic series, because each character is a different comic, is a different series.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes. So is there a way I can pull up the phase thing that I got to show you? Or I can see.
Like, is it on this? Is it a YouTube video? I was going to ask you, like, what do you want to pull up to, like, showcase or supplement or compliment what you're talking about?
Is there a way I can share my screen or anything?
Yeah, so you will at the bottom it'll say share screen.
I got you. Yeah, let me because it'd be much easier so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about here. All right, share. Was it present?
And then present. Yeah, try to present the exact tab. I don't know what it is, but
I got you.
Not your whole computer.
Well, I gotta bring up my
So as far as, because in my video I did reacting to your trailer, Rupture was the character that I was drawn to. Because I had said I like those, the characters with a different appearance, especially like a beastly, hulkly monster type thing, but the character is not necessarily that. So or even like with Disney, the Beast, like shit like that I like. And to see it from these characters, or exactly, Beast from X-Men, how you would see him and you think, oh, it's a wild fucking monster, but then he starts speaking the way he's speaking, fucking pull it on a lab coat or some shit. So I was drawn to your Rupture character.
He's gonna be a very interesting character, because the main character is gonna be fighting and to pretty much accept like this is who I am. You know what I'm saying? This is what this. Yeah.
So when you say main character, you keep saying the main character. So he's the main character. So is it his own story? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. All right, look. Can I pull? I pulled up.
Yeah, you pulled it up. It's on me.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is what I mean by series. This different comic book series. You have VK, you have Ultra Squad X, you have Siona, the Die Star champion, you got Neo Suit Johnny, Viper and Cobra, the Great Samaritan, and then you have, of course, the 8th Army District and Adrenaline. These are 8 different books. They're different stories, different books. Kind of like how you have Marvel, how you have Fantastic Four, X-Men, and stuff like that. Yeah. So these are different characters. Now, Rupture is from another comic book series called Zone, and he's the main character of that book. Now, the thing is, with my universe, eventually these characters are eventually going to cross over. But for now, a lot of these stories are self-contained, meaning that the readers, they don't have to worry about homework, meaning that they have to, oh man, do I have to read this book in order to understand this book? No, especially with the first phase. The first phase is the foundation. This builds an understanding of my universe. It's going to introduce a lot of mechanics of my universe, so you can dive in at any one of these books or any one of these series, and you don't need knowledge of any of the other books at all. All of them have their own self-contained story, but they share the same space. And while you're reading these books, there's going to be world building elements, so you know where these books are placed on a timeline, and you'll know where, like, okay, while this series is going on, this series is going on, as well, and stuff like that. But eventually there will be some crossover where characters going to meet other characters or fight other characters and stuff like that. But I'm also going to prepare people for these crossover events, and I'm going to provide free material, like for you to catch up with, like a YouTube video to summarize important key elements from other books. So if you don't want to go out and get that book, you don't have to. You'll just get the important details that you need to know before going into these crossovers and everything. But the first book that will kick off everything is VK, Varian Colors, vampire killers, and that's what we're gonna start off with the first phase. Now, I already told some people from my other streams I have already a bunch of different phases already planned. You know, some of them are still work in progress because I may shift certain things around and everything as far as series are concerned. But this is the finalized series of books that's going to be in the first phase, and a lot of that had to do with a lot of fan feedback because the whole thing was I was kind of like, all right, I'm going to launch in January, but how can I advertise and promote Venus Orion Comics without spoiling too much? Until I went to Brooklyn Comic Con and met an indie comic book creator who created this book called what was it called? Project Noasis. And I asked him, how can I promote my comic book company without spoiling too much? Because I don't want to give away too much. And he was like, bro, he said, don't do what I did. Don't wait the day of to start showing things. Start showing things now. Get people excited for it. Get people to understand what you're trying to do with your comic books and everything. Oh, Mike has bad knee says, are all your books already written for phase one? Well, the first chapter for VK is already done. And I'll get to that in a second. But yes, so that's when I say, oh, all right, let me start showing some of my characters. And that's when I start showing some of my characters. And because of the reception and excitement for certain characters, it made me shift around what series I was going to put out in the first phase. And this is what I got right here based on the feedback and the excitement for certain characters and stuff like that. So this is the phase one. Phase two, just to get a little, I wouldn't say spoil, but just to give you like a little sneak peek. Phase two is going to be we're going to be going to the cosmic part of my universe. So we're going to start getting into like the cosmic characters and the space-like characters and stuff like that in phase two. But yes, now as far as the books is concerned, which we want to let me bring this up right now.
All right, man. I gotta ask, vampire killers, are we actually killing vampires?
Oh, we're not just killing vampires. We killing werewolves, succubus, demons, all of it. So vampires is the staple, is the main proponent to it. But we go into other things. We going into a whole. We doing it big, man. And let me tell you, yeah.
I don't know if you know or not, but I am a werewolf. So
no, bro. I'm about to get into it. Hold up 1 second. Bring me back to the full screen. Bring me back to. Let me see. Let me go back to full screen again. All right. So.
Okay, I removed that one. Okay, so you good?
Yeah, I'm good. All right.
You said full screen?
Yeah. So this is what I want to share. Now, a lot of people, I decided to approach the the crowdfunding campaigns much differently, because I know a lot of people they're very hesitant about crowdfunding because people have bad experiences. People give their money to these people and then they end up not getting the comic or getting the product at all, or they have to wait 5 and 6 years because some of these people will be taking so long with the product. So what I decided to do was I wanted to put my money where my mouth is, which I'm taking all the risk. What I did was I decided to take my money to pay my artist to draw the book instead of asking you guys to give me money so she can draw the book. So what I did was I paid her out of my pocket to get the book done. So the book is actually done. This is the base cover to VK. And I'm telling you guys, I'm not I'm not playing around with this. I'll just show you guys.
He said the book is done.
The book is done. It's done. Is the pre-order campaign is in January of 2025. I'm launching Venus Orion Comics and the universe itself in January 2025. So the campaign is going to be a pre-order. You're just putting money down to ensure that you get a copy of the book. That's all you're doing. The book is done. I'm not taking your money to get the book made. The book is done. It's made already. So just to show you the inside.
Oh, I was going to ask, do we get insides?
Yeah.
Getting them guts.
Yeah, just to show you some stuff and everything that I'm not playing around. I'm not playing around when it comes to this. And like I said, I heard a lot of crowdfunding nightmares that people had, and a lot of people just don't trust it, is because of they've been burnt a lot. And people have been burnt a lot. So that's why I decided to say, you know what? I'll rather just pay out of my pocket.
Yeah.
So it's more so you guys coming out just to show that support. Now there's 4 covers. There's 4 variant covers. This is the first cover right here. This is the base cover, and then we're going to get into cover A, and each cover goes up by by the way, this is $15. This is going to be $15.
Okay. Hold on. You about to show us the covers? We about to see.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got you guys.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I got you guys. Hold on. All right. So this is cover. This is the base cover, 15, and then cover B right here. This is cover B. This is 20.
AC, look at the screen, bro. Look at the screen.
This is cover B. Cover it. Like I told you, I'm not playing around. This is done already. And now for some, the stream love this cover right here. Cover C, 25. This is everybody on my stream. Everybody in my audience love this cover. Everybody saying they want to get this one.
No, I'm loving that.
Yeah. And what gets me is my artist, because she was asking me like I have some ideas, and this is what I do with me and my artist relationship. I love our relationship is because I'm not like a hard ass, like no, this is how I want it. I want it to be this way. No, I give her freedom of expression, because sometimes my ideas may not be a good idea. So I always like that. I need that feedback and stuff. So she's doing cover and interiors. Yeah, cover and interiors.
So the whole project, just like a manga, is just like you and your person, and y'all just rocking out till y'all done. I love that.
So what caught me by surprise with this cover is when I turned around the back, I said, "Oh damn, she drew the back of Young Raph as well, the front and the back of them." I was like, "Okay." I said, "Attention to detail." And the final cover, which is the theme to VK, the cover D, which is $30, is always going to have this theme right here. This is the theme that we have right here, and when you open it up, it makes a full. It makes a full image or whatever like that.
So that's hot.
Yeah. So the theme. So the thing is, the theme. This will be the theme. And what I wanted to do with my cover Ds is always going to foreshadow something, either in the book or foreshadow something in later events or whatever like that. So I'm going to drop hints and clues. Since this is the first cover, since this is the first chapter or whatever like that, the clue is going to be very simple. Hopefully you'll find the clue or see what it's foreshadowing or whatever like that. But yes, this is cover D. This is always going to be the theme for cover D. Every cover D is going to look like this, and it's always going to open up and flap, and it's going to have something that connects and stuff like that to make a full image. But this is 30. This is the first chapter. Chapter 1 is going to be 30. It's 32 pages. It's a 32 page book. I'm also doing digital. Digital is $5 because there's a lot of people, especially people who are overseas, and international shipping is expensive as hell for a lot of people. So that's why I decided to do decided to go digital. I was afraid to do digital because of piracy, and people are proud to be pirates these days and stuff. And I'm an independent person. I wouldn't like people to go out and just pirate, and that would hurt me. You know what I'm saying? But I took some time to think over it, and there's a lot of people I didn't know. I have people from Japan. I have some people that's in Canada. And then the other places who's been hitting me up. What's international shipping and how much that's going to cost? And I really want to get my hands on it. So I decided to do a digital option as well for those who if it is too expensive, you just pay $5 and you get the digital copy. Now, those who buy the physical will get a digital copy for free. So you'll get the digital alongside your physical copy. Now, a thing I also want to clue you in on when it comes to these covers, you only can get cover A, B, and C. No, I mean B, C, and D. You're going to get B, C, and D through the campaigns. After the campaign is done, you would never be able to get these, because after the campaign is done and people get and when the books begin to ship out, I'll eventually have on my website a store where you're able to buy the base cover. So this will be the only cover that will be available. I'll always get printed up the base cover. But if you want these three, you will have to put a pre-order down. It's only available for those who put money down on the campaign. So after the campaign is done, you won't ever be able to get these covers ever again. This will be the only thing that's always going to be available.
Okay, so does that answer Mike's question right here? Is printing done as well? So it's not done on the first cover. You'll continue to make those, but every other one is limited.
Yeah, limited. Yeah,
campaign only.
So what the campaign is ensuring how many copies they need to print out, pretty much. If you get what I'm saying. So the book is already done. Once people start putting money down, then I'll say, okay. By the time the campaign ends, I said, okay, these are how many books that needs to be printed, and I could be able to ship them out. But the covers are campaign exclusive. These 3 covers are campaign exclusive. These are only for those who wanted to go out and show support day one and whatever like that. But once the campaign is over and everything, the only thing that's going to be available at at the store itself will be this. Will only be this cover or whatever. So yes, so that's that with that. Digital, like I said, there will be digital and there will be merchandise. There's going to be hats, mugs, and I'll just show you some. We're working on mock-ups, but this is one of my VK mugs that we made. We have a studio. So my brothers, Strike and Keo Tees, that's their t-shirt business. We create all our merchandise right here. Alter Squad X from my comic book company, comic book universe. This is one of the products right here that my brothers had made. We have our own steam press machines and everything, so everything will be made in house. We're gonna be doing. Oh yeah, this hoodie too. Beans Around Comics.
Oh snap! He only rock his own merch.
I only rock my own merch. So this will be available too for purchase. Beans Around Comics hoodies on the day of launch. You'll be able to get a Beans Around Comics hoodie. You'll be able to get a VK hoodie. Yes, right here, guys. Strike and Keo Tees. This is my brothers. My little brother. Both my brothers' company. We can make anything as far as designs are concerned. We do custom designs. So if you have a custom design, you want us to print it up for you, we can make your merchandise. If you're a content creator, we've done a couple package deals for content creators and streamers and stuff like that. We'll make your merch for you and everything.
Dude, I need my shit done because I'm using a Teespring and like it's cool, but I have no control of the quality. Like I can only go by what other people say, but as far as having a personal connection, like my stickers, like I love them. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I know the quality, and they're local.
Yeah, we're stationed in Philadelphia, and also too, if you live near the Philadelphia area or you driving distance, if you make an order, you don't have to wait for us to ship it out. You can just drive to our studio, or if you're close by, we'll just drive it to you. So yes, thanks. Venus Around Comics is about to have a store opened up here as well, and so stay tuned for a merchandise video where I'm gonna have a commercial and everything, and the store will be opened up on Strike and Keo Tees, so you'll be able to purchase any of my Venus Around Comics merch that I have. But yes, there's going to be a ton of different merch from hats, hoodies, sweatpants, and all kinds of stuff that's going to be available for purchase during the pre-order campaign. So you'll be able to get different packages. You'll be able to get a book, which is with whatever stuff that we have available as far as merchandise are concerned, as well. So yes, that's how we rolling out with that. And the goal is chapter 1 is already done of VK. Chapter 1 of VK is done. By the time you guys see the presentation in January, because there's a campaign presentation for the pre-orders and everything. By the time you guys see the presentation for VK Chapter 1, VK Chapter 2 is going to be in development. Like because Chapter 2 script is already done. Chapter 2 script is already done. And then the next comic series that's going to release after that, that's in the second revision phase is Alter Squad X, which is the cast of characters back there. I'll put share screen again. So
I got it. This one.
Yeah, I'm gonna put up another picture. 1 second for you guys. I'm gonna take that off real quick.
All right, take that one off.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put this over here.
Oh shit!
There you go.
The wallpapers.
Yeah. So this is the second series. This is after chapter 2 of VK is dropped. This is going to be the next series that's going to be released. That's in the works. This is Alter Squad X. In my universe, these people are known as aberrants. If you need a close tie-in or relation to get where I'm coming from, these are like my mutants, my X-Men, or whatever like that. So this is a team called Alter Squad X, and I can't wait to be able to really get into these characters and break these characters down as we get next year. I'm gonna go into detail of all of these characters. But the name of these characters, the leader of the team, his name is Photonic. And then the young boy at the side, his name is Lad Spectral. And then the girl with the pink hair, her name is Adaptima. And then the beast guy in the back is named Rampant. These are their alias names. And then the other character, all the way on the other side, the Puerto Rican guy, his name is Channel Red. There's a reason why he's called that. And then, like I said, the girl with the red hair, name is Cerebra. So those names give you hints, give you some ideas of what their powers and abilities are, but as we get deeper into the series, you definitely want to. These characters are just amazing. Like I said, I'm writing the script right now and everything. I already have the outline ready for what chapter 1 is going to be about. Also, chapter 1 for this book is going to have more pages because this is a much bigger team and everything like that. So I want the reader to be able to get a little insight of each of these characters too, while setting up the plot and everything. So I can't wait to introduce these characters to you guys and everybody. And like I said, it's not even out yet, and a lot of people are really anticipating Ultra Squad X and these characters. So I can't wait. That's what gets me excited about a lot of this. But the series, they got a lot of people. I got a lot of feedback from, which is grab this character. Oops.
Man, I'm gonna say so far, dude, all of your characters, like they look creative, they look original. I can definitely see people like cosplaying as these characters.
Yeah, bro, that would really, man. Seeing people cosplay my characters, man, that would definitely do something to me, man. Like seeing my characters just brought to life and seeing people just appreciate my characters and stuff like that. That would just be a blessing. Let me just keep. There we go. Well, actually, go to my YouTube channel because I have a video that shows a slideshow of some of my characters.
Man, this chick right here, I'm like somebody trying to cosplay her. She's like, okay, I gotta have a little triangle over my badge. The black triangle.
Yes, Siona, the Die Star champion. This is I was like everybody said, bro, this is the one right here. This is the series that I definitely want to see.
Boy, she hot.
Yeah. So pretty much the synopsis, or just to give you an idea of the series and everything. Well, so there's this I guess you would say this deity. Oh yeah, this deity.
I guess it's this one right here. Well,
over the most recent one.
Okay.
This one right here. Yeah, click that one.
You want to start that or finish your thought?
You can start this up and then I can finish what I was saying. You can full screen it as well, so people can see some of these characters.
All right.
The Valorian, Faith Tanaka.
Is it too loud?
Oh no, it's fine. Princess Adex, my dad's character, and then Lazarus, my dad's character.
Oh, okay.
And Neo Suit Johnny.
I like that.
And that's Neo Suit Johnny without the visor.
Oh shit! Costume variants.
Yep, Adaptima, and that's my speedster.
She hot.
And Viper. And the Great Samaritan.
Hold on, is that his name, the Great Samaritan, or is
that's his nation's avatar name. His real name is Justin Emmett, but his avatar name, his nation avatar, which I'll break that down in a bit, is the Great Samaritan. Yeah.
Okay.
And Detective Bertelli, she's one of the supporting characters of VK. And then Hezekiah Draven, Young Wrath, one of the main protagonists of VK.
Okay, that was also, I was like, is this a male or a female I'm looking at? I figured it was a male eventually.
Yeah. Yes, man. Yeah. So so
first begin the backdrop
to explain.
Bro, that shirt hard. God damn, I'm admiring the work, man.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, that shirt was going to be available too during the campaign as well. People can be able to pre-order that alongside the comic and everything. So yes, I'm gonna have a lot of merchandise for purchase and a lot of merchandise that's going to be available for the campaign. Yeah, Siona. So yes, let's go back to the picture that I had of Siona.
Okay, so take the video off.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah. So pretty much Siona, the pretty much the premise to this series is this deity Every 1,000 years is this deity called Faustus, and what he does is he selects different planets, and each planet has to choose a champion to participate in this tournament. The champion who wins the tournament would gain access to the gates of Eden to meet the high deities of Edens to pretty much grant them and their planet any wish of prosperity that they want. So now what happens is 1,000 years have passed, and now it's up for a new tournament to come about. So her planet was the Sionis, planet Dystar. Her race is called the Gavesh. She's a Gaveshian, and her planet was selected to participate in the tournament. So of course, people have to compete in trials and everything so they can determine who their champion is. So pretty much what happens is once these champions are chosen from each planet, Faustus introduces the rules and everything like that, and Faustus chooses the arena for them to battle on. Now the arena is actually a planet, and this time around, the arena for these champions to battle on is actually planet Earth. So all the champions are teleported to planet Earth. Now, when they get to planet Earth, all their powers are pretty much locked away. They all start at level 1. So what happens is these creatures that spawn that they would have to kill to get experience points, and each time they level up, they're able to pretty much unlock more of their abilities that's been locked away and stuff like that. So when they get on the planet, they have to find an individual called Adumas. Now, Adunamis. Now, Adunamis is a person who can unlock the champion's true potential. Now, Adunamis can be any inhabitant that's born and raised on planet Earth, and they have to resonate with them. Once they resonate with them, that also determines what type of special link, resonant abilities that they have when they're linked together, as well. So if they find like a Adunamis who's pretty much a psychopath, that's also going to determine the type of power that champion is going to have when it comes to their link abilities and everything. Well, the second main character name is Ethan. He's a 15-year-old boy who's actually a big nerd. He loves to draw comics and play video games and stuff like that. And he pretty much drew his own characters, his own comic book characters. But he draws this one character who's a female character, and the character that he drew looks like Siona, the character that he drew. Now the thing is, he ends up staying after school detention is for the fact is that the teacher caught him drawing in class, and when she catch him drawing, she sees this big chested female character and stuff like that, and then she embarrasses him, showing the class what he was drawing in class, and the girl that he likes sees it and stuff like that, and now he's definitely embarrassed. Now, meanwhile, Siona finally gets to planet Earth, and the tournament happens right there on the spot. Now, what happens is you have some champions out there, because in order for you to level up, for your champion to level up, they have to link to a Dunamis. They have to be linked. So as long as they don't link, they can't level up. They can't unlock their abilities and stuff. So those who already linked with a Dunamis is going after players or going after champions who aren't linked to eliminate them from the tournament as quick as possible. So as Ethan is going home, Siona is being attacked by a champion who already is linked with their Dunamis already. She don't have a Dunamis, so she's trying to pretty much flee or try to avoid this champion as much as possible while it's causing destruction in the city. So a little kid almost gets hit by a car, and Ethan runs in the street to get the little kid, and that pretty much triggers or sets off Siona, because she's seen the bravery and courage of him, and she knew right then and there, like, that's my Dunamis right there. So she goes over to Ethan and says, listen, I need you to resonate with me, and said, I need you to touch this light thing that's on her chest. And Ethan's like, huh? Excuse me? Or like that. And
touch it.
Yeah. So she touched it. So he taps on her chest, and they resonate, and that's when she's able to level up now. And that's pretty much the premise of that. And then you're going to find out that there's more to this tournament that meets the eye. So that's still going to be the cool part. And I can't wait to introduce like the main characters and villains and their champions and Dunamis and stuff like that as well. So yeah, man, a lot of people's really looking forward to that book and that story, and I can't wait to show the dynamic between Ethan and Siona herself, because she's never been to Earth before. So there's going to be a lot of innocence, ignorance of Earth customs and stuff like that, and I think that's going to be like the fun slice of life things that's going to be part of this book as well. So yeah, man, this is something that I'm looking forward to. to craft him. But as far as VK is concerned, and we'll get back to this because I was telling you about, we not just the character's not just hunting vampires, but the approach that I'm taking with vampires in VK. Oh, you can bring me back up again. You can put that down, and everything. So
no, yeah. I got you up. You put that picture
up. Oh yeah. Let me put that.
And also if you want to like show the videos from your YouTube.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Or you know what I'm saying, people could just go and subscribe. Please go and subscribe to MugenLord so that you can get updated on all this good stuff this man's talking about. All of this, he's not playing. He already got the first book out, and he's like, you see this, it's gonna be a bunch more of this coming out to explore these other characters. I love that. I told you I like Rupture in the video. We spoke about your beast guy from your X-Men squad type dudes.
Did you see my werewolf?
Was that the dude in the back?
No, that's Rampant. I got a werewolf. Hold up.
Stop it, bro. Stop
it. Yeah. I thought, I thought I did. Let me see.
All I knew was Rampant was the beast dude.
Yeah. I got you, bro. Let me bring him up.
Okay.
I got you. I gotta adjust it. Hold up. 1 second. All right.
Okay, so it seems like you're excited to talk about all of this. Are you about to let me know how your werewolves operate? What's going on with this? Because when you say you had werewolves in your world, like, is this the dude from Vampire Killers, or is this somebody from like what's?
No, he's the main character. He has his own series, but he's going to be. Let me explain. I explain VK first to bring up how all this comes together. All right, so even though I told you guys that all the different series are its own thing, there's its own self-contained story, but they're all in the same universe, and eventually there's going to be some crossovers and stuff. Well, yes, that is true, that you don't have to worry about getting homework done and getting a bunch of different books to understand the other books and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about that. But there, within a series, there are also spin-off series. Now, in VK, like I said before, in VK, we're not just slaying vampires and everything in this book. There's also going to be an introduction to werewolves, demons, succubus, and all kinds of folklore type creatures that's going to be introduced in VK. Now, like I said, it's called the Foundation, and VK is going to introduce the Shadow World. The Shadow World is pretty much my dark and supernatural aspects of my universe. So that's what we introducing. So at some point in VK, the main characters, the Draven brothers and Varian themselves, are going to run into werewolves. And once that happens, that's when the spin-off series called Blazing Howl is going to be introduced, which brings up the main character Dingo. And that's going to introduce the werewolf side of things, the werewolf hierarchy, their society, and how these werewolves are hidden amongst humans, and humans don't know they exist. Now, if you look at Dingo himself, he's considered, there's two different types of species of wolves. You have the full-blooded wolves, which they're werewolves, and you got lesser wolves. Now, lesser wolves, they're humanoid. They're a cross between a wolf and a human, which means they naturally like they can't turn it off. They got the long pointy ears, they got the fangs and everything, and they have a tail or whatever. So they don't transform into a werewolf. That's who they are. They're lesser wolves. But then you have the full-blooded wolves, which they're human, and then they can they can transform into werewolves. And I'm using werewolves like a power-up, like a transformation. These people, and every werewolf come in different classes, and they have different transformation styles and everything. Now, what makes Dingo special is that this dude can actually transform into a full-blooded werewolf, which you see that form. You see that form right there, and they call him the Blazing Wolf. Now, there's a reason why, which you'll find out in the series, why that is the case. Why he's the only lesser wolf that can transform into an actual werewolf itself. So yes, but like I said, this series doesn't drop until later in VK when werewolves are introduced. So that will dig deeper into those mechanics. Now we still ain't done yet, because we also have werewolf.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, because you
ahead.
might answer. You might answer it. Okay, so I saw this as when you said they was killing all these types of creatures, where usually the creatures like this don't really have any sentience. They're just fucking beasts to just dispatch of, and our heroes move along. But you've given a werewolf and a whole story to himself. So does that mean this happens for these other characters where?
Yeah, there's going to be other werewolf characters that has, personality and everything. It's females, males, females. Will be a whole bunch of different lesser wolves and characters. There's clans. There's werewolf packs. There's a war. There's a war going on between the werewolf packs. So it's going to be werewolf focused. So this is a whole werewolf story. So yes, they all, like I said, they all going to have these crazy abilities. There's going to be a shit ton of action and stuff, magic, all kinds of things that's going to be going on with this series. So yes, this is a werewolf centered comic book series, and it ties into VK. So you'll see some VK characters make some cameos in this as well. So yes.
Okay.
You
call the vampire killers, but you saying other folks got some bearing on the story, some influence. So they apparently they not just killing vampires left and right. There's some real beasts out there doing some things.
Yeah, well, because the only reason why is because, like I said, like when you actually start reading VK, because there's a whole point behind all this. Like I said, Varion's friend Dread Dealer, he was investigating something. There's something sinister going on within Neo-Delphia itself that he caught wind of, and him getting a hold of this information, or him getting into this investigation leads to his death, where he dies. And then when Varion and Dread Dealer and this group called the Enigma Unit, this group was a team that's put together by Third Echelon, which is the agency that Varion, Dread Dealer, and the rest of the team works for. So what happens is, after they fulfill their mission, Echelon disbands the Enigma Unit, and then send Varion and the other team members to different districts where Third Echelon operates at. But Dread Dealer was stationed in Neo-Delphia, and after they completed their mission and disbanded, he went on a mission, investigated something, and found out some shady shit is going on in Neo-Delphia. And when I say shady, this could also impact the entire world. And as he started getting closer and closer to the investigation, he ends up getting murdered. But before he got murdered, he left an ominous call to Varion. And Varion was wondering, like, okay, this is out of character for him. But right after that call was made, Echelon had contacted the members of the Enigma Unit and said Dread Dealer was murdered. So they all go to Neo-Delphia to find out, what the fuck happened to our boy Dread Dealer. But Third Echelon won't allow them to investigate what happened to his death. But what happened was Dread Dealer, and it's not spoiler information because this stuff is going to be introduced to you in VK. This is the whole premise that sets everything up. But what happens is Varion, Dread Dealer leaves, I guess you would say, a dead man switch. Leaves Varion some critical information on a thumb drive, so Varion can continue his investigation. So not only that Varion is trying to investigate the death of his friend Dread Dealer, he ends up stumbling upon the Draven brothers, which is the three brothers eventually, which I won't spoil how he meets them, but he ends up meeting the brothers, and he realizes their talent, and he ends up taking them under his wing, ends up training them, and to help him in order to investigate the whole thing behind Dread Dealer and what's going on, what evil and what demonic or what crazy evil is brewing behind the scenes within the city. So during this investigation, it's going to send these characters all over the place, and this is where they're going to end up. It's going to get the werewolves involved. It's going to get different corners of the shadow world involved. So these characters are going to be going through this whole investigation thing. It's going to send them to different things, different places, and that's how these characters are going to run into werewolves. They're going to run into, like I said, succubus, demons, all kinds of shit or whatever like that. So now you also have werewolf hunters, which I'm going to show the other character, and this is another spin-off series that's going to branch off as well. So I'm going to bring this character up. Oh, oops! Let me take this off.
Yeah, we're gonna have some werewolf talk.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Wait, hold up.
Because I also want to, like, I have a way of mind transforming. I also have classes of werewolves, but I don't want to get too much into that, but the way they transform and what you see is important, or shows you like there's rules for the types of werewolves as far as transforming. So it seems like you got some of that going on too.
So okay, this character right here, her name is Myra Addison. Now in VK, right? Like I said, these are not just typical vampires. There's different classes of vampires based on also, like I said, in my universe, I came up with I guess you would say a balance where an anime or power scaling, came up with like a power scaling type of balance or whatever like that, which is the wave essence mechanics or whatever. Well, anyway, in VK, you have not only different classes of vampires that can tap into their wave essence to perform crazy feats and transformations and everything, but you also have different classes of vampire hunters as well. Now, there's 7 legendary vampire hunter families, or I would say vampire hunter clans. Now, this is Myra Addison. Myra Addison is from the Addison family. Their family hunt down werewolves. Now, she is known as the Citrine Hood. Now, what she has, I'm going by the Little Red Riding Hood theme. She's wearing, this is a hood she's a cloak that she's wearing. Now, the reason why it's called the Citrine Hood is because these werewolf hunters go through, I guess you say, a ranking system. This ranking system is based on the color hood that they have. Now, the color, the hood that they have or the cloak that they have is made of a special type of material. And what this material does is when they slay a particular rank werewolf, they douse their cloak in that in the blood of that werewolf, and their hoodie turns into that color based on the rank of that werewolf's blood. So yes, the yellow rank or the citrine rank is like beginnerish level. So she's like a beginner level. And then the highest level hood you can get is the Crimson Hood, which is the red hood itself, the Little Red Riding Hood, pretty much colored. It's the red hood, the Crimson Hood. Now, in order for you to get the Crimson Hood, you have to fight a Berserker Wolf, and those are hard to take out. They're rare and they're hard to take out. So there's a council called the Council of Hoods, which is the Crimson Hood Council. Now she has two big sisters. You have Evelyn Adamson and you have Layla Adamson. Those two have their Crimson Hoods already, and they sit amongst the council. So now she's a little sister, and now she's trying to prove herself to her big sisters that she has what it takes to be able to sit amongst the rest of the hoods, Crimson Hoods and stuff like that. So when the werewolves are introduced in VK, also the Crimson Hood is also introduced in that same arc. So both of their books are going to series are going to come out together at the same time. The Blazing Howl, which is vampire, which is a werewolf heavy, which is only focuses on the werewolf itself, and then the Crimson Hood series is going to focus on the werewolf hunters itself. So you can get a double dose of werewolves. You got the werewolf hunter side of things, and then you got the werewolf side of things with the Blazing Howl. So yes, so
okay, so because you have a lot, most definitely. Did it evolve into like them creating their own stories, or were you trying to work in like one series, one story, and decided to like expand out? Or
good question. That's a good question, bro. So this is what, like I said, this is what happened, man. It was only supposed to be VK, but me, man, like I said, my mind go all over the place. While I was focused on VK, other ideas came up. Like because when at first it was just probably focusing on vampires, but I was like, yo, like. Because the thing was, I wasn't calling them vampire hunters. I was calling them night hunters. But I kept it like night hunters because they hunt creatures of the night. So it's not just vampires, but it's also other creatures within the shadow world itself. So I was like, man, not only why don't just limit it to just vampires. Let's get deep into it. So once I got into the werewolves and stuff like that, something to say like, yo, will we have werewolf hunters? We got vampire hunters. Let's do some werewolf hunters, and that's how the Adamson family came up, and that's how the vampire hunter families, the different families. You have the Styles family, you have the Walker family, you have the Adamson family, and it's a whole list of these different families and everything. And then you have the more of the smaller type of vampire gangs and hunter gangs and clans, or night hunter gangs and clans. But the 7 families are part of the Night Hunter Coalition. So there's a coalition of the families that came together. and even some of them will breed within these families in order to create much more proficient, better night hunters as well. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. So as I'm creating stories, more ideas for more characters and other plot lines. So when I come up with different plots, I said, don't make it a separate universe. Just put it in the same universe. So as I'm coming up with different things, I'm just like, all right, we can include this in the universe. All right, I'll include that. So new ideas just keep coming up as I'm just creating. That's all.
Now with these new ideas, because now I'm thinking like, and I think you said something about the werewolf with wave essence, but because you have these zones are established as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that we're going to see some type of crossover with that to where like
yeah. Like I said, like I would say this: expect Rampant to come across Rupture. Rampant is from Ultra Squad X.
Okay.
Yeah. Expect them to come to blows with each other at some point and stuff. So yeah, this is, like I said, a shared universe. So there's going to be some overlap where certain events or certain characters will come together, team up, or fight against one another, and stuff like that. So that's the part I'm really excited about, to see some of these characters come together. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so oh man, because this is like a wet dream for me, man. Honestly, but I would say your art style, and while I asked you kind of like what were your influences, I think Marvel and the DC is all we really have to compare to with these like these big universes of all these characters, and where a person doesn't have to necessarily like a character, but they can like something from that world that still allows them to become invested into invested in what's going on within that world. I think some of your influences are apparent and is what you're trying to put into it. I think that's always a plus when you can kind of like tell from the art and from the story what the person is like into, what they like,
Yeah.
So that's a plus. You've done something because in my world, I'm trying to include a wild man as well as the beast man, which is basically my werewolf characters that one of my stories is focused on from their perspective. So the crossover that I would be excited for, while Rupture and the werewolf would be dope, I would like to see Rampant with a werewolf, because now you got a beast man versus an actual.
Yeah.
So I mean, just their primality and seeing like some of that kind of come across.
Oh yeah. Because my brothers knew saying the same thing. They would like to see Rampant and Dingo, which you'll definitely see that. Right here, this pictures you see. This is something that my artist had put together for my arcade stick. This is one of the covers. And as you see right here, this is going to be an eventual team, like My Avengers or Justice League, where these characters actually come together and actually become a team. Which you have Rupture, Siona, you have Adrenaline, which is my speedster, and you have the Great Samaritan, Princess Adex, and you have the other guy in the back, Burnout, and then you have Hezekiah Draven, Young Rav, all on one team. And I can't wait. And this is going to be far off from now. Like this team, you're just getting a peek into the future, but this is a team that eventually will come together, and how they come together is going to be nuts. Because like these guys shouldn't be together because of how different they are from one another, but they all will eventually come together to fight a greater evil and to pretty much protect Earth, So this is also going to be pretty interesting that I'm looking forward to actually show off to you guys. But yes, man. Another thing about the beast characters, like Rampant, is a perfect example of Rampant, because of the wave essence mechanics and stuff. He's not just your typical beast character that just he does have a feral mode, and where he goes out of control, where he don't even know who his friends or enemies are at times and stuff like that. But because of the wave essence mechanics, where the characters can tap into their soul consciousness to be able to draw out certain abilities, you're going to just have more than just your wildness to him and stuff, which you'll find that stuff out as when that series come out and everything. But Rampant was definitely a character that really resonates with me too, because like I said, I grew up. I like my beast characters, and like I said, I grew up over X-Men, so I like Wolverine and stuff like that. And I wanted to have like kind of like my own version of a Wolverine type character and everything. But all my characters going to have backstories that people can like resonate with, feel sorry for, and like, oh man, that's fucked up. That's why I can't wait till you guys actually get a chance to know who Rampant is and his backstory, because I got his whole backstory down, and I can't wait to readers able to actually especially when we get to our arc, because eventually when we get introduced to the team of Ultra Squad X, and eventually each arc is going to start diving into each individual's characters and why they are who they are. And a lot of these characters, man, I would say the backstory that I made for Rampant and Adaptima, these two characters, man, like really, oh man, like damn, like that's fucked up. Like, but their characters and how they act, you would think like, oh man, I didn't think they would go through something like that, because they hide that and what they've been going through and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I just love writing stories. I'm a beginner story writer. This is my first time ever publishing something and stuff. So I also want to put that out there. I'm not like some great script writer and stuff like that. I'm a beginner. So there's going to be a lot of trial and errors, me trying to figure out how to put this stuff together as I create and put out these books and stuff like that. And I just ask people just give me a chance and just watch me grow as a writer. And I didn't make Venus and Ryan comics out of spite to spite Marvel and DC or spite the industry because of where the industry is going. No, this was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't know how to go about it. And also I was kind of like afraid. I never wanted to, I took risks, but I never took a risk. Like this is a risk, man. Dude, I sank in $50,000 of my own money within the course of 4 years now. $50,000 of my own money. So this is a big risk, but I have so much faith in myself. My father has so much faith in me. My brothers, everybody's like they root and they cheering me on and stuff like that. So as far as like the releases of my comics and how I want to release them, because I'm only one person. Eventually, what I want to do is as I grow, I want to start hiring more and more artists so I can get them to do different series and stuff. Because right now it's just me and Jessica. She's the only artist that I have. She does everything. She does my coloring, lettering. She does it all. She's phenomenal and everything. But as I'm creating more and more series, she ain't gonna be able to tackle every series. Eventually, I have to find other artists. So hopefully, with the success of this campaign, or more people start to know about Venus and Ryan comics, hopefully they will also draw in potential artists. And when I say I'm looking for good artists, like my standard for artists, you have to be on Jessica level or you have to be better than her. I'm not taking anything less than that. It's all I want quality. You know what I'm saying? And what got people to come to me and draw to me as far as Venus and Ryan comics is because of the artwork and the style and stuff like that. Like her style is very unique. So I need to look for artists and who can deliver something like that or even better than that and everything. So that's the whole plan. But the momentum of Venus and Ryan comics depends on the success of the first campaign, which is the pre-order campaign. So depending on how much money I make off the first campaign would determine of how many projects I can have made at the same time. Because right now I can do one series at a time because it's coming out of my pocket. I'm paying money out of my pocket. So I only can do one series at a time, and I only get paid my artists so many pages per month to do. But if the first campaign is successful, then I can just give her a bunch of money and say, hey, let's get these pages done, and I can get these books out faster. And the more money I make, it's not only one series getting done. I can not only get her to do VK, I can get another artist to do the Great Samaritan book. I can get another artist to do Sion, the Die Star Champion. I can get another person to do Cobra and Viper. I can have a bunch of books done and made at the same time, which means then I can actually have a release schedule of when I can put these books out. And another thing I also want to tell my viewers here on this stream is that you will never hear a release date from me until the book is actually in my fucking hand, like this. Once the book is in my hand, then I'll give you a release date. So because like the thing is, I don't want to make any promises that I can't keep, because sometimes things happen, like we all human. Sometimes something personal may come up, and now I have to stop the production of the book because something personal in my life, or something or something with my artist came up and stuff like that, which may slow down the production of the book. So I would never announce a date for a book or a date for the campaign until the book is actually in my damn hands, like how I showed you guys. So when the book is done, that's when you get a release date for the campaign for these books and stuff like that. So that's the only time you hear about when a campaign is ready to launch, it's because that book is already done. It's in my hand, and I would never ask any of you guys to give me money to make a book. It's always I want like this first campaign is also going to decide that how Venus Orion Comics can sustain itself. If I make enough money, then it's no longer come out of my pocket no more. Venus Orion Comics, the money I made from Venus Orion Comics, be able to get the pay to get these books done, rather than me coming out of my pocket to get the books done and stuff like that. So yeah. The more successful it is, the more you can expect these books to come out at a consistent rate, and stuff like that. So yeah.
Man, a lot of my questions is more so for your world, but we don't need to go into that. You've talked more than enough about what's going on. It's cool to see somebody passionate and invested. Like the world is real to you. So I think that's gonna definitely translate well. Then readers are going to pick up on that. Yeah, man, this guy, he's figuring it out, and that is why, man, I keep saying, man, I am blessed. Look at this real fucking. Bro, you said there was the art for it. You didn't say you had it made.
Yeah, this is an arcade stick. Yeah, man. The story behind this was crazy. And so this is what happened. I was like, man, like I haven't been playing fighting games in a while because I've been busy with Venus Orion Comics and YouTube.
This man brought up a fucking controller, bro. His art already on it.
Yeah. So
next he gonna pull up a car. You gonna see a car in the background with the whole wrap.
So what happened was, I was like, I really want to get back into playing some fighting games again. And I said, what better way is to have my own like Venus Orion Comics arcade sticks. Yeah. So what happened was I contacted my artist, and what I like about my artist, she can do so many different art styles. So she's like, she said, you know what? She's like, have you heard of Persona? I said, yeah, I heard of Persona. She said, yes. She's like, I'm a big fan of Persona 5. How about I draw your characters in like this Persona like 5 type of style? That's why it has the cutout, the cutouts and stuff like that. It's a Persona style. So she's like, yeah, I like it. Like, how about I draw your characters in that style and everything? So I'm like, go ahead, woman, do it. I want to see what you do, what you can pull off. And she really took me by surprise. And it cost me. This cost me $1,000 to make the for her to draw for me. This was like $1,000 to draw for all the characters and stuff like that. But so she got it done for me or whatever. And what happened was I went to this website that one of my YouTube friends gave me a website to how to do custom arcade sticks, faceplates and stuff. I went to them. I also got a video of how I put it together. So if you're interested in that too, guys, you can check that video out, how me and my dad assembled put this together and everything. So after that, I went to the site. I gave it to him. Next thing you know, days go by. I said, yo, I haven't heard nothing from him. Well, I didn't know it was in my junk mail. They actually responded to me like the same day that I sent them the picture or the make it to a template. They said to me that they can't make it into a faceplate because it's copyrighted material by Venus Orion Comics. So I was like, oh shit. They don't know that I'm the owner of Venus Orion Comics. Yeah. So I was like, oh shit, like my protection, it works. It just solidified that my shit is protected because they wouldn't print it because they said it was owned by Venus Orion Comics. So I had to send them an email and say, yo, I'm the owner. Here's my information and stuff. He said, oh, we apologize, sorry. And once they found out I was the owner, they also gave me some discounts and some business discounts and deals and stuff like that. So yeah, once the faceplate came in, I ordered a stick. I bought new buttons. These are new buttons, and I bought a new stick itself. And in the video, it shows how me and my dad took apart this arcade stick and then put the new buttons in and put the faceplate in and stuff like that. So yeah, man. Yep, this is my arcade stick. I plan on doing more. And yes, it's funny that you said have a car wrap. Yo, we plan on doing that. We can get a van and have Venus Orion Comics and stuff. My characters wrapped on a van when we go to cons because I'm planning on doing more, going to conventions, which I've done already with my brothers with their t-shirt company. And we did some test runs to selling some stuff. I sold this shirt. I sold out I can only printed up 8 of them. Sold out of them or whatever.
Bro, that shit is beautiful, man.
I had the VK mugs, sold out of that, and the book is not even out. Like, people don't even know what Venus Orion Comics is, but people love the artwork and people were interested. And I said, yo, just check out my newsletter, sign up to it. I'm doing the pre-order campaign in January, so there's a lot of people who's who are part of the newsletter, because I went to these conventions and people are waiting for the launch and stuff. So that's a good thing. That's a blessing. So starting next year, in February, my first convention that I'm going to is KatsuCon. So at KatsuCon, I'm gonna have a Venus Orion Comics booth, so we can start getting these pre-orders down, start selling some merchandise, get people excited for it. So as far as the fulfillment is concerned, I'm probably going to run the campaign for maybe 2 or 3 months, so enough people can come in and stuff, have enough time so people can get in and get their pre-orders. So the campaign may run for 2 to 3 months. Once that is done, then we can do fulfillment. Now those people who got digital copies, you'll get the digital copies a week before I start sending out the physical copies of the book. So people who got digital will have the digital right in their hands a week before the send off, the fulfillments go out for the physical. You
mean right on their screens?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right on the screen. Yeah, it goes right on the screen. So you guys will get it. Y'all be a week ahead of everybody else who are waiting for the physical. And those who bought the physical is also going to get the digital anyway. So people who got the physical can still be able to read it and everything while they wait for the physical and stuff like that. So
that's dope, because I mean you might read it, because I don't mind reading shit, you know what I'm saying, back to back. So it's like, okay, I'm going through digital, but it's like, damn, I can't wait for that feeling of flipping these pages. And seeing this like action come about or this story unfold, literally.
Yeah, man. So that's the plan. Like I said, man, like I would love to see people do some reviews, get their thoughts in the pans. And look, I tell a lot of content creators too, like look, if y'all think this shit is ass, say it's ass. Like I need the criticism. I need people to criticize. That's the only way I can get better. I don't want people to be blowing smoke up my ass and saying that, oh man, yeah, this is good, knowing damn well this you're not coming back for the next book and stuff like that. Well,
I'll say so far on that though, it was nice to see that your cover artist is the same, does the interior work as well. So you need to know the same style, like it's gonna. I hated seeing a dope ass cover and look inside and be like, shit, interiors from somebody else.
Well, that's my plan, bro. My plan is whatever artist I get, I want them to be the artist for the cover and the inside for whatever series. So if I get somebody for, say for instance, CO and the Die Star Champion, no, that artist will be the official artist for that book. That's what I've been telling you. Like I'm trying to feed you, my artists. I'm trying to feed y'all. Like come with me, ride with me. Like you will have consistent work. So so whoever that artist is, I would love for that artist to stick around and be the artist for that series. So you always have that consistent art style all the way through. Like I said, Jessica's already going to be handling like 3 series: VK, Ultra Squad X, and it may be Siona. I'm not sure yet, but she's going to have a 3rd series, and then that's it for her. She'll be just being an artist for 3 different series, and then I'll get other artists for other series and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I try to take as much weight off of Jessica as much as possible and everything. And then my other goal, eventually, I'm not doing it now, but once my foundation is set as far as a story writer, eventually I will bring other story writers on board. And I'll be like kind of like Toriyama. I'll have an outline for like a particular series and say, hey, this is the outline. And I'll check off one of the things that needs to be checked off before we put it out there into the public and stuff like that. So eventually I'll have other story writers. But I also created a universe. I'll bring up this character so to introduce. I have actually two universes, two separate universes. I have the Venus Orion Comics universe, and I have another universe that I want to explain to you guys so you understand where I'm going with this. Because all right, let me see. Let me bring this. There she is. All right. Let me put this over here. Put this.
You about to do it on your screen, or you about to present it?
Oh, on my screen.
Bro, this chick's so hot.
Yeah. Now her name her name is Yanyu Cheng. She's the Jade Enchantress. This series is going to focus on sorcery and magic and stuff like that, which is going to be pretty dope. All right, so pretty much this is going to introduce another mechanic of mine. She comes from the Tetherverse. The Tetherverse, which it says in the name, Tether. The Tetherverse is tethered to the Venus Orion Comics universe, which means it's tethered to it, but it's not technically canon to it. So the Tetherverse is going to be pretty much when eventually I want to be a publisher where I want to publish other people's books or whatever like that. Where when I do have other writers come on board, they can tell stories within the Televerse. That means it's separate from the Venus Orion comics. It's not canon to my universe, but with the Televerse, these writers can also use my characters, pull my characters into that verse to tell stories, or I can pull their characters from the Televerse and put into my stories to tell certain stories and stuff like that. So she's from the Televerse, and eventually, yes, she's going to cross over from time to time to the Venus Orion Comics universe to join up with my characters. But yes, now with the Jade Enchantress, pretty much you hear in the name Jade. Well, in this universe, there's nations. Each nation is named after different gemstones or whatever. And Yan Yu Chang is from the Jade from the Jade Nation and everything. Now these nations used to go to war with each other. Now each nation has its own special abilities or special signature techniques and moves. And they also have a different form of wave essence too. And they have this these arts called Biju arts that they also use. Now what happens is this ancient evil that pretty much came across the land where the nations had to come together, join forces, fight against this ancient evil. And the leaders, or I guess you say the wise ones from each of the nations, had these special weapons called armaments, these special armaments. And they use these armaments to seal away this ancient evil. And ever since they sealed it away, also the ornaments had dispersed. And even the wise ones had pretty much disappeared. And the nations pretty much lived in harmony. Until one day, followers of this ancient evil came out of nowhere. They have an army. And they've been going to each nation to steal their sacred gemstone, to be able to revive this ancient evil. So what happens is there's about 10 nations. They already knocked out 5 of them. So there's only 5 remaining nations that's left. And the 5 nations had to come together to become one nation together. So then you have the Jade, and you have the other 4 remaining gemstone nations. They created one nation together to try to fend off this new army. Now what happens is Yan Yu Cheng is born from I guess you say an elite family, or her mother and father. They're like one of the best jade sorcerers from their nation and everything. And what happens is her mother and father, when she was young, they went off on a journey to look for the sacred armaments in order to pretty much try to stop this nation, this evil nation that's trying to revive the evil ancient one. But when they left, they never returned. So now Yan Yu is older now. She's a young woman now, and now she learned some of the techniques that her mother and father had left behind, and even from the Jade Nation and stuff. And now she's on a journey to find a sacred armament and find out what the hell happened to her parents. So yes, she's going to meet other sorcerers along the way, and they're not going to use casting magic, man. They're going to be having special weapons like arm gauntlets, and going to be a lot of martial arts. This is very Asian inspired because Yan Yu, she's kind of like, I guess you would say, Chinese inspired.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I love how Asian we getting.
Yeah, this is gonna be very Asian. My artist, and since my artist is Chinese, I asked her, I said, yo, like, give me some classic Chinese, some traditional Chinese mixed with some modern when it came to the outfit and stuff like that. And she went to work. She did. This character almost looks like they could be from something different. Like seeing her compared to like all the other characters, she looks very like cultural, like she's plucked her out of an old culture. Whereas everybody else seems like they're modern. Yeah. So I mean, but that's what, yeah, I think you achieved that. Like she's different, but she still fits. So it makes her special. She's waifu material. Yeah, definitely that. People keep saying that too.
Yeah, and then I don't really care about the whole.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. But there's a whole fucking. Oh man, I forgot the 3D art that you do, so you know better than I do. But yeah, I could definitely see them flocking to this character.
Yeah, bro.
I was going to ask you about the powers. We actually had 2 hours. I don't want to keep you or me.
Go ahead.
But I was going to ask you about her powers. You say enchantress. So, but then you was like, well, they're not just going to be shooting magic out. So, like with the jade, with the stone stuff, is this like construct type stuff? That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah. It's constructs. It's aura, all kinds of other stuff. And also, she does martial arts too. And and the thing about her, she's collecting armaments. They're different weapons. They're sacred weapons. There's a staff that she's going to eventually get.
She got ancient Chinese secrets.
Yeah. She's gonna have she's gonna collect all of them. So she'll be able to like to materialize a sword, a staff. She's gonna have all different kinds of weapons and stuff like that eventually as she gets powerful. And then eventually she gets a familiar. Every sorcerer gets a familiar, like a little like creature or like a fairy and stuff like that too.
Okay. Is that what culture is that from? Or is that across culture?
I think it's probably cross culture. I think some like cultures have. I know like some Asian cultures, maybe Celtic, as well, and stuff like that. But yes, she'll get a familiar. She's going to get a familiar too. So you'll be able to see these different familiars, that every sorcerer or sorceress would have, and they all provide different unique abilities and stuff like that. So yeah,
do they look like something of our world?
Oh, well, some of them will be cutesy, some that's merchandisable, like cutesy. Some of them will look like monsters. Some of them would look a little bit more human-like. Some would look, anamorphic, or whatever, however you pronounce that word.
Anthropomorphic. So there's a range.
There's a range.
What a familiar could be.
Yeah, there's going to be a range of them. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a range of them. Also, too, like I said before, I'm just getting started because comics is just the beginning. I want to get into the animation, and like I said, my artist always surprised me. She's an animator too. She can animate, like draw, like 2D animation. She can draw 2D animation, but animation is expensive. Like, I'll give you an example of how expensive the animation is. Eventually, I want to do little animated shorts, like from scenes from my books and stuff like that, or like promotional trailers where it's going to have some voice acting and stuff like that in it. But to give you an example, I do want to do a VK promotional trailer eventually, not now, but just to let you guys know, the first arc to VK is 10 chapters. Every arc ends within 10 chapters. So arc 1 is going to be 10 chapters. So what I eventually want to do is I wanted to do, after 10 chapters are done, I'm going to release a volume, which means it's going to be a volume book. It's going to have all 10 chapters in one book. It's going to be a hardback, and it's going to be, a floppy version of it too. So you can be able to choose the hardback if you wanted like the graphic novels type of thing. But I do want to do like a celebration of the completion of the first arc by doing a trailer for the first arc, and stuff like that. And the trailer I'm looking for it to be like 1 minute and 30 seconds, and she already told me that's going to cost $5,000 just to do 1 minute and 30 seconds. So the thing is, I could pay her to do something like that if I want to right now, but right now, like, it doesn't make sense to me to go all out like that, and until I know how successful this is all going to be. So that's why I'm waiting off on that. But I do want to do little shorts every once in a while too, because some people may not be readers, but they may like animation and stuff. So they'll get people to get into the Venus Ryan Comics universe through little short animations. I'm already working on like a little teaser for VK. It's going to have some voice acting in it, so stay tuned for that.
Well, that was funny because I was going to ask you when you was talking about the covers, I was like, because you said those other covers, those variants they were limited. So I was like, all right, are you going to do something for like 5-year anniversary, 10-year anniversary?
I'm glad you asked. No, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked that because also there will be other type of special covers later on, because next year I will be doing a Patreon. My Patreon is only going to be $2. There's only going to be $2 for you, and you'll be able to get like special like concept arts of my what's up, Landon? Special concept arts of the different characters and stuff like that. Also within the Patreon, because like I said, there's gonna be a wait period for the next book, because like I said, it's just me and my artist. Well, what I did was with my Patreon, there's going to be 2 special series. It's called the Galexis Report, and it's called Rendell Heights. The Galexis Report is going to be these special newscasters who's going to be giving reports on the like current events or past events within my universe. To give you a perfect example, the Vigilante Massacre. The Vigilante Massacre is pretty much the I guess you would say the story to Jake Pierce, because Jake Pierce, like I say, he's my Punisher. After what happened to him, to his family, he goes on a vigilante spree to go after those who were responsible. And that was a major event in Neo-Delphia. Many people died during that. Politicians, crooked cops, all kinds of stuff. And they call it the Vigilante Massacre. So the Galexis Report is going to talk about, give you a little synopsis of what the Vigilante Massacre is or what it was. So those going to be like little comic pages. They'll be like 2 page, like maybe like it's going to be like 4 pages a month. You get 2 pages from the Galexis report, and then you get 2 pages from Rendell Heights. Rendell Heights is a slice of life that's going to be focused on these high school students. And these high school students give you a perfect example of what it does. It gives you more world building aspects. To give you a perfect example, while they're in class, the teacher tells them to write about the Second American Civil War. Because in my universe, America, there's 2 Americas now. There's not one America anymore. There was a second Civil War that split America up. Now you have 2 Americas. You have the Guardian States of America, and you have the Freedom States of America, which is where the Great Samaritan is from the Freedom States. His colors is the Freedom State flag colors or whatever. But anyway, they won't have to write a report on that. So that's going to, so the student, while the kids are together talking about how they're going to go about the report, they're going to be dropping some knowledge about the Civil War. So that's also going to be some world building aspects for my universe. And like I said, only $2 a month, you'll be able to have access. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a separate artist who just focuses on those pages, like those 4 pages, 2 pages from the Galexis report and 2 pages from the Rendell Heights. And also within the Galexis report, you're going to have the zone forecaster. See, zone forecasting is like the weather forecast. Like I said, zones, when the chaos particles create enough friction, because you have zone hotspots where zones pop up randomly, but these hotspots is where zones will always pop up in these spots only when certain conditions are met, when the chaos particles get erratic and stuff, and then the zone creates a radius and whatever like that. So you have zone forecasters who will give you a forecast on when the possible next zone is going to appear. Now you also got to remember, there's zoners out there. When these zones pop up, you got motherfuckers that's running to those zones because they got powers, they got transformations, they all kinds of crazy shit. And then there's always a zone outpost where the task force is at, and they send them task force in there to apprehend some of these criminal zoners. And like I said, just like aberrants, people are afraid of zoners too, because no one knows. People are still studying and trying to find out like what the fuck causes a zoner, like why do a person's wave essence resonates with it and everything. So it's going to be a whole story behind zone and the zone task force and stuff, which is going to be pretty interesting and everything. But yes, for $2 a month, you will have that. But then when I would do a re-release of the first chapter of VK on Patreon, and it would have a Patreon cover. So that will be limited. Like it'll probably be limited to 50 slots. And that's only like a limited slot of 50. So people will be able to get at 50 people will be able to put money down, and you'll be able to get the special Patreon cover of chapter 1 and stuff. So yeah, I will have special covers every once in a while, depending on what events that I'm going to. And I'm considering doing like a special cover for only when I go to cons, when I sell books at cons. I may have a specific cover just for the con. So if you happen to see me at a con, you would get a chance to get that special cover when you go to that con, when you actually walk up and say, hey, oh man, like, yeah, I like to purchase a book and stuff like that. So yeah.
I like that idea. It seems like you're thinking a lot in the future or way ahead, because having that in my head, it was just called a clue cover, but the D cover, where you said it'll be like foreshadowing or dropping some hint as to what's next. Like how people want to collect like this issue.
Yeah. No, bro, I said that in my last stream, that's the whole theme. That's the whole point. Like collect. There's going to be a point to where people want to get cover D because they're telling stories, they're foreshadowing things. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing, to have. And like I said, arc 1 is blue. So the next arc will be a different color. I'm not sure what color I'm going to make it, but this right now is only blue. And then the next arc is going to be a different color, but it's going to have the same themes. It's going to foreshadow and tell a story. And this was actually my artist idea to have like to have it flat open and stuff like that. Yeah. I was only thinking about the front and then something else, just like a summary in the back. But they'll say, yo, how about we just do this and stuff? So I'm like, oh shit, and they just open the doors for other ideas and stuff. So yeah, those who are like fanatical or really wants to collect cover Ds, I think that would be a perfect thing to have, like to get cover Ds and you have a bunch of these all together. I wanted to do 3D printed figures for the first campaign, but I don't have it as the time limit. It's unrealistic. I won't be able to get something like that done because when I wanted to do is each campaign there will be one figure of a character from the series. Like Young Raph, I was going to do like a Young Raph 3D printed figure, like a figurine of him for the first campaign. But right now, within the time strands and me still kicking money, I'm still kicking a shit ton of money because I'm getting the presentation done. My dad's doing the filming. I'm doing it in like a documentary type format for the pre-order campaign for BK and Venus and Ryan Comics in general. So we go into different locations filming, going to my studio and we filming and stuff like that. I'm still paying my artists to do the promotional artwork that I'm presenting in the promotional pre-order campaign. And dude, y'all want to? I'm excited because I have a promotional trailer that's going to reveal a shit. Like I said, it's going to reveal some characters you haven't seen before, and it's going to reveal some other aspects to characters that already exist, but it's going to add more to it with this promotional trailer that's going to play at the end. And I paid a shit ton of money to get all that work done with my artists or like that, and I finished editing and everything. And that's going to be, I can't wait to show that off in January. You guys will definitely want to like that and see what other characters that I have yet to show. And those characters I'm saving. I'm not going to tease them on my Twitter. I'm not going to tease them on my YouTube channel or anything. You'll see those characters for the first time on the promotional trailer itself. So that I'm excited for that. But yeah, it's costing me a shit ton of money. I still have a couple more things to do. I still have to build me a website. And that's going to cost me money, so that's why I had to push it to January because I was supposed to release in September, but because I was being unrealistic because I thought, oh yeah, my book is done because my book got done in May. I said the goal was get done in May, launch by September. But then I started looking at everything. I said to open up a Venus and Ryan Comics bank account. I had to still work on my YouTube channel, not my YouTube channel, my website. I still had to get that opened up, and then the promotional artworks that goes into my presentation costs me money. And stuff like that. I said this shit ain't gonna get done by September, so I had to push it to January. I'm almost done. I'm at the finishing touches right now and everything. I'm working on the website, and then the website will be ready by December and everything, and then we'll be ready for launch by January. So yeah,
bro, all this shit sounds amazing. Oh man, I'm blessed. I'm blessed to know people like you, man, and to see people going after their fucking dreams, son. When I was talking about the Black people being different, man. Like, look, that's just some shit that we had to deal with growing up. I see you get shit for with your straight hair and shit online,
bro. Being a black nerd, like the thing is, like, I'm never the type of person. I'll never make myself. I'm never the person that make myself as a victim, as a black.
Yeah.
But being a black nerd it was really tough. Not because of white people or non-black people, but by my own people. You know, growing up, especially me growing up in the earlier years, being a black nerd, you better not have been a black nerd in the black community because it was not cool. It was frowned upon, and you was not getting any girls at all. If a chick found out that you like Spider-Man, or a chick found out that you like Power Rangers or Dragon Ball Z and stuff, it was not a cool thing at all. So, and the thing is, the only difference is people would laugh at me, but people wouldn't bully me because people knew I was a fighter. I threw hands in school. So people knew not to fuck with me physically, but people would laugh and poke fun at me. But they knew they were going to do it but so much because they know that if you get in my personal space or you try to touch me, we're going to have a fucking problem. So I never had that crazy issue of getting bullied when it came to that. No. I would get clowned at, but I would never get bullied for it. But I watched a lot of other black nerds get bullied by other black kids. You know what I'm saying? Because they liked those things. And what's so frustrating now it's cool to like Dragon Ball Z. Now it's cool to embrace that nerd stuff and stuff. And you know what I'm saying? Now a lot of the hood dudes and everything. Oh yeah, I love Dragon Ball Z. Now all the chicks now. Oh yeah, I like Dragon Ball Z like too. Or I like the MCU now. Now it's popular. Now it's acceptable.
Yeah,
but back
especially MCU. Goddamn.
Yeah. Well, back then, no. Like you have to keep that a secret from people and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But me, because of my parents and stuff, I didn't give a fuck. Like I just did what I did out in the open. I didn't give a damn. I didn't give a damn because my parents, they gave me that self-esteem, they gave me that confidence. If you didn't fuck with me because I liked those things, then hey, something's wrong with you. Nothing wrong with me. You know what I'm saying? And that also exposed a lot of people, like where a lot of people are frauding. A lot of people are fronting in front of other people. A lot of people are not their true selves. So when people see a person like me who's being my true self, that angers them, that frustrates them because they're ashamed of themselves, or they're afraid to be themselves. And when they see a person like me who's myself, it pisses them off because I'm a reflection of something that they want to be, or whatever like that. And that's what's going on. Everybody is pretending in front of each other, or whatever like that, because they're trying not to get teased by others.
I brought this up because I didn't want to forget about it, but on that note, now the reason I said that, yeah, man, I didn't get bullied either, man, because I was just, I don't know, charismatic. Like I would never had problems with people. People were like, John, I was cool with folks. And then like, I never had an instance where I had to fighting about it, but we would check. So like, you know, talking shit and clowning each other. So we'd do that a lot. So I was killing it at that. So it was like, I'm gonna get on your ass, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna laugh at me about these cartoons, but I'm gonna get on you about something. But then people was like always asking me to like draw stuff for them and all that. So like I would say art is appreciated, probably not as much as it should, but it was appreciated around me in the Black community. But yeah, like liking cartoons, or especially after a certain age, it's like, damn, bro, you still doing that shit? And like, yeah, you still doing. So like, why everybody else like fucking in the gym playing basketball or whatnot, like I'm up there drawing or some shit and like talking to people, you know what I'm saying? Just chilling. So it's unfortunate to see a lot of people get bullied for it. I was talking to some anyway. But yeah, I brought all that up to say that because you knew who you were and you continued on that path, I'm pretty sure that's what led you to like, all right, I'm about to make it. And what you said earlier was, I think you said you want to be a games journalist, or us wanting to like work in those industries where we're like reviewing stuff and you know, going to these different conventions with a fucking badge on or with a mic in somebody's face. It's like we've been, just like we started transition from 2D to 3D or kids cartoons to like adult animation. It's like now we're experiencing this transition to where now we've become, or we are able to become those people that we dreamed about, that we wanted to back then. Because you know, you'll see like we get, I don't know, the whole Adam Sessler, like the Frost situation, like it was a while ago. And I'm just saying, like, to see us grow with these people, it's like, yeah, you're fucking amazing, you do what I do. And then to see, I don't know, just people spaz out. That's all I'm saying. People spaz out and like, I don't know, just kind of whatever with that industry. And it's like, okay, well, we don't have to look to those people or be validated by those people. Like you were saying, your dad wanted to work for Marvel or DC. Now it's like, well, shit, his son making his own fucking book. Like the dream is real, it's tangible, it's close. So that's cool, man, to see you and so many other people is like, well, I'm about to make it. It's like we've always wanted to make these things. Yeah. But it's just like, well, shit, it seemed like the perfect time to get it done now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's just how it is, man. I want to tell the audience, man, like everybody always have a dream to want to do something with themselves. But you gotta put your best foot forward and just give it a try. Like I tell people, I tell my audience, my YouTube audience, man, instead of complaining about the things that's being handed to us right now, man, today we live in a time of technology where you can pretty much do whatever you want. There's a creator, this Asian chick who created this game, who is a one-person developer. She created this game called Ikode. And it's an indie game. It's inspired by Final Fantasy 15, Nier Automata, and all that type of stuff. But it's one person. She's one person, and she's creating a video game by herself. So I'm saying, like, if she can do it, then what's your fucking excuse? What's my excuse? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's about time for you to get up there, get up, and get out. And the thing is, a lot of stuff doesn't cost money. There's a lot of free tools out there. You know what I'm saying? But how bad do you really want to do this? Like, the thing is, I have a whole lot of potential. And the thing is, I have my whole bloodline, my family members. A lot of my family members had passed away unrealizing their full potential. A lot of them had full potential, but never done anything with it at all. Just died. Their talent, their potential went to their grave with them. And here it is, my generation is here. And my grandmother, who was an evangelist, she was deeply well grounded into the church, along with my grandfather as well. And my grandparents, the day I was born, and my grandmother said to my mom and dad, he's the one. He's it. This is the one that's going to change everything. And she always called me the $1 million man. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm really starting to believe that myself, or whatever like that, because like I've never seen so many things just fall in line for me. Like as I started doing this comic book stuff, it's just so many things just falling in place for me, and I thank God for that work like that. It showed me that hey, whatever I'm doing it was destined for me to go down this path. Now I never thought comics. I was thinking about video games, and my goal is I'm not stopping at comic books. Like I still want to do my video game studio. I want to have an independent game studio, Phoenix Orion Games, and which ties into all of this. I don't just have a comic book universe. I'm also going to have a video game universe, and you want to see where I'm going to go with this when everything start to form. I'm also got into movie directing once I got into content creation and got into college and stuff. I'm gonna start. I want to do a live action Venus Orion universe, and these are going to be different universes and stuff like that. And you will see where I'm going to go with this once all these universes are made. So this has always been the plan and stuff. It's just now that I finally got the courage, I stopped being afraid, and because of what's been going on since lockdowns, and I've been getting frustrated where the gaming industry has been heading, where entertainment has been heading. And like I said, this wasn't formed out of spite, is that it made me get off my ass, because Hollywood entertainment had always been giving me the entertainment that I wanted. And now they stopped giving me the entertainment that I want. They're telling me that I'm a racist, I'm a bigot, because I don't like the things that they're putting out. And they're telling me that the product is not for me. And that's fine. This stuff is not geared towards me no more. They cater into the modern audience. They cater into an audience that they believe exists. I'm not their target audience no more. So instead of me, I don't complain about it no more. I decided to say, you know what? I'm going to just go over and create something that I was destined to create to begin with. And I'm going to just work on that. And that's all I did. It's got me off my ass. And I said, yo, like, if why not take a risk for myself? Or why? Like people take risks every day on things that doesn't get them anywhere. So why not take a risk on myself that can potentially take me somewhere farther? And I want to set a foundation, for my daughter, because I even told my daughter, who's 15, and I told her, like, yo, like, Venus Orion Comics is not, and Venus Orion in general, this is not just for me. This is for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is for you. When I die, this gets passed down to you. You carry this legacy forward, and you pass it down to my grandchildren and everything. And I eventually want to have a son. So my son can get a piece of this and all this type of stuff. But it's not just for me, man. It's for my future generation. I want Venus Orion Comics. I want these characters to survive the test of time, just like how Marvel and DC, Batman, Superman, X-Men, Captain America, Hulk, all these characters survived the test of time. And what always excited me back in the day during the MCU was that Stan Lee was alive. He lived long enough to be in his own films, to see his work and his creations in live action, and is able to star in that stuff before he left this planet. You know what I'm saying? So I also would like to have that for myself as well, and for my generation, for my future generation and my bloodline, to be able to have those things, that these characters will leave some type of impact. I always imagine me walking into like a gaming convention or an anime convention. You know how you have them big flags or banners of an anime character or a comic book character? I can imagine me walking into a convention and to see Young Raph or see Siona or Rupture, see a big banner of him as you walking into the adventure, just sitting up there, and people just see this character and see people cosplaying these characters and stuff. I dream this stuff. In order for you to be able to reach success, you have to live like you're successful already. You have to live like you are already successful, that you already made it and stuff. And that's what I do. I wake up every day. All I do is eat, sleep, and dream Venus Orion Comics. When I'm daydreaming, when I daydream ideas for my comics and my characters, I daydream it as an anime episode, like and seeing my characters in animation and stuff, acting out these scenes and events. And then I just type it down and put it down on paper, put it in the document and stuff. And God always says, man, when you have a vision, you know what I'm saying, you gotta write it down. You gotta write your vision down, man. You can't just it's going to remain a dream as long as it's in your head. You have to put it down and actually put some work to it. So Landon, I have a question.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever got to this. So.
Oh no. Landon says he's one of my subscribers. When doing your Venus Orion Comics intro, will you have a compilation of animated character intros? Oh hell yeah! My goal is, once like I said, depending like all this rests on the shoulders of you guys. It all depends on how you guys come out in droves to show support. when you guys come out and show support, the more money I make, I'm able to do other things. Like I said, I want to animate all this shit. I want to do anime intros. I want to do compilations of my anime intros, kind of like how you've seen the Rippaverse or Young Ripper, like how he has his little animated shorts and trailers and stuff like that. And then when he does his little logo, or before his stream starts, he plays a whole compilation of all his animated stuff. I want to do that shit too. Yeah. I dreamed of that. I dreamed of that 4 years ago of me doing that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But all that depends on the success.
That's it. This shit's beautiful, man. See, you get so excited. Like, please keep going. But like how you were talking about Stan Lee and living his dream, man. That's how I felt with Walt Disney. So to like see him and you know what I'm saying, to be walking around Walt Disney World and to like have all of these movies that which I don't know, maybe like he probably didn't get to see the height of his success of his characters, but he definitely was involved. And you know what I'm saying, like him on the screen and his little documentaries or like intros of just telling people like enjoy this magic, this wonderful world, like all that type of shit. Is like that's the thing about artists is I can't speak for us all, but I do keep saying this. I hear a lot about this, a lot of it from people. But you know the thing of like we won't get famous until we die or something. It's like, will I accomplish what God put me on this earth to accomplish before I go? Or, you know what I'm saying? Just like, did I get to make that piece of art that's going to last longer than me and is going to impact people even when I'm gone? So, yeah, man, I definitely, I want that for myself, for everybody who's passionate about what they're working on. Again, man, with us, it just seemed like it's way more accessible because we can kind of make this stuff happen ourselves.
Yeah, man. I keep telling you guys, man, there's no excuses today, man. You have all the tools in front of you, man. You got social media, you got the YouTube platform, you know what I'm saying? Video editing, like people are doing shit on their phones, man. Your phone is doing everything. I'm not a mobile guy. Like my phone is just for texting people and just check and call it. Like calling and texting. I don't really use my phone for anything else. Most of my stuff is done on computer. But your phone, you have a personal computer that's sitting in your pocket every day. There's a lot of things you can be doing right now for yourself to get yourself ahead. You know, you got to get all the distractions out of the way. And I'm saying this to your audience and my audience. You gotta get the distractions out your way. You got to get negative people out your way, out of your life. And sad to say, sometimes the negative people it's in your house. It's your own relatives and stuff like that. It can be your own girlfriend, your own wife. It's those people. They're the main ones that can like pretty much destroy your dreams and stuff. But you gotta surround yourself around positive people. And my whole life, like my brothers and them, like I said, they have their own t-shirt business and all this other type of stuff. Like everybody in my house are creatives. My brothers are creatives. My dad, even though you know, like he don't do the things that he used to do, but he's still a creative. My dad got his own film production company called Urban Shots Studios and stuff. Like I said, we've been all around Philadelphia. We've been doing work for Fox News. A lot. We've been doing documentaries for politicians, and we've been going to like fashion districts and stuff like that to do runways. We've done a lot of stuff with my dad's production company and everything. So we in a house full of creative people. All we do is just pat each other on the back and just give each other advice, and we give each other morale boosts. You know, we always come together. Like sometime this month, me, my brothers, and my dad, we're gonna go out to dinner together and just talk being around comics and talk other things, talk business. You know what I'm saying? You need people like that, bro. Yeah, you need people like that. You need like people like that in your circle. You need to be around people who's doing shit and not just talking and giving lip service. You need to be around positive people. You know, there's a lot of negativity and stuff like that. And that's why on my channel, you know, like this whole culture war thing, this shit is depressing as fuck. The thing is, it's very depressing. And the thing is, like I don't absorb that shit like every day. There's people, like especially some of my viewers and some people and stuff, they eat and sleep this shit all day. And the culture war has pretty much become their identity. You know what I'm saying? And when you talk to these people, you know, both sides, the woke side and even the anti-woke side, both sides are one and the same. They're on the opposite end of the coins. And, you know, you have the woke side, everything is racist all the time. You're a victim, woe is me, and, you know, all this other type of stuff. And then the anti-woke side, you know, you get to talk with them every once in a while, like, yo, what the fuck do you like? You don't like nothing. What do you like? What do you like? You don't like anything. But and that gets depressing. Like you know, I want to talk about something to have fun. I want to talk and engage and have fun, but you want to talk about shit that's always being ruined all the time, or why you hate this. And I'm like, I don't want to hear that shit all day. You know, yes, I talk about it on my channel because my goal is to inform you so you can have the knowledge and you can make your own educated or informed decisions on what you want to do. But at the end of the day, you still your own individual. Don't absorb this shit. Too much of anything is a bad thing for you. You know what I'm saying? But that the anti-woke side is really starting to frustrate some people, not the whole group, but there's people out there that frustrates the fuck out of me. I'm like, yo, what the hell do you like? Like, you're always pissed off about something, or you always bring the conversation back to something being woke.
Yeah, always bringing to, or always looking for it.
Yeah, like, god damn. Like that shit get frustrating. So there's some people on Discord that I have to like mute and shit like that. Like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, I don't want to hear it or whatever like that. And even some people in real life, like I have some friends who I don't talk to like I used to, because it's always, and it's the woke side. You know what I'm saying? The Trump derangement syndrome, you know, is always about racism every 5 fucking minutes and shit like that. It's always something. I'm like, damn, can we talk about video games, a game that we like, or talk about a movie that we like? Can we talk about something? Like every time I meet you, we gotta talk about politics and shit like that. I don't want to talk about that.
Some real shit all the time.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people can't read the room. Some people cannot read the room at times. I'm like, god damn, read the room.
Lighten up.
Yeah, god damn. That shit gets frustrating. And then also on the anti-woke side, you got some people who use the anti-woke side to push their own rhetoric. Like, they're not really anti-woke. They actually are racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they try to use that as a shield. When you call them out on it, could a man slip off? Come on, yo, dude, the man slip off. Like, dude, this motherfucker racist as shit. Like, so no, man. Like, I'm for diversity. I don't like this, that, and the other. Then when you bring up examples of it, you know, being the opposite of woke, and it actually is some legitimacy here, they still call it woke, or they already say like, yo, like, no, because this person is gay, or this person's black, or this person's a female and stuff. You really don't like people of color. You really don't like women, or you really don't like You're just using this movement to backboard, and to push your own agenda, to push your own rhetoric out there, and that's cowardice. And I confronted a lot of people like that too. You know what I'm saying? And then they back right out of it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to get into that conversation because, dude, you're a fraud and you're going to mess this movement up. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's a lot of people. There's people out there that's like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I remember seeing a comment from you, and you was like, either my shit not black enough or it's too black.
Yeah,
like, you're never going to please.
You're not going to please. And that's this is the thing. When you become a creator, guys.
Hold on, I'm gonna say the reason I said it is because seeing somebody like you. Again, man, I'm fighting for our people. Okay, I know we ain't gonna be able to say, but I gotta at least I want God to say, "Servant well done." You tried with these N words, bro. Like, so you tried with them, but I'm like, I at least want to like. I point out the disrespectful characters, or like with Proud Family, the black chick on there who complained about white people, but she pushing all this gay shit, and you know what I'm saying, still working for a white man. Like, you hate the man so bad, but you taking his money like it's nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, there's a lot of victim shit going on. So I want to put that out there and like, hey, I'm fighting for my people. You know what I'm saying? I'm fighting for the media and the content for everybody, but I need my people to rise up and be like competitors, be respected. So it's cool to see somebody like you or Eric July. So you know what I'm saying? That's a lot of the support or that I have for that man, because like I was saying about you, it's like we didn't allow ourselves to stay in that box, because if that was the case, we never become these people. We never become these creators. We be shut down. Exactly, so I like to see y'all in anime. I like to see y'all the homies, the brothers.
Yeah, bro. Because people always misunderstand me. There's a lot of people. I gained a lot of new people on my side. There's some people that hated me because people call me a sellout, a coon, or Uncle Tom, and stuff like that. But when people started seeing what I'm actually trying to say, because I love my people. Like, when you love your people, you will give them tough love. And you will be very hard on them and stuff like that. And it's funny. And it's funny that, hold on, my bad. But the ones calling us coons and all that type of stuff and bootlickers, I'm like, but you trying to suck Disney dick, white Disney dick. You will accept this black ass Ariel instead of like, no, we need. I made a video about that shit. I literally made a video about this. Y'all celebrate about Wakanda and shit, but that was made by white people. White white people hate Wakanda and Black Panther, but y'all celebrate like y'all have ownership over that shit.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you winning?
And here's I'm trying to tell you, go out and just create your own shit. Create your own empire that has black characters and to represent yourself how you want to be represented. But I'm the sellout. And that makes no sense.
You should love Captain Black America, whatever the fuck he's supposed to be, bro.
But I'm the sellout. I'm like, that makes no fucking sense. But you know, you're gonna get that, and you have to you're gonna have to weather through it because, dude, like, it slowed down because I used to get it a lot, man. I used to be called I was called a raccoon and stuff like that. I was called a raccoon and shit like that. And always get attacked on my hair. I always get attacked. My hair always gets attacked. I'm trying to be European. I got European influence and all that type of stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm just myself. I love to have this hair. And what influenced me, what I talked in the stream a long time ago, was Future Trunks. Future Trunks with the black tank top with the long hair. And I was in high school at the time. Just graduated out of high school. I just started going to the gym. I used to wear a black wife beater. I used to go to the gym. I started getting the form. I started getting the figure and everything. And I said, yo, man, I really like that long hair, man. He looked bad. Future Trunks looked badass with the sweatpants, the tank top, and he had the long hair. I said, yo, I want to see what I look like with long hair. So my mom's a hairstylist. So my mom said, baby, you should give it a try. It's different and stuff like that. Because my dad got the cornrows and he was aiming for dreadlocks and stuff like that. So he's all following our dad doing different things with our hair and stuff. So I wanted to do the long hair thing. Because I saw Future Trunks. He looked dope with the long hair. So that's why I started aiming for that to see what I look like with the long hair. It wasn't because of some European, I want to be white and stuff. I got inspired by it. And I wanted to do something different and stuff. And I remember when I had got the long hair, you know, the main people that used to tease me was people who looked like me. I never got any bad opinions from Asian people, white people, Hispanic people, and everything. It was only my people. Black girls call me a tranny, or they would whisper and say
that early back then.
Yeah, they was calling me a tranny, a shemale. Because I would get on the public transportation at the time, and my hair was just flowing. And like I said, a lot of them wear weaves and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
They perm their shit.
Yeah, perm their shit, wear weaves and shit. When I get on the public transportation, get on the SEPTA bus and stuff, the first thing the black girls start doing, they start patting their hair and shit when they see me and stuff. They start looking at themselves, and then they just talking shit. I can hear them. They just talking shit about me. They laugh real loud. They want me to know that they're laughing at me and shit like that. Or while I'm walking, it'd be black dudes in the car. They would yell at the car, call me Snoop Dogg, or they would call me Cat Williams and shit like that, or they would laugh at me and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I didn't give a fuck. Like this is my style, and I'm gonna wear it the way I'm gonna want to wear it. And like, if you try to step up to me and stuff, it ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I stuck with it, and I like having long hair. It became synonymous with MugenLord itself. My hair is a brand now. So when people see me out in the street, yo, that's MugenLord. You don't know how many times I went to a convention or people see me out in the street, or when I went to like a fighting game event and stuff, and people were like, wait a minute. They would do like a double take. They would walk back. They would walk up to me and say, yo, I'm not trying to be weird or anything. Are you MugenLord? I was like, yeah, I'm MugenLord. Oh, can I get an autograph? I do autographs and I do selfies with people and stuff because their hair, like people see their hair and just it's synonymous with me and who I am on the as an internet personality and stuff like that. But yeah, I never let people discourage me from being who I am. Like, cause my parents put too much confidence and self-esteem into me for me to even feel like that I'm not worthy or anything like that. And it's sad because there's a lot of people who don't have that type of yeah. That's why everybody's the way they are, because they don't have that support system. But I had that support system. Hell, when I did the 3D hentai, my dad was like very supportive of it.
What?
Yeah, my dad was very supportive. Now my only person
crazy.
The only thing that my mom didn't like it too much, but this is what my dad said. Yeah, if your son making millions of dollars or whatever like that, you'll be driving the cars they'll be buying you with that money. You won't be complaining then. And my mom got quiet.
That was a Big Sean lyric. He was like, my grandma used to tell me to go to church until I bought a house or some shit like that, basically.
And that's what made my mom stop. That's what made my mom stop. Cause my mom was really kept dragging me about it and stuff. But my dad said, yo, like, he's a grown man. You know, like, he got to find his own way and stuff like that. And guess what? He's able to get his daughter in private school. He's able to do all these other type of things and stuff. And that money and most of this investment is Tiffany's Ryan Comics is being supported by my hentai money. That's what got me to where I am. The hentai money got me a long way. So it was destined for me to go that route. I had no idea I was going to be a 3D hentai animator. I had no idea I was going to be doing this.
Check. My furry art is coming soon, man. This dude,
bro. My first my first check. I remember my first check when I graduated out of college and I could not get a job at all, like in corporate America. Like, I was getting turned down. They said I need experience, but in order to get experience, I have to work a job, right? It was all kinds of shit that was going on. And what I did was I took the last $250 that was in my bank account, whatever like that, and spent it on a new graphics card to upgrade my graphics and upgrade my visuals. So when I start doing more of the 3D hentai stuff. So the first movie that I did, like if you guys don't know, those of you guys are new or whatever like that, when it comes to like porn or when it comes to the hentai stuff, I'm a foot fetish guy. I have a thing for women's feet and stuff like that. Everything, stockings, heels, knee highs. I'm a leg guy, leg and feet guy. So that content was lacking in hentai. There's not a lot of animated foot fetish stuff like foot jobs.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, it's
all the shit that I've seen, which y'all lacking is feet.
Yeah, feet. Like you have pictures
normal
of feet.
shit.
There's pictures of feet, but it's not animated stuff. You got animated stuff of everything, but when you do get like an animated snippet of feet stuff, it's very short. It's like it's almost non-existent. So what happened was I said I wanted to fill in that niche because there's a lot of feet lovers out there that want to see some animated like foot fetish stuff.
So the feet is very short in favor of tentacles and dicks.
I'm out the tentacles. I said I don't get the tentacle stuff. Like, so then this is the thing that made me money. This is the thing that made me money. All right, so I took the last $250. I bought a graphics card at the time for my Dell. And I put the graphics card in and I upgraded and all the mods and everything, the visuals to my 3D hentai at that time. This is back in 2014. This is back in 2014, right after I graduated out of college or whatever. Took the last $250. So what happened was I said, all right, when I first started out as a 3D hentai animator, I was new. So I was doing like free content because I'm trying to get better at it and stuff. So I already started building a name for myself because what people like about my content, I don't like porn, like hentai and stuff, just seeing people just having sex. Like me, the type of mind that I have, I guess people say is more like a feminine type mind where with women, they like to read erotica and stuff like that gets them into the mood. Me, I can't just have people just fucking. I gotta have a storyline. What got them to this point? So the reason why people like my story,
100%, I feel you.
Yeah. So why people like my hentai stuff? And trust me, there's people that's out there that's better than me visually and everything. But the reason why people like my stuff is because the stories. I give storylines. I create erotic situations that the payoff is the sex. And the payoff is really, really like, oh damn, like this is good. Like this is really, really good. Because it gets your mind in like this other world, this other imagination and stuff. So I already sort of built a name for myself doing free content. And my animations was subpar. But once I got the upgrade and my animation started getting a little bit better, I said, yo, man, like I'm broke. I'm out of college. I'm a father. Like I don't feel like a man. I don't feel like a father. Like, how can I support my daughter? Even though my parents are helping me take care of my daughter because I don't have a job right now. I'm looking for a job, but I'm struggling right now. I don't feel like a man. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be the one to help raising my daughter, paying for my daughter things and stuff like that. And I appreciate what my mom and dad has done and my brothers and them has done, but I'm her father. I should be able to do these things. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out looking for work, but I say, yo, I'm going to spend my last dime on this. I'm going to sell my first hentai movie. So the first hentai movie was a surprise and I did a fuda on female. I'm not really into fuda, but fuda sells. Fuda fucking sells like fucking hotcakes.
What is the fuda?
Fuda, a chick with a dick.
Okay,
like that.
That's okay.
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Or they have a dick and a vagina, or whatever.
I've seen that in furry shit, bro.
Yeah. So so I did a fuda. I did the fuda, a chick fucking a chick with a dick fucking a chick, or whatever like that. It was called Fudanary Fantasy. It was 2 elf chicks or whatever, and her kingdom, the princess of that kingdom or the queen of that kingdom was their population was like was in danger or something like that. I can't remember what it was. And this sorceress came in, and it's this fuda chick. She got this big ass dick and shit. She comes in and saying that like if she can be the one that can help, her kingdom and stuff, if she gives herself, if she gives herself to her and shit like that. So them two start fucking. I did a trailer of that. I put it on naughtymachinima.com. That trailer got 100,000 views in a couple of hours. I was like, holy shit. The next day I woke up. Yeah. So
I'm laughing at you tomorrow. Holy shit.
Yeah, holy shit. So dude, so it was a trailer to the movie. I made a clip store, clipsforsale.com. I made a clip store. It's called Foodinary Fantasy. I put Foodinary Fantasy on there, right? I posted up. The next day I woke up, I made $700. I made $700 overnight. And then it went from $700 to $1,200. So like, yo, I gotta make another movie right away. So I made another food on female movie called Fem Dom Vixen. That movie out the gate made $1,200. Out the gate, $1,200.
Bro, chat.
So
Just calling my name. No chicks with dicks. No chicks with dicks.
Yeah. So I was like, holy shit. So I was like, I'm on to something. And now I said, okay, now I got checks. I got checks coming in. Checks are just coming in. So then after that, I opened up a bank account, got another bank account at another bank, and created a separate account for my 3D hentai income and stuff like that. And got direct deposit from Clips for Sale. The first they were sending me checks, and once I got a new bank account from another bank, I got direct deposit. So now my money's just going into my account. Then I started leaning harder and harder on the foot fetish stuff. And before you know it, Zala's had started to gain a name. So then what made me blow up even more was I was like, now I want to start looking for people to do voices for my characters. So I started looking for voice actors within the hentai community. I got a lot of voice actors in my corner. That's why I'm saying it was all meant for me to do this comic book stuff, because leading to this. Because now I got voice actors on speed dial now, or whatever like that. Because doing this hentai shit. So I went to this chick named Aurora, and she did my first voice acting. And then if you guys don't know, I ended up becoming friends with an actual porn star, a guy, in the foot fetish community. His name is John Campbell. He's really big. He was really big in the foot fetish community. I met him at a foot fetish party that he owned at the time in Philadelphia. And he found, I showed him my YouTube content. And he saw my camera work. He said, "Oh man, so your camera work is amazing." He said, "Listen, I do all my porn shoots with different chicks at different agencies down in Florida and California and stuff." He said, "I don't have a cameraman in Philadelphia." He said, "I like to hire you to be my cameraman for my shoots." And he said, "Whatever chicks I get, I'll pass them off to you if you want to do shoots with them or all kinds of other stuff." So I was like, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." So I became his cameraman. He was bringing all kinds of chicks, flying all kinds of chicks down, and then he would just give me chicks and stuff like that, and I would get their contacts, and then got to the point where I was actually doing some side stuff and everything with these chicks, and I became cool with them. And one of the chicks her name is Goddess Valora. I met her, and she said she loves anime and stuff, and she has this cute anime voice. She wanted to get into voice acting, and she makes this cute, nerdy girl, innocent anime girl voice. And then I was like, damn, I have a nerdy girl character in my hentai universe. So I was like, okay. I asked her, say, "Hey, I'd like to pay you to do some voice work for me." And she said, "Really?" And this is the funny part. I was like, "Dude, can you do that voice for me?" Then she started getting shy. I said, "Wait a minute, you do porn in front of a camera and stuff, but you were shy to do a voice and stuff." But me and her became real tight. Me and her became real cool with each other. And then I hired her. And then so I got Aurora and Goddess Valora to be my first two voice actresses for my first fully voiced feature film, which is another Fuda movie. What was called Fuda Obsession. This chick, she goes to like this nightclub, this sex club, and she fantasized getting like drilled by Fuda. She never had been drilled by Fuda before. So I had her do like inner monologue. Goddess Valora use her sexy voice and monologue, her daydreaming and getting effed and all that type of stuff. And that movie made gangbusters. When that movie released, I made like $2,600 when it dropped, or whatever like that. So I was like, okay. So that's when I started getting more and more voice actresses and actors after that, and the money just started coming in, and I was able to buy my first car. And then once we got around lockdowns, I was able to get the Xbox Series X, the PS5, and that arcade machine all at one time. So I spent about a good $7,000, I think. I think I did. If I can remember.
Off of fake porn money.
Yeah, bro. Off of porn money, man. So the whole goal is to get is for Venus Orion Comics to become successful, to sustain itself, so it can take the stress off of my hentai money, and my hentai money can go back to doing what it normally does. It can just constantly pile up. And the blessing about it is I'm not going into my bank account. Like the money that pay bills and stuff like that, it's not touching that. Only my hentai money is carrying everything. So that's a good thing. That's why I'm able to still have money to be able to take care of my daughter, pay bills and stuff like that, while my hentai money from the Patreon and stuff like that is financing Venus Orion Comics. So once Venus Orion Comics becomes successful, then I can take that pressure off my hentai money and let my hentai money just pile up, and then put it to things that it needs to be put to. But right now, it's all my hentai money mostly is financing what I'm doing, like these portraits. Orca SWAT X, that cost me $1,000. This one is a spoiler. I'm not going to say the name to that. This is something in the future of the universe. That cost me $800. That cost me $1,000. My Jake Pierce cost me $700, and you can't see my other ones. My Cobra and Viper up there, that was $800. My first VK poster, not the official. This is my unofficial VK poster up there. That cost me $700, and then I have a 3D hentai beauties of my girls. They're not naked or anything. They just dress provocatively. That cost me no, they didn't cost me anything because that was my own work. So yeah, I got that printed out. So I got all my portraits up there. So when I wake up, all my work is around me. I got all my work, so that keeps me inspired. Yeah, so I don't rock nothing else. I don't rock no more. I don't rock Dragon Ball. I don't rock Naruto. I don't rock nobody's shit. All I rock is my shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's Venus Orion Comics up in here. You know what I'm saying? Like I did away with all that stuff. It's my shit. Like I want my shit being.
What I said earlier, when you was like, you got the shirt on and the hoodie. You was like, oh, the hoodie. Yeah. I said, damn, he only rock his own.
Yeah, I represent myself. My dad said the same thing. My dad, like, he's a Marvel fan. He got some Marvel stuff, but he no longer like got a bunch of like Marvel stuff hung up anymore and stuff like that. He rocks Venus Orion Comics stuff. He said, this is my son's stuff. You know, I'm rocking my son's stuff. This is support my son.
Family shit.
And everything like that. So and that's a blessing. And I wouldn't have made this far without the support of my dad and, you know, my family, my brothers and stuff like that, and my sister and my daughter and stuff like that. So everything. And right now, what makes me feel like I'm on to something, or there's a blessing coming my way, because all the people that hurt me in my life, that did me wrong, are somehow now just popping up out of nowhere, trying to come back, trying to find some way to squeeze themselves back into my life, even down to my baby mom. She haven't seen her in years. She haven't seen her daughter in years. You know what I'm saying? And she just pops up out of nowhere, you know what I'm saying, and talking to me and stuff, and oh, what you doing? Like, yeah, oh man, your YouTube and all that. Everybody just popping up. Everybody who hurt me, who backstabbed me, did me dirty. Everybody just coming out of nowhere. And I'm like, this is the devil trying to tempt me, trying to test me and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna allow these people. Y'all cool. Y'all came here, but y'all can stay at a distance. I'm not letting y'all back in my life. Y'all already did enough to me already. Y'all already screwed me over. Y'all already hurt me. Y'all kicked me while I was down at times, because I was at a time where I was really, really down. You know what I'm saying? Depression, all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like nothing was coming together for me. You know what I'm saying? And y'all all spit on me and stepped on me while I was down. You know what I'm saying? Now y'all trying to find your way to squeeze and wiggle your way back in here. Nope, it's not happening. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man.
Oh, I love to hear that, bro. Cause going through shit like that myself. So man, it's cool to just share all these experiences with people, and when they are open like that, to know that it's not just me, man. We everybody's going through some fuck shit, which, you know, especially growing up a Christian, we're supposed to know that we all got this journey, crosses to bear and all that. So hey man, this past 3 hours, bro, it was cool conversation, man.
Yeah, man. Well, look, when I talk to somebody who's cool as shit, that I can click with and stuff, man, I can go on for a long time. Because me, I'm an introvert. I don't like, believe it or not, man. When people contact me and talk to me, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a very transparent person. When people contact me, I get fucking irritated. Not because of the individual, but I don't like being around people. I don't like talking to people. That's just the type of person. I'm a loner. So when people come in, especially when I'm into something, when somebody contact me or get into my space it interrupts the flow that I'm doing. And when my flow is interrupted, I get fucking irritated. You know what I'm saying? But what happens is when I get to start talking and stuff and I click with that person, all that goes away. I end up enjoying myself. And I said, you know what? I needed that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always to myself. I love being alone. I love being to myself, you know, and I'm starting to break. I have to start breaking out of that again, coming out of my shell. Because like I said, I've been through so much shit. A lot of people that hurt me and stuff like that too, as well. And, you know, and it's a lot of people I don't trust. You know what I'm saying? So my circle is very small and everything. And I'm very selective of who I allow into my circle. So yes, I do get irked. I do get irritated when I do get people that just that comes into my space and contacts me, want to talk and stuff. I'm like, I don't feel like fucking talking. But okay. But when I get to talking and stuff, I'm like, damn, I really needed that. I really needed to talk to that person, or that person needed to talk to me. And that's another thing too, man. I got so many people, especially on my Discord, man. Like Code said it himself, like, man, you like my sensei, man. Like I really like you really helped me out and you really inspired me, and that felt good. Like I'm at the age, I'm an older man now. I'm no longer the young man. I'm the older man now. So it feels good that I'm able to lay some knowledge and lay some wisdom on people who are a lot younger than me. And that, I also believe that's my calling too. Is when people do come, it's meant for me to open my ears and just let these people just talk. And that's what people do. A lot of people just vent to me, even down to my artist and the things that some of the stuff that she goes through and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So she also vents. So yeah, man, this is just how it is.
Yeah, man, I like that. I liked you a while, man. I told you I would see you online, and I was like, man, I really fucks with this dude, man.
I'm always open. I'm always open to talk to people, man. Like, especially with podcasts and stuff, because this is the thing. I always wanted to network with people, but the problem is a lot of people, especially like me, I'm trying to excel. I'm trying to climb up and get onto bigger platforms. But there's a lot of ego within the YouTube space. There's people who got a big following, but they would like, I say, hey, would you like to do a podcast, or would you like, you like to come on my channel? Don't even answer me. Just leave me on red. Or what I do. Yeah. Some people just flat out tell me no. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, all right, I remember that. And you know, you have to get used to that and stuff like that. So I say, if I can't reach out to people that's on my level or higher, then I reach out to people who don't have as much as I do. And I like to go on their platform. I just want to talk and just connect with people. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the thing. And just because you came out and reached out to me, and I tell this to everybody who gave me a chance to be on their platform, because I have faith that I'm going to blow up at some point. And when I do blow up, you will have access to my audience. Like, you will be able to come to my platform. And those who didn't give me a chance would not be on my platform at all. Don't bother to come my direction. Because I came to you. You said you thought she was too big. You thought she was too almighty, that I wasn't the benefit to you. Nah, don't come this direction. But a lot of you guys who gave me a chance and stuff, when I blow up, because I believe I will blow up someday, you guys will have access to my audience. I don't care how big and famous or whatever I may become, you guys will still have access to me. I would never cut my access from y'all guys because I climbed to the top and stuff. You guys gave me a chance, and I always want to remember that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys really reached out to me something. I really appreciate that.
Dude, I appreciate you coming on, man. I plan on blowing up too, man. I'm working on a bunch of stuff, man, and it's like I get inspired seeing you guys that are passionate and like really believe in these worlds, because I was just like you with my story. It's like, okay, I know what I want to do, but as you really get invested in that world, then you're like, oh shit, this character can be over here and this group and like all of these things that expand that. As opposed to what I hate seeing from like some shows where they had one goal, like just this one track mind, and then as it blew up, then they start adding shit or pulling stuff out their ass later on.
No, I'm glad you mentioned this, bro. I'm glad you mentioned this. This one actually got me inspired. Toriyama is a perfect example with Dragon Ball. A lot of Dragon Ball shit pulled out his ass, like Toriyama. Like he pulled a lot of shit out of his ass. A lot of things came out of his ass because of the publishers that come to him and say, yo, we need this, we need you to do this, and he had to go in and stuff like that. And guess what happened to Dragon Ball? It became a world recognized IP. And that one inspired me. I said, if he can come out and write a story, and it was one way, but then he had to come up with some shit on the fly, and it ended up becoming one of the biggest like franchises on the planet, then what's stopping me for actually writing a story? because you're not going to know everything. It's good to have a roadmap. Because I have a universe Bible. I have a Bible for my story, for my universe itself. I have a dictionary of different terminologies. I have like a dictionary for different races in my universe. I have a whole dictionary for the whole wave essence mechanics, the breakdown of the omni components, and all kinds of stuff. I also have the sentient classification system where it classifies each character, whether if they're aberrants or zoners. And we have another classification called outworlders, people who aren't from planet Earth. They come from a entirely different solar system, but they made Earth their home, which you saw one of the characters, the Valorian, in that slideshow, one of the first characters that popped up. So I have that, and there's another group of people called the Defiance. And we'll get into that much later in 2025. But yes, I built a whole universal Bible. And wait till you find out the name, like the actual name, the name of the universe, like that constructed the cosmos itself. As you start reading the series, you're going to start finding out the creators of the universe itself. You're going to find out how the universe is created and stuff like that. I already had all that mapped out. I got the name of it. I got all that put together and stuff. Now, there are some things that you're going to come up with on the fly. You're just going to, because you're not going to have it all. This is what I learned too. There's a lot of things that I came up on the fly as I'm doing certain things, and that's going to continue to happen. You ain't going to never have it all figured out. Some things you are going to have to come up with, and you are also going to get those ideas as your readers read certain things and suggest or talk about certain things. Like, wait a minute, I didn't think about that shit. Like, man, that is a good idea. Maybe let me go back to the drawing board and see where I can put that in or how I can tweak this and stuff. And also to stop yourself from coming out of your ass too much with like storytelling and stuff like that. Sometimes leave things open-ended. Like it doesn't have a definitive answer. Certain things shouldn't have a definitive answer because sometimes you may not have the idea of where you want it to go. So sometimes leave it open, and whatever like that. Leave it open-ended. Let the readers try to figure out, what it could possibly be. But for you leave it open-ended, and so when you do get to a certain point where you finally have an answer for it, you can write the story in that direction because you left it open-ended. It could mean anything. So you only see certain,
like as Mace Windu did.
Yeah. Put it that way. Yeah. So leave certain things open-ended. Like not leave everything open-ended, but leave certain things that you're stuck at or you're having a hard time with. Sometimes leave it open-ended at times and stuff like that. And then once you get to a certain part of the story, when ideas start flowing through, it's okay, now I can take this and turn it into that. Because I never gave a definitive answer to my reader to begin with. All my readers were doing were speculating, but now I can just take it and now I can turn it into this direction that I want because I left it that way. I never gave a definitive answer to it. So you can do that too. So you don't have to worry about putting yourself in a wall or like putting yourself at a block and now you have to try to write yourself out of that corner and stuff like that. But the wave essence mechanic was another thing that I really wanted to work on was when it comes to the power scaling, because like I said, Dragon Ball was another thing that inspired me to want to put like a balanced power scaling mechanic, is because after a while when certain characters are getting ridiculously strong, even with Marvel and DC, especially with DC with Superman just died from that dude is just broken as shit, like the shit that he can do. So it's kind of like and then it becomes hard to have characters fight against Superman, or you have to dumb down or come up, you have to pull something out your ass for Superman to be able to make him weaker in order for him to be able to encounter certain situations. And I don't want to put myself in situations like that. So I created the wave essence mechanics, and some people, which I found it kind of interesting. My artist said, she was telling one of my viewers, saying like, so what is this wave essence mechanic? My artist, because I shared with her what it was. She said, think of like the Nen. Think of the Nen system of kind of like rock, paper, scissors. The Nen is in Hunter x Hunter series or whatever like that. But yeah, I placed this in my universe. It's a staple of my universe. So it can always scale the characters and stuff like that. One character can beat this character's ass or whatever like that, but can't beat this character's ass because of this mechanic and stuff like that. Or this character is seen as weak to everybody, but when he comes to blows with this character, because of the wave essence mechanic, this character can go toe-to-toe with this character. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of other things that I wanted to put in place because of that. Well, I will have some broken characters, but these characters are for story purposes to show that these characters are unattainable. You can never reach these characters. These characters are just for this purpose to push a story or a narrative or something like that. But yeah, man, like story writing and everything. It's important to have a Bible. You need a Bible for your stories and for your universe. I plan on at some point once we get enough books out, I do want to release volume 1 of my Bible. I want to have a VK Bible. So those who collect VK, I would have a Bible where it's going to have a bunch of cool stuff, artwork, not just artwork, some even other lores and tidbits that's not in the book, but it expounds on certain elements and stuff like that. And it's like a dictionary. It's like a Bible of everything, all the knowledge of VK up to a certain point of where the story is at, and then eventually, volume 2 of the Bible. Every series will have a Bible, and then I'm gonna have a universal Bible of the universe itself that puts together all the elements that tells a bigger story within this Bible and stuff like that. So that's how that's going to work out.
The long hair, yes, sir. Dude, where's I going, man? You passionate, bro. You get excited about this, man. This is I haven't met a lot of people like that in real life. I would say that, man, that have these ideas, that have these create these worlds and like really get lost in them and are able to take you like on that journey through that world. So I'm glad all of these things are working out for you. That the influences were in your life in whatever direction, whatever way to get you to where you are. Again, I'm blessed by meeting you and for seeing people, not only people. This is what I like about representation, or where I feel like representation is important, because again, it's not about me being some black person like complaining while I'm working for some white person at some company that I love. I think it's more so showing people that you don't have to just work for these others or other people. You can actually own shit. Like instead of trying to just always go play in somebody else's like, what is it, sandbox or in their area, like create a space for yourself so that you can actually own it, like it means something in the long run and can provide you and yours some type of blessing, some type of wealth. So it's cool. And I'm blessed to see that from you guys. I would definitely be talking to you outside of off the stream.
Oh yeah. I'm up for that. And I want to tell people too, man. A lot of people think that this stuff is complicated, like trying to go out and do your own thing. It's not that complicated. Like for a perfect example, I thought it was complicated. I thought it was a whole lot of things like channels I had to go through to get an LLC. And come to find out, man, an LLC is not even expensive. Well, it's starting to get expensive because of COVID. I think there was all a scheme to do that. But it only cost me $175 to start a business, like to get an LLC.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, because I got one for my dog business, so I train dogs. So I did that, but it's like that was me actually doing something for other people. Yeah. It's like, okay, you need an LLC to own your art brand, because when you was talking about your
now check this out. This is what I learned this also too, like from like Trump. Trump also gave people the secret to all this. Once you get an LLC, right, you can write all your purchases off underneath your business, and you would get that back in taxes. So if, like, for instance, if I bought a video game, I can write that off as an expense from my company. Like if I bought Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, I can write that off on my taxes underneath Venus Orion Comics. Even with, if I bought let me see, a new keyboard or a new mouse, I can write that all off on underneath the LLC, and I can get that back. They would give me that money back. That's why a lot of these this is the secret to a lot of these rich people, how they stay rich, because it never affects them personally as the individual. They only sign. They do everything underneath their business name. They sign off. They sign off on everything, where it never affects them. It only affects the business, because your business is a separate entity. So once you get an LLC, even when you pump the gas in your car, you can count that as an expense. Because you had to take your car, you had to travel somewhere to go pick up some shirts. They print shirts off for Venus Orion Comics. I can write that shit off. There's a lot of things you can write off. That's the secret. But people think it's complicated, and because people are not educated to know. But this is how these people get rich, and this is how these people stay rich, is because there's a lot of things and a lot of loopholes, techniques, and a lot of things you can do. And that's what happens. Once you get an LLC, start doing everything underneath your LLC, where it never comes out. It never comes out of you. do it underneath the LLC.
So as far as Venus Orion Comics, at what point did you feel like, all right, this is legit? This is LLC. Like, when did you know that?
Oh, when did I know that? Well, once I started getting into full development of when I started getting my posters done, and when I got to the point where I said, okay, it's time to actually make the comic book, or I had plans. I was like, I'm getting everything ready for the comic book to get the comic book made and everything. And I was like, okay. And I said, I don't want nobody to come in and try to claim any of this. And the thing was, I wanted to claim Venus Orion Comics name because I didn't want to take a chance somebody else come out of nowhere and come up with the name Venus Orion and comics or like that. And now I can't name it that. So it's more so me trying to claim it right away or whatever like that. And to have it. So I did that like 4 years ago. I put the money down, got it done and stuff like that. And also remember too, when you also have a business, and if you kick out, if you have more expenses and you have no profits, you know, the government can give you money back for not even making no money and stuff. There's all kinds of loopholes and there's all kinds of things you can do.
I did not know that.
Yeah. If you made no money, at all, it's just all expenses, you can get money back for that and shit like that because you made no money. Like that. Like, so when I first started Venus Orion Comics, I made no money because it wasn't operational yet. All I'm doing is paying money to get artwork done and getting all this other shit done. I'm paying more to get things started underneath Venus Orion Comics. So I wasn't making money yet. I wasn't selling anything underneath Venus Orion Comics yet and stuff. So that's why it's important to get an accountant. Your accountant can also tell you certain things you can do as well. And my uncle, he's an accountant. He's an accountant, a registered accountant, and all kinds of stuff too, like that. So he handles all those things as well. So yeah, so that's the thing, man. Once you start your LLC, man, like just go for it, man. Just go for it. But the thing is, to get an LLC is different for every state. You have to find out what your state requirements are. But me, I live in Pennsylvania and everything. It was a very simple process. I went to the government website and everything. I typed in the name Venus Orion Comics and to see if anybody else have it. Nobody else. It checked it. It said nope, nobody has it. And you know, I got the name, got the LLC. Then you have to wait for the certificate to come in as well. And then once you get the certificate, they email you first. Then you can get the email before the certification come in the mail. But once you get that email, say, yo, like you registered in your state or like that, you're a recognized company, you're an LLC and stuff like that, you good to go. And then your certificate comes in the mail and you keep a copy of it and stuff. And then after that, my certificates came from my copyrights for my characters. I did that too. I went to my government website. You do that as well. You can either the thing that confused me, you know, you ever see the advertisement for like legal Zoom and all these other type of copyright companies and stuff that pop up on YouTube at times and stuff. That whole process was that was like probably during the lockdown, so you don't see Legal Zoom pop up like it used to. Legal Zoom was a copyright agency and stuff like that, and I wanted to go through them. So I remember my dad telling me that all you have to do, son, you can put 10 characters on one sheet, and then you can have them copyright because it count as one document, all 10 characters and stuff like that. It will count as one document, so that's one fee for all 10 characters and stuff, and you just do it that way. So I went to Legal Zoom. Legal Zoom was charging you $200 per copyright of a character. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, how is that possible? My dad told me this and third, but then I found out, no, you have to go through that process through the government, wherever state that you're in, you have to go through their government website. So I went to the copyright office of Pennsylvania or whatever like that. Oh, and I went to them, and when I went to them, the process was much easier and cheaper. It cost me $80 for per 10 characters. You put them all in one document and stuff like that to copyright the characters. So when I went there, I filled it's not even a lot of paperwork. But then, like I said, you have to make sure you have your characters. So I did $80 for the first set. I let you guys know I have 100 characters. I haven't seen all my characters. I got 100 characters. I have a shit ton of characters. So I did 10 characters for $80. I had to wait. You have to wait 3 months because you have to wait in line or like that. That's the only thing. When you go to other agencies, it bypassed that waiting process, but you pay them a shit ton of more money. I'd rather pay $80 and have to wait for it to process. I'd rather pay that or whatever like that. But so I paid $80 for the first 10, then I paid another $80 for the next 10. So I copyrighted almost I won't say all 100 because some characters that I'm doing I have my artist redo a lot of characters. Because I said, we've been working there for 4 years. My artist evolved. So I still have characters that's still in their early phases when she first drew the characters. So there's a lot of characters I still can't reveal yet because a lot of them are still early phase. And now she became an even better artist. So now we have to go back through some of those characters before. So because what happens when you copyright in the style of that character. Mm-hmm. This is why when you ever see fan art where fan art is not really don't get punished, because you can draw Goku in sneakers and a fitted because that's not copyrighted. You know, like that. Yeah, it looks like it is Goku in a fitted and a chain and stuff, but Toriyama didn't draw that. That's not the official Goku. So you're able to get away with that because that's not copyrighted or whatever like that. So yes, so before I put out money, I want to make sure I got the finalized style of that character, because any new style that you want to introduce, you have to recopyright that character underneath a new style, underneath a new like if they wearing different clothing and stuff like that and stuff. So yeah, that's how that process works and everything. So yeah, so I got a whole envelope or file of all my certificates for my copyrights for my characters. And another form of copyright is if you upload even if you didn't copyright your characters or copyright your story, your work. If you upload it on the internet, that counts as a copyright because you're the first to put it up there. So if you was to go to court and the judge will look and see the first time that ever appeared, and since you posted it on the internet first, you are the copyright holder because no one else posted that. You're also protected underneath that. That's also a form of copyright. So if you upload your stuff on YouTube, your work on YouTube, that's copyrighted because no one else produced that. You produced it and put it on there. Or whatever. So that's another form of copyright until you actually get the copyright. The copyright is extra layer because once you get the copyright, now you ever take niggas to court and DMCA niggas too. Once you get the actual copyright, like that. That's what it allows you to do. But if you don't have the actual copyright certificate, you can argue back and forth or whatever like that, but you can't DMCA. That's just extra protection. But once you get the actual certificate, now you can start, dog. Take that shit down. You know what I'm saying? You can start doing that shit, or I can take your ass to court. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Take that shit down.
Yo.
Look, bro, I'm not trying to go the whole fucking 4 hours.
Yeah. I got you, bro.
No. I love it. I would keep you here longer, but we didn't plan on this.
Yeah.
But I usually go for 2 hours, and
same here.
You had a lot to say, man. I wanted to make sure you get that out. I look forward to streaming with you in the future, man. Anything else that you want to say before we get out of here?
You can check out my YouTube content, my MugenLord channel as well. I got some content coming up on Monday, Wednesday, next Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Next Monday, we're talking about Tetsuya Nomura, the creator of Kingdom Hearts and stuff like that. He comes out and speak out how he don't like the standard of what's going on with the uglification of characters, and talks about why he likes attractive characters. So that's coming on Monday. Wednesday, I'll be talking about Dragon Ball Sparking Zero on Wednesday, and then Friday is another I think it's another Square Enix video I'll be talking about on Friday. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but yeah, that's pretty much it, man. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad I was able to talk to you and your audience and everything. I'm glad that some of my audience came over as well.
Yeah, appreciate some
support. Yeah, no problem, man.
Look, man, I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan too. I didn't play 3 in this.
3 was garbage to me. 3 was garbage to me. Bro.
I didn't play it because it was terrible. I knew it,
bro. If you go on my channel, all you gotta do is go on my channel, type in "wasted potential" on my channel, and it's Kingdom Hearts 3 would pop up. It's almost a 30-minute video of me just being pissed off.
Bro, I probably saw your video. I probably heard about your video, saw it before I even knew you, because I was looking at a lot of those videos.
Yeah, bro. It came out around the time. It came out around the time Kingdom Hearts 3 was freshly out. I did a review, and that shit was like almost 30 minutes long. And I ripped that the dog. I was pissed at 3. Bro. I said, yo, we waited this long for this shit? And this is what we got? Like, fuck no. I'm not even getting 4. I won't wait. I won't wait on 4.
I don't even care about 4. No, I think the direction. I think honestly, Kingdom Hearts need a reboot, and I think that's just too far away. Like that won't happen because
I don't think that's gonna happen. Toriyama said,
won't happen.
Yeah, because Toriyama said that Kingdom Hearts 4, Kingdom Hearts, he's gonna retire He said he gonna go out on the bang with Kingdom Hearts. He's getting at that retirement age.
So,
So
look, man, when I saw 3, like we couldn't go from drive forms and Sora becoming the fucking Final Fantasy Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy character he's supposed to be, to spin it around in fucking teacups, bro, in the third one. And the Keyblade turning into all this other shit. I'm like, bro, it's a Keyblade.
Bro, the plot was getting nuttier. The plot was getting nuttier, and the ending was so anticlimactic. I said, yo, these motherfuckers went through all this, and this is how this arc is going to end. I'm like, oh, hell no.
Did Kairi get anything? Was she a Keyblade warrior? Was she like...
Oh, she was a Keyblade warrior, but got killed.
Oh, okay. All right.
Got killed, and then Sora had to sacrifice himself at the end to save her. He saves her, but now he's gone.
I saw that. I didn't watch... Like I saw people like talking about it, but I was just to get your perspective. Like, how do you feel like Kairi was handled? Because I was excited.
Oh no, she was mishandled. You didn't do nothing. This is the thing that got me mad. The whole point of this nigga for hell and back to reunite with Kairi, right?
Exactly.
But when in the third game, Kairi and Sora's in the same room with each other, and they hardly interacted with each other. I said, yo, nigga, like you went through all this to get this chick. This is like your main chick. You went through hell and back, but y'all don't even interact with each other. They're in the same room, but they hardly interact with each other. I wanted to see like an actual true reunion between the characters, and they've done none of that. Riku and Mickey still had to go off and do their thing. Sora still had to go off and do their thing, and Kairi and Axel, they were training to be Keyblade Masters. So them two are together training. But you didn't really see it much of the training. It was more telling than showing when it came to that. So you didn't really see a lot of Kairi at all until the very end, just for her to get killed. And Sora had to go back and bring her back.
All right, look, bro.
Like, what the fuck? All right, I'll say. And then before we go,
no. We're not definitely. I'm gonna play a video because you reminded me of something. So keep going.
Zimnus. Like I hated that motherfucker because because in the PSP version, which I didn't buy the handhelds, I only got the main lines because
my dad had the handhelds, but I ended up getting.
When I realized that Tetsuya Nomura was milking the fan base, that's why I didn't engage in the milkage. I only stopped at Kingdom Hearts 2. I said I'm gonna wait for the fucking third one. Both my brothers, Skill Lancer and DX Strike, got the handhelds. But
I had Chain Memories on the Game Boy Advance SP, and I had Dream Drop Distance, because I like to take care of animals. Bro,
let me tell you something. Zimnus, I think that's his name. Zimnus and the what's the one on the PSP with the knights with the what do you call them? Can't remember. Well, the one on the PSP, Vanitas.
I didn't play Birth by Sleep.
Birth by Sleep, whatever it's called. This dude was an evil motherfucker. He turned Terra against Aqua and Vanitas and all of them and stuff. This dude did some terrorizing shit, and it was so sad and pitiful watching these characters go through the arc that they was going through just to get to the third one. And at the end, they forgave him. It was all forgiven.
Yeah.
And then both him and his friend, they both go up to pretty much heaven. And smile at each other as bros and go up and ascend to the skies. I would say, wait a minute. No, this motherfucker needed to die. I hated this motherfucker. And then now we just forgive this dude. It's just all happy-go-lucky. And then this nigga killed Kairi. What the fuck? I'm like, no, dog. I said, no, I'm done. I'm fucking done.
Yeah, man, I hated what happened to Kairi. Because of that.
Yeah, dog.
Watch this. Check this out. Do you know what Dead Fantasy is?
Yeah, bro. I was in college when Dead Fantasy came out. I was in college.
I knew if anybody would have known what it was, it would have been you.
Yeah, Dead Fantasy. Okay. That was my shit.
Okay, so the Kairi that we should have got
Dead
Fantasy, bro.
Dude, she was helpless. Like, what was the point of giving her a Keyblade and doing all this training? She was fucking helpless. That was another thing that irritated me, but the story itself was so fucking convoluted. It was convoluted. I love the dude. Dead Fantasy, dog. Monty that dude was a genius. Dude was before his time, bro.
And like, because I didn't know who he was. I forgot how. I think it was some.
It was for me, it was Haloid. I was first introduced to him. It was
I saw this before Haloid.
Yeah. It was Haloid I saw first. That's how I was introduced to him. And then Dead Fantasy came out right after that, I believe. And I was like, what the? My friend Sir Science, he was one of my friends in college. He was one of my Mugen friends as well. He introduced me to Haloid, and then he showed me Dead Fans. He came to my dorm room. He said, check this out, bro. He put it in. And I was like, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck is this, bro? And then it was, all of them wasn't out. It was just like an episode.
Yeah.
So I was like, bro, we was waiting to see what else happens.
Yeah,
and
bro.
then he just add more and more of these characters, bro. It's like, oh shit, bro. When I saw Kyrie, because okay, this is the Angel from 8. I didn't play 8. I watched my dad play, but
yeah, 8 was okay. For me, it was. I couldn't get into 8 that much.
Well, it was just like to see her reveal. Oh shit, okay, Angel, okay, cool.
Renoa, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then Kyrie dropped right behind her. I was like, oh shit, this is for me, bro. This is for me. And she dual wielding. All right, a little bit of this before we get out of here, man, because the Kyrie love, bro.
I haven't seen this in a long time, but bro, this was college. This was peak college right here, bro. This was peak college. We got none of that,
bro. Like that's what I meant, bro. These people were supposed to become Keyblade warriors, and somebody had said the forms were only because of the godmothers and their magic. Oh, the fuck, well, they are here. Let's make this shit like a staple. Like this is their contribution to the rebellion. You know what I'm saying? To the Keyblade warriors, and like everybody get magical fucking forms, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like. And what I also hate too, like to get the full story of a lot of this shit too, there was a cell phone game for Kingdom Hearts that ran on for a minute. And I was like, damn, like how was I supposed to know this information? So you tell me I had to invest in that shit too? I said, no, you're not getting my money square.
Well, you could have easily known. I reacted to that trailer. So the information was out there, but it's just like the fact that I have to do all of that just to play this. I tell anybody, play 1 and 2. Yeah. Those are the only Kingdom Hearts games. Birth by Sleep.
Exactly.
Yeah, the story was cool. But it was like the gameplay. The gameplay to me sucked compared to 1 and 2. And Chain of Memory sucked because, man, it's like you play 1 and they're just like, you'll always be in my heart. I always love you. We're friends forever. And then as soon as you go to this handheld game, it's like, who are you again? We met before? Like, what is this? So I was like, bro, that shit's not real. The power of friendship is wavering in Kingdom Hearts, bro.
No, the plot is just convoluted, just period. I think it's overrated. It's overrated. People overhype that plot. That I hate. I can't stand Kingdom Hearts plot. It's so convoluted, dog. Like, and it takes itself way too serious. It takes itself way too serious for no reason. It doesn't need to be this complicated.
And the fact that 3 didn't have the Final Fantasy characters, and I was like,
and the writing was on the wall with that because at this, because I only got Kingdom Hearts not because of Disney characters. I mean, I like Disney, but I don't like it enough to go buy a Disney game. But I only got it because I love Final Fantasy. I'm a Final Fantasy fan. I got it for the Final Fantasy characters, and I was hoping that I was going to see some Final Fantasy worlds. But no, everything was Disney focused. We got no Midgard. We got no Guardia.
I never thought about that.
We got none of the Final Fantasy worlds. That's why I got disappointed in Kingdom Hearts 1. Because I was like, wait a minute, we got Final Fantasy characters, but where's the fucking Final Fantasy worlds? But I like the game, but I was just disappointed. I said, so these guys are just cameos, but everything is just focused on Disney characters. And then I said, I know what's going to happen. When I seen Kingdom Hearts 2, they had little Kingdom Hearts Final Fantasy characters. I said, I know what's going to happen. We're going to get less and less Final Fantasy characters as the series progresses because we're getting more Disney, but I'm not seeing Final Fantasy representation.
I kind of understood that was already going to happen. I don't know at what point, but I at least like the importance that 2 placed on the character. So in 1, you had Leon who interacted with Sora in the beginning. And you had, Yuffie. So you had them and Sid. So I like that, but they were always kind of propping Sora up. And even when Cloud came through, it was because, you fought Sephiroth. So again, that was just like propping up Sora. So I was thinking like, okay, these characters, Sora, Rico, and Kairi, are the perfect combination of a Final Fantasy and a Disney character.
That was the point. Yup, that's the point.
So I was like, 3, they should have been badasses, and that should have been the sitting off for the Final Fantasy characters to be like, okay, like y'all some real heroes, y'all can handle this shit.
What I thought about Kingdom Hearts was that they was trying to, I thought Tetsuya Nomura was trying to do was eventually come up with so many different original characters within Kingdom Hearts to the point where they can just get away from Disney characters and Final Fantasy characters to all together and just
Yeah.
have Kingdom Hearts original characters. You know, that's why I thought that. That's why I believe that they, you know, that's the direction they could be going, where you start seeing less Disney. And we already seen less Final Fantasy, but they have so many characters in their gallery now. Do you really need Disney characters? Do you really need Final Fantasy characters at this point? You know what I'm saying? Like when people talk about Kingdom Hearts, people talk about Disney, but they don't talk about Disney characters a lot. They more so talk about Sora in them. They don't really talk about the characters that's Final Fantasy or Disney. They talk about Sora in them.
Yeah, but the Disney character, I don't know. I feel like you can't take away the Disney worlds.
Well, like, I mean, no, you have a point, because I mean, if you think about it, it's a Disney game. It's not really a Final Fantasy game. It's more Disney than anything, because Disney has most of the rights over Kingdom Hearts. That's why it took so hard. It was so hard to get Sora in Smash Brothers, because Disney has most to say in Kingdom Hearts. That's why you don't really see a lot of things outside of the gaming space with Kingdom Hearts, because Disney owns most of the rights to the property and stuff like that. So. Yeah, man. Like the whole point of Kingdom Hearts was they want Square, because it was called Squaresoft at the time. Squaresoft wanted to create their own Mario 64. They wanted to create their own platformer game. They wanted to create their own platforming mascot, and that's what they wanted to do, because Mario 64 was a hit at the time and everything. So they was already, because I remember when I was young in 1997, I believe it's 1997, in Game Informer magazine, they already talked about Squaresoft and Disney was partnering to make an RPG. And I remember. In 1997, it had a picture of Cloud holding his buzzer sword and Mickey Mouse and Daffy Duck standing behind him. I was like, "What? A Final Fantasy Disney game? What the fuck are they talking about?"
I might have seen this article, man.
It was in 1997. It's a Game Informer. It was in 1997. This is when they talked about they come together. Yeah, they
my dad was collecting the Game Informers.
Yeah. They was talking about it. They was already talking about it then. We just didn't know what the game was going to look like. So we didn't. So once the Tokyo Game Show came out, we finally saw Kingdom Hearts. I said, "Wait a minute! I remember back when I was in 1997. They were talking about this shit. Now we finally got a chance to see it." But the whole point of it was they wanted to create their own mascot, their own platforming mascot. And Square was saying to Tetsuya Nomura, and a lot of them said, "Yo, like I don't think this is going to make money." You know what I'm saying? Like especially if you don't have an iconic character that can compete against Mario. So one day they was on an elevator, because the building they were in, Square Enix and Disney was in the same building together. So one of the executives from Square was in the elevator with one of the executives from Disney, and one of the executives from Disney is actually a fan of Square. Like he liked the Final Fantasy, and also one of the executives from Square was also a fan of Disney and the characters and stuff. So they was talking. They was actually having a conversation in the elevator. They're talking about, like, what if we could make like an RPG or some type of game, a platforming type game, you know, with you know, a collaboration between the two of us. And it said, and they needed Disney, because they figured if we put Disney characters in it, it would sell this IP, because they didn't believe Square could do a platformer just off of them sheerly alone, because they're not known to be a platforming company. They're known for their JRPGs and action RPGs and stuff. So once they got Disney on board, they said, "Okay, we can definitely get this going," and that's how the relationship started at this point. And yeah, the rest has been history. But Disney wanted full. You know, when you work with Disney wants a lot of control. So Disney really wanted full control of a lot of things and stuff like that. So, and plus Disney got a bigger wallet than the Square. They have a way bigger wallet than Square. So that's why they were like more so in charge of like some of the elements as far as the Disney World. They wanted, that's why they put emphasis. We want Disney World. If y'all want Disney characters in this, you got to have Disney Worlds, and the Disney Worlds have to be at the forefront of all this and stuff like that. So that was like the proposition in order for this collaboration to essentially work. And then they just threw in their Final Fantasy characters just cause.
Dude, when I was watching my dad play this, I was like I'm looking at Sora. I was like, okay, big goofy looking anime character. I like it, bro. But when I saw the Disney characters, like when he summoned Simba for the first time, bro, I'm like, bro, my favorite movie of all time, bro. You just summoned Simba. He's fucking roaring and clawing and shit. Like it wasn't crazy AI, you know what I'm saying? But let's seeing that type of shit, man. And even with 2, because I remember the speculation for Kingdom Hearts 3, bro, because that's after Disney had bought like Marvel and Lucasfilm.
Yeah. I remember like, everybody talking about.
We about to get superheroes. We gonna fight Darth Vader, bro. Like,
yeah, no, I remember that was a big discussion. And as I said before, man, like everybody just keep wondering, like, yo, man, like, when we will get Kingdom Hearts 3? When we get Kingdom Hearts 3? I will say this about Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts 3 came out too late because, in my personal opinion, it felt dated. The game also felt dated, and it felt like a tech demo of the PS4.
It felt like it didn't learn from anything it did before to me.
Yeah, because in Kingdom Hearts 3, if Kingdom Hearts 3 was like around the launch window of the PS4, I probably would have had a different opinion because, like I said, the game looked beautiful. The only thing, like I said, it felt like a tech demo. Like it was showing off the power of what the PS4 can do, but it didn't elaborate or go any far. Like, for instance, when you go to the Rapunzel, I remember in the trailer, the town in Rapunzel. Oh my God! When I seen the big town and people dancing around, I thought it was going to be like a fully explored town in Kingdom Hearts 3. So when I finally got a chance to get into the Rapunzel world, we got to the town. It's like a one area closed off. You can't go anywhere else, and it's only at the square where people dance at, and all the environments felt like that. You had these big environments, but you can't visit or traverse anywhere. Yeah, everything was linear. It was linear. I'm like, this felt like a tech demo.
That was my issue with it. I was like, that's why I said they didn't learn before, because you still have these big ass empty worlds where you know, so I could be interacting with characters like you was talking about with the old RPG, like with Suikoden, or like there was just interesting people like around the city. You just go talk to them, like maybe they'll say something. You know what I'm saying? Kingdom Hearts was missing out on a lot of that. Like, there's no way, bro. And I don't know what happened in 3, but like in the Olympus Coliseum. Like, I'm out here fighting all these heartless and these monsters. You tell me nobody's in the fucking audience, bro? Like,
it's so much they could elaborate and expounded on to make this feel. Part 3 should have been one of the biggest Kingdom Hearts games. I think these should just went balls to the wall and went all out on it. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't do that. It felt half-assed, and it left a sour taste in my mouth. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I never liked the gummy ship.
I love the gummy ship. Stop it.
Dude. I said, yo, get past this part. I just want to play the fucking game. I don't want to I don't want to assemble a gummy ship. I don't want to fly around the gummy ship. Let me play the game. I hate the gummy ship. And then 3, they put more emphasis on it. And I was like, God damn, man. I said, y'all, like, this is the least, because the gummy ship is equivalent for me. Like in JRPGs, I hate crafting systems. And I hate cooking systems. I hate those fucking systems in games.
I can't stand.
I can't, because this is the thing. I like when they're just optional, but I hate when they're almost like requirements. Or
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's what I hate about those, when they become requirements or they become essential to, like, for progression and stuff. I can't stand that, because like I want the option to have that choice. Like, if I want to dabble in it, I'll dabble in it. If I don't, I don't. But I hate that. But the gummy ship, I hate it. I'm like, dude, I don't want to fuck with the gummy ship.
I love the gummy ship, bro. I just
want to progress. I just want to play the story.
All my gummy
game. Let's go.
All my gummy ship designs, bro. I'm like, okay, I'm feeling flighty. I'm feeling tanky this day. You know what I'm saying? It's just me just soar riding solo. Dawn and Goofy, they live back there, so I'm taking the cruiser. I like the gummy ship, but I would say I hate that it's not optional, that it's mandatory for people like you. But I like that aspect of like where you get to build, create, and that's what I liked about Legend of Mana compared to the other Mana games.
Legend of Mana, the reason why I didn't like that too much, because playing Secret of Mana, because I grew up on Secret of Mana, so I went in expecting a bit of more, but a better version of Secret of Mana. But the thing about Legends of Mana is that was the most controversial Mana game and the most confusing Mana game, because one, there was no strategy guide for that particular game, because there was a certain way you had to place the locations on the map, and depending on how they connect will also change the story and what characters you recruit, and they give you a certain ending. And there was no guide, because Square really gave you no instructions on how it worked. So that was one of the most controversial Mana games, and that was the first game that I actually traded into the store.
Disrespectful.
Oh, what's up, Cassie? But for it to be your first game, no, that was actually for a beginner who never been introduced to the series. No, I think that was actually what I could see you saying that, yo, that was one of my favorite games or of the series and stuff. No, it wasn't a completely bad game, but from what I played with Secret of Mana and then stepping into that, I'm like, and then they got rid of the 3 players and then reduced it down to 2 players. I was like, why the fuck did they do that? They gave it a monster instead to act as your third character. I don't know why they did that shit.
That was trash, but I like raising monsters and shit, bro.
That's another thing. I don't know what's this obsession with when they do sequels to certain JRPGs where the first game is just awesome, and then the second game it becomes a monster raising game. I'll give you a perfect example.
Give me examples.
Like for instance, Tales of Symphonia on GameCube. Love the fuck out of Tales of Symphonia, the first game. That was the Final Fantasy VII of the Tales series of that time for the Nintendo GameCube. Loved it. Then when the sequel came out, they got rid of all the party members and gave you only the male and female character, and then your third party member is this monsters that you capture from the monsters that you encounter on the field.
I gotta play this.
I'm like, what? He said I gotta play this. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, no. I said I want a full-on party system. Like, why I gotta capture monsters and level up monsters, and they act as my third party member?
Let's go, Pokemon. Let's go.
Yeah, bro.
I get what you're saying as far as like them not being the playable characters, but give me that, bro. It adds to the longevity of the game. If I can go back into that world, find monsters.
There's so many things you can do. I know. I understand that.
I like planting in the motherfucking game, bro.
Like Final Fantasy 13 Part 2 did that. First Final Fantasy 13, which I didn't like Final Fantasy 13 gameplay wise. But then when you go to Part 2, that was a monster capture thing.
That was one for me. Fuck lightning. I've got her sister name.
So you have the two protagonists, and then your party members are monsters. I was like, what's this
beast ass looking monsters?
Yeah, I was like, what's this obsession of making sequels to renowned RPGs into monster captures? Now, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You ever play? If you like monster captures, there was a monster capture game for the PS1 and the PS2 called Jade Cocoon. Look that up. It's called Jade Cocoon. That was a pretty good monster capture game, and I'm surprised they did not bring that IP back. Look it up for PS1 and PS2. Look at PS1 first, and then look at PS2. Now, my brother had the PS2 version. I had the PS1 version, but that was a monster capture game. It's called Jade Cocoon, but you as the trainer, you have to fight the monsters, kill the monsters, and you capture them. So then you're on the field with your monsters as well. So you can not only command your monsters, it's turn-based too. You not only command your monsters, but you can also be as a trainer, fight the monsters too, as well. It's called Jade Cocoon.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Yeah, look that up. That and like you can find it on an emulation or something like that. Since I'm seeing that you like those type of games.
Yeah,
I know you like that.
I got my PlayStation emulator up right now, bro. I saw the Digimon, but yeah. All right, Kay said, Legend of Mana. Greatest sound, one of the greatest.
No, it does have a great soundtrack. I have the whole OST of Legends of Mana on my computer,
bro.
So I would say that.
Because she worked on the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack too. So like, bro, the music in both of those fucking top tier. The art, bro, the art of that. There's a Mana art book I need.
Bro, now that's one thing too. That's another thing. I'm glad you mentioned is the artwork. That's another thing that felt different because the first Secret of Mana artwork was totally different, and when we got to Secret of Mana, Legend of Mana, it was much more colorful, vibrant, and it had more of a fantasy. It was super fantasy, which was kind of different than what I remember of Secret of Mana. So that was
whimsical, man.
Yeah, exactly. That was so. It took me some time to adapt to that. But yes, Legend of Mana wasn't my favorite, but I love the soundtrack. I got the entire sound. I downloaded the entire soundtrack. That was some good. Legend of Mana had some great fucking music. But like I said, Legend of Mana was a confusing game because it didn't teach you how to play it. It really didn't.
Looking back at reviews of the game when I got older, that was the complaint. People was like, it's not linear. I don't know what the fuck to do. Like,
yeah, it does not teach you how to play it. Like the community GameFAQs back then, we had the GameFAQs.com.
That's what my dad had, bro. Yeah. So when you said we didn't have a strategy guide, I'm listening. You got
GameFAQs.com. That's where we got the community had to come together in GameFAQs.com to put together a guide to how to play that fucking game. Because like I said, that was the most controversial of the Mana games because you did not know how to fucking play it. And then you beat because for me, the reason why I traded it in because I beat the game. Like you were able to beat the game within 10, maybe 15 hours. If you put down the pieces a certain way, you can get to the end really fast. So that's another thing confusing. Wait a minute, I beat the game? I said I only had this game for 2 days. So how did I beat the fucking game? I just had it for 2 days. Yeah, so I took it back. So I beat the game there. Oh well, but then I found out from my friends, and once I started going to game facts, I found out that there was more, and I didn't even get all the characters. I was like, how do you get all the characters? Like, what's going on? How does this work? I was confused. That's why I just didn't bother. I didn't bother with it. I just traded it in, and that was the first game I ever traded. I don't trade in games. That's why my library of games are big. I don't trade in games, but I actually traded that one in.
That game had a feature where, and I think more games should do this, which I'm not the biggest gamer. I like what I like. Okay. Like you and Case, y'all talk about a lot of gaming news. I like what I like. You know what I'm saying? So with this one, it had a feature where if you had a save file on the memory card on another card,
yes, the second player can, if they have a memory card, I remember that.
So I mean, that was fun because my dad, who had a higher level character than me, he could load up his character and we sitting there, we playing the shit together. What's that?
Visions of Mana. I haven't opened it yet. This is the newest one, the new Mana game.
Okay.
Yeah, this one looks good. It has a class system too, like Final Fantasy. So I'll be digging in that shit.
I wanted it, but what I liked about Legend of Mana, which was going from Secret of Mana to Legend of Mana, I was like, I become the main character as opposed to the other Mana games where there's an actual protagonist. So I was like, I'm this no-name guy. The story is mine. Like, I like that, man. That was
I forgot about that. Yeah, you was a no-name character. It wasn't the main because all the other games. Well, Secret of Mana, you was the main. Like all right, in Secret of Mana, the original on Super Nintendo, the main character Randy didn't talk. You still like the character itself. The main character never talked. All he did was shake his head. He was a silent hero. But when they remade Secret of Mana on the PlayStation, and I have it over there somewhere. And they added.
I didn't get that one.
Yeah, they added voice acting, and now they made Randy a fully realized main character. He actually talked this time around, like that, which I thought was fine. I thought it was pretty cool, like that. But yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the main character in Legend of Mana was a silent hero, just like the first game, game as well. Well, the second game, because Secret of Mana is the second game, because the first game was on the NES and the Game Boy. It was called Final Fantasy Adventures, because originally Mana game was a Final Fantasy game. They wanted to compete against Zelda. They wanted to have their own adventure game like Zelda, so it's called Final Fantasy Adventures. That's why if you look at Legend of Mana, there's a chocobo you can get in Legends of Mana.
Yeah, so that was in the game facts. So my dad would go to work. Here's the print out
because I got a chocobo. I had a chocobo.
Yeah,
by accident. I don't know how I got them when I did the monster thing. Got a chocobo. Like, oh shit, chocobo in this.
So with that, I had looked it up. It's a monster that you can get later on, but for it to be your first monster instead of the Rabite, you have to have Final Fantasy VII save data.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, and if you did that, then you can get the chocobo as your first pet.
Oh, I don't know how. Yeah, okay, yeah, because I had Final Fantasy VII this saved data on my memory card, so I was wondering how I got. So, Final Fantasy. I said chocobo in this. I was like, oh shit, okay.
Man, I love a fucking chocobo, so I hopped at that chance, and I had to have the chocobo in the farm. He probably wasn't always on the squad. I had me a big bird. We're supposed to. Okay. Sonic Adventure 2, I love Chow Garden. I will sit there and
I never fought with the Chow Garden.
Oh, get out of here, bro. Get out
I don't like I'm not a monster raising guy.
Cut this man's hair.
Dude, I'm not a monster raising guy. Like I had Monster Rancher. I'm not monster I had Monster Rancher. You ever play that?
Yeah, that's my shit, bro. I played 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, damn, I only had the first game. No, I had the second game. I only had the second game. My cousin had the first game. I only did the second game. I had Monster Rancher, but I'm not a monster. I guess Pokemon drained me because I stopped at Pokemon Yellow, and I was done with monster capture. After a while, I was done with after Pokemon. I had blue and yellow. After I was done with yellow, I was like monster captured out. And then I had the Digimon the Digimon device where you was able to
handheld thing.
Yeah, it was like
Tamagotchi
a keychain. Yeah, it was on a keychain, and then you was able to raise and feed them, and then. Those are a big thing back in the day. I had that, but I found I had nobody else. It was hard to find somebody else who had the Digimon thing or whatever like that.
Yeah, I didn't even have one.
But only one time I ran into somebody. My parents was at the supermarket. And this little white girl that was my age because we was both. I was like in elementary or middle school, and she was on the in the same line as we was doing with our groceries. Her parents, she was with her parents and stuff, and I had my little Digi device, and she had hers, and we looked at each other. Our eyes got big because I guess she couldn't find nobody. that had one. So me and her, we put our devices together. We battled. She kicked my ass.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
that's cute, bro.
Yeah. She bust my ass or whatever. Then my parents, while we playing, my parents talking to her parents and stuff like that while we sitting on the side, as they're in the line and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. So I had a quick little friend when it came to the whole Digimon thing at that moment right there. But yeah, I remember that. That was that's the only time I really liked that.
That's dope. And that's something that I would see from like these Nintendo commercials, like random motherfuckers just pop up at the basketball.
Yeah, it was so random. I was like, my heart stopped. Like we looked at each other, our eyes got big, our mouths wide open. We looked at each other. I had the gray Digi device. It's like a brick, like a brick shape, and with a big screen on it. And then she had the red one, the hot fire red version of it. And like I said, we sitting there, and I'm hearing the same. Like, wait a minute, why I'm hearing double sounds? I said, sounds like the Digimon, like it sounded like mine, but it can't be mine. And I turned to the side, there she was. And yeah, man. And then my parents started talking to her parents, and then me and her moved over to the side on the bench while my parents in line with the groceries and stuff. And we just sat there, just dueling each other and just talking about how we feed our Digimons and stuff. So yeah, that was fun, man. That was the only time I had a chance to run into somebody who had that shit.
Bro, that is a dope story. And we kind of, oh man, it seems like that's kind of gone. Again, I'm not so into the gaming, but I remember with the 3DS, like I was going to like Pokemon events, and me and my homie would go there. So the first time, like people just starting their journeys.
Yeah, those days, I look, dude, like me being 37 years old, and I can't believe I'll be 40 pretty soon. I don't even want to think about sending my daughter to college and everything, but those days I miss those days. I think I took for granted those days a long time ago, especially the early 90s, where you had the little handheld games, and then or you out in the schoolyard and you're all trading Pokemon cards, and you know what I'm saying, or you in the lunchroom, you got your Game Boy and stuff, and you got the link cable. We used to do that too. We used to bring the link cable to school, and used to have Pokemon battles and stuff. We used to have a lot. We used to do a lot of those things, and those are long gone now. That era is gone, because everything is done with mobile devices and stuff now. No one is out there interacting with each other physically anymore. You do everything over the internet. Every once, they have some communities that you get together every once in a while, but they don't feel the same. And like I said, the reason why that situation with that Digimon thing resonated with me, and it was so impactful, because that was an era of my childhood, and interacting with somebody who had the same device or had the same interest as I did, and we're complete strangers, don't even know each other, and never even seen each other again. But we was able to share that moment, just for that brief moment in the supermarket, sitting on the bench while our parents are congregating in line with each other as they're getting their groceries counted at the register and stuff like that. And that was a time that I'll always remember. But you don't got things like that anymore. Even if I look at my daughter's generation, there's not moments like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like I miss that. I miss that era.
Digimon did that for you, man. Put some respect on Digimon now.
I remember the first Digimon game came out on PlayStation, bro. My brother got that one, Digimon World. The first game. That game was ass. Like
I can see how somebody would say that.
my brother Keo loved that game to death. Now the thing was, the thing when my brother didn't understand at first was he didn't understand because he watched the cartoon. So when he got Agumon, he's wondering why his Agumon turned into like a piece of shit, like a green goo. He said, "Wait a minute, we're supposed to turn gray." Yeah, it's like, why is it not turning to Greymon? Because he thinking it's supposed to be like the cartoon. Then I said, "No, bro." He said, "Wait a minute, it's acting as the actual Tamagotchi, where your Digimon doesn't. It depending on what you feed it and how you train it, it doesn't transform into the forms you see in the cartoon. It would transform into whatever that rank is or whatever that's in that rankish category and stuff like that." So yeah, so he had to look up guides on Game Factor how to get his Agumon.
You had to,
yeah, and then your Digimon dies. They die. You have to start over again. So then you have to, so you have to start over again. It's just to progress.
Look,
this is
but look, that is why I would say I can understand how somebody would say, okay, that game is shit. Because even the new one, what is it, like Cyber Sleuth or
dude, I don't know. I'm not invested in Digimon.
It's like a reboot or a spiritual successor of the first game, and it's the same shit. Like they're dying. I'm like, bro, I hate that fucking game. But Digimon 2, they don't die. You get your character, and then you get a 3-man squad as opposed to having one.
So Digimon 2, because I remember, was that the one where you ride in like a Doom buggy?
Yes, the Digibeetle.
Yeah, I'm like, ew. I said, what the hell is
That's
my
this
brother,
one.
yeah, my brother got that on. My brother got that on PlayStation. He still got the original game on the.
I do too.
Yeah, he still got the original game, and then Digimon World, was it 3 where you actually went to the digital world and your Digimon actually follow you around
In the line, yes, sir.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
RPGs.
Now that one looked pretty interesting. My brother had that one too. He still got them. He still got those games. He was a big Digimon fan.
1 was cool because it was Digimon. Okay, just simply because of that. 2 and 3 were actually great games. 4 is shit.
I haven't seen 4. I don't think my brother got 4 either. No,
I can see why. And 4, the Digimon are not Digimon. Like, sure, they are. There's no human component, and they gave the Digimons like weapons.
Yeah, my brother didn't get that one. I think he tapped out of Digimon for a little bit.
That shit is,
at that time.
That shit's terrible. Like Vmon, my God, I can't V head punch, V headbutt or V punch nobody, like, because you got to have a weapon. So they just do, and then I'm like, no combos, like none of that shit. And then they put like a magic system in the game.
Oh,
so I'm not War Greymon with a big ass Terror Force, you know what I'm saying? Dropping a spear bomb on somebody. I'm like shooting a little ice, a little fire blast. It was retarded, bro. But
oh wow,
I can see how somebody would say the Digibeetle was retarded, but it was just so you can go through the dungeons. It was a dungeon crawler, so I like dungeon crawlers.
Yeah. I like certain dungeon crawlers. It depends. It depends on the aesthetics. It depends on the aesthetics and the story. Like my favorite dungeon crawler at the time on Sega Dreamcast was called Evolution. And then Evolution to type in Dreamcast and type in Evolution or Evolution then Dreamcast, and then it came out with Evolution 2, and then they remastered it by combining 1 and 2 on the GameCube, and they called it Evolution Worlds, or whatever. That was my favorite JRPG. The developer, he Japanese developer, he came from the military. So what happened was he named the main characters after weapons. The main character's named Mag Launcher. In this universe, they have these things called Psyframes. It was this ancient race called the Evolution. The Evolution had these ancient machineries or weaponry that got lost, and then they got dug up, and now you have people called Psyframe adventurers, where they search in dungeons for treasure and ancient artifacts. But in order to go in these dungeons, you need protection, which they carry Psyframes. Every Psyframe is different, and his Psyframe is this big fist. It's like it's attached to his back, and he does combos and stuff with it. And he met this girl who don't talk. Her name is Linear. She's silent, but you come to find out she's part of the Evolution. She's part of that ancient race that went away years ago. And now the military found out about her because she was left on his doorstep because his dad was a great adventurer. He left and never returned. But he came and dropped off Linear and left. And then you don't know what happened to your father. But your father left you in debt. So while you dungeon crawling, you have to go to the debt agency to pay off your debt and stuff. That was a mechanic in the game. But you meet other Psyframe users who have their own. So you have Mag Launcher. His butler's named Gre, and his last name is Nade. So it's Grenade. And then you have Pepper Box. You have this other character named Machine Gun and stuff like that. But they all different Psyframe users. I loved it. It was a nice little dungeon crawler, great soundtrack, a great gameplay and stuff like that. And then when Evolution 2 came out, they finally introduced the voice acting in it. And then the antagonist was this male character who was from the Evolution race. Now, at this time, Mag Launcher and Linear got really tight. And now in part 2, Linear actually start talking. So it's kind of like a little love thing he has for her. But now somebody from her race, who this race is supposed to be extinct, he shows up out of nowhere, and now he's saying to Linear, like, yo, like, let's rebuild our civilization. Now he wants to breed with her. Like, he wants to make her his wife, and he wants to breed and bring back the Evolution race. But that's also going to be devastation to the planet. So you have to end up fighting that nigga at some point, especially at the end of the game. But it was a great game, man. Really great game. But definitely look at that up. Evolution. It was on Dreamcast. Yeah,
man. I looked that up, and the J Cocoon that you got. I'm gonna have to emulate, dog.
Yeah, emulate that. You'll like, these are classics, man. These are fucking classics.
Fuck game preservation. I'm just playing.
These are classics.
I think it was something else that I wanted to say, man. You triggered a memory. I don't know though, but let's see Kyrie. This has been up for a long time.
yeah. Kyrie, man, like they hyped her up, but they dropped the ball in the third game.
Dropped the ball. Like, she is what people claim Sakura is. Like, I like Sakura. I don't think she was used
There's so many memes surrounding Sakura, dog. Sakura got. I mean, like I like Sakura, but Sakura got on my nerves at times, especially when it came to her between her, Sasuke, and Naruto. Like that shit got on my nerves. But overall, I like some of the work that she was putting in at certain points.
She was putting in work, bro. Sakura the one. But it's funny to see the meme where they be like Sakura diss Naruto for this, and you see her at the table sitting by herself because Sasuke don't give a fuck. Like he gone out like, and Naruto with Hinata like having fun and happy and shit.
Oh, that's why I think a lot of lessons from Naruto that I also like see connections in my life and people around me and stuff. My brother Kyo, he reminds me of Naruto so much, the underdog, because at the time my brother Kyo had a learning disability or whatever like that, and a lot of people used to tease him, pick on him, and stuff like that. And I said it on my Twitter before, because of his learning disability, the school wanted to put him on Ritalin, wanted to put him on a drug, and my parents wasn't going for that shit. But my brother ended up overcoming that, and I feel so proud of him that he's able to overcome that years ago, and now I see how he's shaped as a man and stuff like that, and how now people just look up to him, you know, and him becoming a leader and stuff. But I remember back in the day how the kids used to tease him, pick on him. He was never invited to certain activities, or he was always left to himself and stuff like that. And I always saw Naruto and my brother Kyo, and I watch how now like this dude is just, he became something amazing. And I look at that and I always laugh, is because the whole Hinata situation. I tell a lot of young men on my platform on my stream, I say, yo man, like there's a Hinata in everybody's life. Hinata's a chick that you never thought, that you never pay any attention to, or you just never thought that she exists or whatever like that, because she's quiet, or she, like, her presence, her energy is so so small, you don't even feel her, you don't even sense her. But I always tell a lot of young fellas like that's going through relationship problems or trying to find that person in their life, I say, yo man, there's a Hinata somewhere that you overlooking and don't even notice that she's there, but she's probably been watching you the whole time and watching you develop to become a great person and stuff like that. And that's, I always take that part and connect it to different parts of my life. And looking at Sakura, the worst, like this chick still, she ends up with Sasuke, but don't end up with him. She has his kid get knocked up, but he's never around. But she was willing to she's willing to go that length.
We saw that.
She want that nigga that bad.
We saw that.
To get knocked up. As long as she got the kid, she got him. As long as she got him, she don't care how she get him. She got him. Even when the nigga not present, that's victory to her. But that's the wrong message to girls, to me, in my personal opinion. That hey, go ahead and chase a guy that clearly ignores the fuck out of you. Go chase this guy. Eventually, you'll get him. You won't get him the way you want to get him, but you can get him. You know, that's the wrong message to send out to a lot of young girls who obsess over guys like Sasuke.
Bro, we've all had some Sakuras, that the one that we wanted,
yeah,
but they wanted that other dude, and they got him.
They got him.
They got the baby too, and he ain't really there. She begging for him to come through.
Yeah, I'm like, damn. Like when I saw Boruto, I said, oh, so he did get, like, she ended up getting him, but he, I'm like, but he not around. That's typical. I'm like, yo, this shit's out of control. Out of control, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. And then on top of that, a daughter. Then he has a daughter on top of that. You know what an absent father does to a daughter, man? Like,
I haven't seen Boruto, so I don't know how absent he is.
Well, the thing is, like, I only saw the early parts. I didn't relate Boruto too much because they're like, one thing I hate about those type of things, you're just giving us miniature versions of pre-existing characters. And they're more OP than the original characters. Like, I get that. To me, like, Naruto was a perfect ending. Him being Hokage, that should have been the end. That was the perfect ending. He fulfilled his dream, his destiny, the things that he wanted to do. He fulfilled it, and he got the baddest chick in Konoha. He got Hinata.
I'm not gonna say the baddest.
No, but I'm saying it's perfectly wife material. Like, that's wife,
okay, I got you.
Wife material. Like, you won. Like, I wouldn't want any other chick. Hinata's a chick that's wifey right there. Like, every other chick, she could be bad, but is she wifey? Hinata was wifey. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could, and now you're Hokage, and you have two of the strongest, like some of the strongest kids in your bloodline now. Like, you have a cross between the Uzumaki and, you know, like her clan. Yeah, the Hyuga, like, yeah, you got them two together. Like, what the hell? Like, what more could you ask for? They should have just ended it there.
You asked for?
Like, they should have just ended it there. It didn't need to continue. But I understand why they had to continue it. Is because this is during the time where the big three. A lot of the series started ending already at the time. A lot of the big anime endings was starting to wrap up. So they needed a new cycle of animes in order to keep making that money. So when those animes, remember, Bleach was going for a bit. You know what I'm saying? And you had a couple of other major animes that finally tied up. So the only thing that's running left was One Piece at the time. And then Naruto finally wrapped itself up. So now they're like, okay, we got to keep this shit going. So that's why they just gave us Boruto after that. It was an unnecessary follow-up. Very unnecessary. We didn't need a follow-up to that shit. We really didn't.
I mean, I hated how the Shippuden ended, like the whole Kaguya and the alien shit. Like, all that was weird to me. I think it should have like ended with Orochimaru. But because I'm trying to think of the difference between Dragon Ball. Where I think with Dragon Ball, you still had the character Goku that we grew up with. But like I was saying earlier, it's like, let's just see him go off world, him and Vegeta, because they're so powerful. They need to fight shit out there. Like, it seems like the trend is some shit's always coming to Earth. And we have to defend it.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the thing, bro. The plan was, the original plan that Toriyama had in mind was to have Goku removed from the picture. It was up to Gohan. That's why Gohan was left to fight Cell, because it was supposed to lead into Gohan being the next defender. And Goku was supposed to die out, period. After he sacrificed himself from Cell, that was supposed to be the end of Goku's story or whatever like that. And now it's left to his son. His son's supposed to take over the mantle after that. But here come the Buu saga. And the reason why they made Goten, I was doing some research. I seen a video one time. The reason why Goten was was created was because they was afraid that Dragon Ball wouldn't sustain itself without an image of Goku. So because they wasn't confident in having Gohan run the whole thing by himself. So they had to put a Goku in there somewhere. That's why they made Goten. Goten was just made up on the fly because they was not confident in just having Gohan run it himself.
That's trash.
So they threw Goten in there because they needed an image of Goku. Or the people, because people link Goku with Dragon Ball. So they was afraid to not have a series without Goku in it. So they gave us Goten and made him look like Goku, a smaller Goku. So they can at least have a Goku in there. And then
man. don't kill him, man. He don't need death, bro. Just send him off world. Cause man, you got these strong ass dudes always coming here, and we have to fight them off. But I'm like, how much genocide, like, bro, that we blew up that fucking planet?
Because Dragon Ball had an MMO, right? Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Dragon Ball had an MMO.
That reminded me of something real quick. How you were saying like you had experienced Dragon Ball before everybody over here. I remember playing Dragon Ball Final Bout. Yeah, and seeing Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, and I'm like, bro, what is this for shit? Like, this is so dope. But I was like, why is this not on the TV? Like, I wasn't connecting those dots, but keep going. You just remind me of that.
Dragon Ball MMO, it never came to America. It was only in Korea or in Japan, I believe it was. And I was so hyped for it. And this was canon. It was canon to the Dragon Ball universe. And it had a lot to do with time travel, but it got to some point where Goku and Vegeta left off planet. So now you create your own character, and somehow something happened in the universe where every human on the planet is like 1/3 or 1/4 Saiyan now. So humans are able to tap into their Super Saiyan gene. So the humans are able to turn Super Saiyan and stuff. But it was an MMORPG, but they gave you a final story between Goku and Vegeta. They said that Goku and Vegeta, now that they're old, because I found out that Saiyans, they stay young for a very long time, and then once they hit their peak, they age rapidly after that, or whatever. So what happened was they said they ended Goku and Vegeta's arc, where they said Goku and Vegeta went off to a distant planet to have their final, bout with each other. They wanted to go out that way, and they fought each other, and then the planet or whatever, the star blows up, and that's how they go out. They go out doing their final spar with each other. I think that was a pretty interesting thing, and this takes place after Dragon Ball Online takes place after GT. This is all after GT. Goku or everybody. This is hundreds and hundreds of years into the future. So Gohan and them are no longer around. Everybody, like, this is like a whole new thing or whatever like that. But Goku and them was still of that age where they was like old and stuff like that. Because Saiyans take a long time to age. But yeah, Goku and Vegeta, that's how they had went out like that with their final spar with each other. So I was like, that's a Saiyan thing to do. But
Yeah,
check that out. Look for Dragon Ball Online.
Okay. Old MMO that I can't play
Yes,
anymore.
No, I think they have free servers. You know how people got their own community servers? You can still play it. You got to find the community server. They still have that. They had unique character designs too. You had different. You can be a Namek. You can be a human.
Was it better than Xenoverse?
Well, Xenoverse was inspired by that. They took some of the they took some of the lore, or they took some of the inspiration from Dragon Ball Online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I was talking about. I hate how Trunks did get rode, and there he go again in Xenoverse. Fucking time patrol cop.
Xenoverse. I like the Xenoverse 2. It
Me
was
too.
pretty good for what it was. But after a while, it was just the online connection, the functionality, like getting into a match with my brothers. It was always constant disconnect, even though we're plugged in to the internet, we're wired. The connection was just bad. Netcode was just horrible when you went to go try to do like versus battles against other teams. But when it came to the co-op stuff, that was pretty it worked. And, it functioned pretty well or whatever. But when it came to competitive or whatever like that, the game was hardly competitive. That shit was busted as fuck. The meta was stupid.
Okay.
Stupid builds. Like the stupid builds. Like it was not even fun after a while. Like
I believe that by the time I got into it, man, it seemed like people were not playing. But there's always people playing. I'm just having trouble
and it's still making money. It's still making money. He's still doing like DLC and shit. Like how?
I saw that did I just see another DLC that they put out?
Yeah, it was a recent one. It was like a couple months ago, I believe.
No, I'm talking about one like a week or two ago.
A week or two, like I think Tournament of Power or something like.
I think it had something.
Talking about Super.
I think it had something to do with Sparking Zero content.
Oh no! You're right. Sparking Zero, yeah.
That's what I think, but I didn't watch it. I just saw like the thumbnail.
Yeah, cross promotion or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I'm like, oh, they still doing shit. Even when Akira Toriyama died, like you had people doing the memorials to him on the game and all of that. So
yeah,
I was like, man, where are y'all at when I'm trying to load up in a room and play?
Yeah, man. You had to really hop into that when it was hot at the time. Because me and my brothers, we always found matches. And actually I posted on my channel, if you type in Xenoverse 2 on my channel in the search box, you will find me and my brother's matches, and they recorded their footage too. So I switched between different perspectives and stuff. We fucked this one team up so bad they rage quit. They rage quit in the middle of the match. It was hilarious. But I picked a human, and both my brothers, they were Saiyans. I picked human in the game. But yeah, man, it was fun for what it was. It had its moments. But I'm going to eventually get Sparking Zero. I'm not going to get it on launch. I'm going to get it probably on Christmas holiday.
Okay.
Because I wasn't into the Tenkaichi series. I liked the original Budokai series that was on like the PS2, GameCube, and the first Xbox. But their whole arena fighter, I didn't like Tenkaichi because it got rid of the fully complex combos that Budokai had, and then the transformations were actual treated as character selects in the first couple, like the first Budokai Tenkaichi games. I'm like, nah, I'm not really feeling this one, and I just pulled away from the Tenkaichi series. So didn't really care too much for it.
I don't have too much knowledge of, like, I played all of them. My dad bought them. Like, I was playing them. But as far as like when people speak about Budokai and then Tenkaichi, I'm like, at what point did it become different? Or why do y'all speak of them as like so?
Yeah, because Budokai was the first 3D fighter. Like remember, everybody wanted a perfect 3D fight in Dragon Ball game, bro.
Hold on. When you say 3D, because Budokai was still like the side fighter, right?
Yeah. It was.
I think Tenkaichi went to where it was split screen.
Because let me put it this way: Budokai was more like a 2.5D. It was still 3D. You fought on a 2D plane, but you was able to sidestep into the sidestep, and you was able to move around the arena, but you were still on a 2D axis, a 2D plane. Budokai Tenkaichi was an all-out arena fighter, meaning that you control all 360 motion and everything like that. But you also got to understand when it comes to arena fighters, you have to water down the mechanics, because like Dragon Ball Budokai was on a 2D plane. So I mean, you have access to more moves, more like cancels and mechanics. We have arena fighters when it's a full 3D motion and stuff, where now you're able to fly around and you're able to do all these other type of things. You don't have a big move list like how you have on a 2D plane and stuff. Because now most of the interaction is what you do in the environment itself and how you maneuver in the environment and stuff. So it kind of took away that competitive feel that the original Budokai had. So I wasn't really a big fan. And then when I looked in Tenkaichi, because remember in Budokai, you were able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now I know in Tenkaichi, because I know probably when people say you could do that in Tenkaichi, But in the beginning parts of Tenkaichi, they didn't have where you was able to transform into Super Saiyan and stuff. No, Super Saiyan was a character select itself.
Just that's what I don't like.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I was like, wait a minute. How do you? To me, that was like a downgrade. I was like, wait a minute. I like the feel of Dragon Ball where when I'm playing Budokai, I feel like I'm actually in the Dragon Ball universe when I'm fighting. That's okay. Now it's time to turn to a Super Saiyan, or it's time to go into my next level. I'm able to transform into that level. But when we go to Tenkaichi, I said, wait a minute. Like, so base Goku's a character, and now Super Saiyan Goku is a separate character. It was kind of like GT Final Bout on the PlayStation, where you couldn't transform. Those transformations were actual different characters. So now you bloating up the roster. So the Tenkaichi always bragged about the number of characters. Like, it's a massive amount of characters, but is it really a massive amount of characters when most of the roster is variations of different forms of Goku, where you have base Goku, Kaioken Goku, and then you have dead Goku with the halo on. Then you have Super Saiyan Goku. There's just different variations. Or can you really count them as individual characters? You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing that really that I really didn't like about the Tenkaichi series. So I didn't care. I was totally upset because Dragon Ball Burst Limit that came out for Xbox 360. That was the next evolution. That was the next generation of the Budokai series. But for some reason, they didn't continue with it because they had a whole bunch of. They was going to eventually go into the Buu arc because it stopped at the Cell. It stopped at the I think did it stop at Frieza or it stopped at Cell? It stopped at one of those arcs. I think it stopped at the Frieza saga. But it was eventually supposed to go to the Android arc all the way to the Buu saga, and we got Future Trunks, we got those characters, but we didn't get the arcs. You usually have to unlock Future Trunks in them, but you didn't get those arcs to play through. And it was an evolution of the Budokai series, but they for some strange reason they just stopped, they discontinued it, and they went straight to Tenkaichi. I'm like, and I was excited for Tenkaichi because I thought I was getting more of the same, but no, it was a totally different game. It was an arena fighter, which I had no problems. I love arena fighters. But for some reason, Tenkaichi just didn't do it for me. And I was like, I'm good. So I checked out of the Budokai series after they went to Tenkaichi. And then when Xenoverse came in, where I made to create my own Dragon Ball character, I said, oh, sign me back up. Because this is like, this is Dragon Ball again. I'm able to charge up, power up, and meet my favorite Dragon Ball characters. And then next thing you know, here comes Sparking Zero. I said, why? Why are we going to Sparking Zero when you got Xenoverse? Now, then I'm not throwing shade. Now, don't get me wrong, because I'm going to pick up eventually Sparking Zero because they actually look fire. It looks really good. But to me, when I first saw Sparking Zero, I said, what's the point when you got Xenoverse? To me, Xenoverse, you can do everything. You can create your own character. You can put your own move sets on your characters. You can play as the Dragon Ball characters. You have these big environments, so Xenoverse 3 can up the ante for the environments. So now you got Sparking Zero. I said, what's the fucking point when you got Xenoverse? To me, and this is my comparison. I compare this to it's like Marvel and Capcom, right? Release Marvel versus Capcom, right? Where you have all the various of Marvel characters, and you have a bunch of different Capcom characters from different series. So can you imagine them releasing Marvel versus Capcom 3, and then now you got Marvel versus Capcom Infinite, and then decide to announce a new Marvel versus game, and that Marvel versus game is now X-Men versus Street Fighter 2. Why? Why would you do X-Men versus Street Fighter 2 when you have Marvel versus Capcom? Why would you go from a selection of various Marvel characters and Capcom characters to now just boil it down to just X-Men and just Street Fighter? That makes no sense. So that's how I saw Sparking Zero. You got Xenoverse. That's a massive game. You have everything that you want in a Dragon Ball game, but then you go back to Sparking Zero where you can't create your own characters and you're just playing Dragon Ball characters again. Why would I want to go back to that again? But I understand. The game looks fire. The stuff, the counts that they put into it, it looks fire. So I give it that.
That's how I feel about Sparking Zero. It's like, I'm not hyped for it. Like, it just looks like another Dragon Ball experience. Yeah, whatever that means.
It looks, it looks really good. Don't get me wrong, it looks good, but I was saying this is just more of the same again. It just looks better. You know what I'm saying? And it got 181 characters, but most of that is just they're counting the transformations. It's 181 characters, bro.
100%, man. I know in Xenoverse 2, because I like where when you create your character, or I think even you can customize the preset, like the actual characters that you have to control like what skills that they have. So I can have a Vegeta and have him to like transform to like Super Saiyan, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's like I'm doing it in the fight. It's not like I picked that guy before. You can in Xenoverse 2, so you can pick those versions to play with. but you have the option of setting the skill to where you can transform.
Yeah,
into it.
so it's a mixture of everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got a storyline, you got RPG elements. You know what I'm saying? You got a lobby where you can join up with other friends and stuff. You got different races that you could pick from and everything. So I was like, that's the ultimate Dragon Ball experience. Now we need a part 3 to up the ante. But to me, in my personal opinion, I think Sparking Zero is a prototype or a beta test for Xenoverse 3. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I think it is. That's what I think it is. It's a beta test for Xenoverse 3. That's what I think it's going to be. And I think Sparking Zero is going to make a shit ton of money. I'm telling you that shit now.
Do you know what Super Saiyan 5 is?
Well, I mean, technically, we don't have a Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 5. I mean, we got Super Saiyan Guy, but that's not 5. We got Ultra Instincts, but that's another form to itself.
You know what I'm talking about? The Super Saiyan 4 one with the spiky hair that we used to because you was talking about the Dragon Ball Z pictures back in the day.
Yeah, because it's the thing. You had Dragon Ball A. You had this thing called Dragon Ball AF. This is during the Edgelord.
I didn't know about AF. So
yeah, AF is where you had Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6. You had Super Saiyan fucking 7. You had Fusion, Gohan, and Trunks and shit like that. But what happened is this is the crazy part. The guy who created AF, I believe, I hope I'm getting this right. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Is the same guy who's now doing Dragon Ball Super. It's the same guy. That's the same guy. The guy who did AF is the one that's doing Dragon Ball Super. And that's why that's why I got the blue color hair. Like, because remember, that's AF. You had different color Super Saiyan hair. I didn't
know that.
Yeah, you had all that, and now it's introduced in Dragon Ball Super and stuff because it's the same person who did AF back in the day.
Okay, now the reason I asked that because I see a lot of art about this where we saw the Super Saiyan 5 back in the day where he had like the Super Saiyan 4 design, but his hair was like real spiky and it was white.
Yeah, bro.
And I was like, bro, at this point, fuck it makes sense because you got Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Instinct, his hair turned white, bro. I think when I say mixed Super and GT, that is what I mean. Like, just give us all the shit at this point. Super Saiyan 4, actual Saiyan lore. And then you can introduce all that God colored hair bullshit, man, with that. But I'm like, just give everybody with that.
Bro, I remember when AF was I was in middle school when AF was a thing. I was like 5th or 6th grade when AF, Dragon Ball AF was a thing.
I had to be in elementary because that's when I saw those pictures being printed.
Bro. And I remember all the kids used to just talk about that shit, pass that shit around. And remember, we didn't have like the mobile phones, and not everybody had a computer and had the internet. So a lot of people thought that was some real shit. Like people thought it was real. So then but I said, yo, but how come I don't see anything? I don't see a card, an anime. I don't see nothing about it. But I keep seeing pictures of this shit. And all the edgelords, all the kids in my time, all they used to do was draw pictures or draw their own versions of Super Saiyan 7 and shit like that. I remember that era. But we never seen anything come of it. I'm like, what is this? Is this even real? Yeah. And that was always the mystery. So over time, people came up with the conclusion that Dragon Ball AF means Dragon Ball April Fools or something like that. That it was all April Fool's joke and shit like that. We didn't know this. We never knew the context. We never knew where the stuff came from. But everybody thought it was fucking real. Was a real thing. But we never seen nothing that came of it. Never did.
Look,
I remember that era.
What's funny is you was talking about the lack of information or accessibility to information we had. So we just kind of like we'll speculate what's happening. Yeah. And it reminded me of this because I've been watching a lot of comedy shit. This dude named Shane Gillis, he had a special and he was talking about because everybody got phones, we can just like look and see like what's going on in the world, who don't like us, who we having problems with. Yeah. So people form their opinions. And he was like, but back then you had one dude to run through once a month and drop off the newspaper. And everybody like, oh, who talking shit now? And we ride out on there. But it's like they had to wait, you know what I'm saying, to get information.
Yeah, bro. The internet was still new. The internet was a wild west. You know what I'm saying? And not everybody had a computer. Yeah. I didn't get a computer. We didn't get a computer of our own until I got to high school. Like we didn't get a computer until I was in 11th grade. I did not have a computer until 11th grade or whatever like that. But so I was still like out of the loop. I would go to my cousin's house, or my friend would have a computer with the internet, or I'd be in a computer lab at my school. That's how I was able to get that type of information and knowledge. Because guess what? If I didn't go to my cousin's house when it came to the internet, I didn't even know that. I wouldn't even known that Smash Brothers 64 was coming out. I found out about Smash Brothers 64 on the internet. I didn't find out about it anywhere else because there was no commercials yet or anything. I found out about from the internet, and that's what made me start looking out for Smash Brother and its release at that time and shit like that. But yeah, the internet was a very new thing. It was hard to find information, so all you did was speculate, or you just took things for face value because you didn't have access to the information and stuff like that. But now you do, man. It shows how people respond, how people react to certain things, and it can be a weapon, or it can be something. It can be a tool that can help you get ahead in life and what you're doing, even as a content creator, and stuff like that. But yo, man, those are the times. There were simpler times when all you had was game magazines or newspaper articles that talked about certain things like games and stuff. Because I still have my Metro paper, Philadelphia Metro paper, that had the reveal of the first Xbox. I still got that paper. I still got that article and everything. I got it saved and wrapped up. I got it stored in the basement and everything. And I remember we used to sit in class and we used to stare at that fucking page, look at the first Xbox and shit like that. Consoles, that was a thing. Papers used to talk about consoles in the paper, especially the introductions to brand new consoles and stuff like that. Those were the times, you know what I'm saying? And I also miss the days with video games where I think a lot of gamers, like I may get some backlash or whatever like that, but I think today, when it comes to gamers, there is a form of spoiledness or entitlement when it comes to certain things, when it comes to information, like reveals of games. Like a lot of people want the information right away. Like, I need to know the characters, I need to know about the story, I need to know about anything. Remember back in the day, you just go to the store, there's the game right there. You had to look at the box art, or you go to the front counter and ask, one of the people if they played the game or they know anything about the game, and you just wish for the best. You didn't really get a lot of information, or you get a game magazine, but even that took you so far. You know what I'm saying?
Many a Blockbuster rentals, all you had was that little display case, you know what I'm saying? And all right, I hope for the best.
And I think most of my experiences came from not knowing too much about the game. So you know a little bit, but then when the game came out, it hits you more, because to me, gaming is not the same to me as far as the hype for games. Like, I enjoy the hype of the game than the actual game itself, like the anticipation for the game, because I'm constantly getting fed news of the game. I'm constantly getting fed trailers of the game. I'm finally getting developer interviews about the game. So I'm constantly seeing this hype cycle of the game. And then once I get the game, my hype isn't as high as it is once the controller is finally in my hand. Yeah, I enjoy the game, but the hype, I'm not as hyped as I was. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of takes that away from me after a while, because I know much about the game before the game's in my hand.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that has anything to do with the lack of people enjoying these games together? Because, I guess you still have your dad,
you have a point,
your brother. But I'm like, yeah, I remember we would get a game, especially, me and my brother, or even me and my dad, like we'd all be hyped for a game.
Yeah. You have a point, because picture this. See, back in the day, my dad, especially my parents, especially my dad, because my dad was the gamer. We followed after him. My dad didn't play this where we never shared a console. We all individually had our own consoles. My sister had a console. I had a console. My brother Keo had a console. Then my little brother, once he got old enough, he had his own console. Then my dad had a console. So
privileged black, stand up.
Yeah. So all five of us had a console, and we all had our own televisions. So we all had our own setups and stuff like that. So
we were spoiled, bro.
Yeah, we were. When I say we were spoiled, bro, we were fucking spoiled. So we didn't have to share. There was no sharing time. We all had our own shit. So we had to worry about it. But we would come together when it came to multiplayer games. If I had a multiplayer game, then my brothers and sisters would come. We would plug the controllers in. And that's why we never had to look for friends or outside people to play multiplayer, because my parents created us. So we had our siblings. So when it came to 4-player games, it's 4 of us. It's me, my brother Keo, my baby brother Strike, and then my sister Manya. So it's always the 4 of us. We had 4 players all the time. So when multiplayer came out, it's the 4 of us, and then Dad would jump in. And my mom was a gamer.
What Ninja Turtle did y'all pick?
I liked the Donatello. My brother Keo liked the Leonardo. My baby brother liked the Raphael. No, my brother. Let me make sure I get it right. Was it Michelangelo that Keo liked? No. It was Leonardo. It was Leonardo that my brother killed. Like, my sister wasn't really a big into Ninja Turtles, so Michelangelo was up for grabs or whatever like that. But
I asked that because when you got 4 characters, when it's locked in, and there's 4 people. It's like somebody got to be this guy.
Yeah.
And or it's. I remember playing X-Men Legends. Like when it was just 2 of us, then it's like okay, both of us get 2 characters,
and we played that together too. We played that together because my brothers had X-Men Legends 1 and 2.
Yeah,
and they got that, especially 2. They love that one. They got that on Christmas. Dad bought that for them. Bought that for both my brothers. My brother had it for his PS2. Then my little brother got that game for the Xbox, and we used to play on the Xbox together. Come together and used to sit down together in the room and play 4-player co-op. So when we did the 4-player co-op though with X-Men Legends, it was me, Dad, Keo, and my brother Strike. So it was the 4 of us. We used to play X-Men Legends together. But yeah, when it came to multiplayer games or when it came to the consoles itself, we all had our own consoles and we all played our own games. And I liked it. But what happened was we all had our own tasting games. So what I liked about those times is when a game was coming out or there was a particular game that we liked, we all had gravitated towards a particular game. Like during the time when Kingdom Hearts 1 came out, that was the same day that Star Fox Dinosaur Planet came out, and there was another game that came out. So
Star Fox Adventures.
Yeah. So what happened was they came out around the same time, Kingdom Hearts and Dinosaur Planet, and there was a third game, and that my baby brother Strike wanted to get. So when those games came out, Dad would take us to the mall, to Electronic Boutique, and he would get all 3 of us our games. So and then he would get his favorite game that he wanted. So all 4 of us was walking out with a game. My dad got a game, and all 3 of us had a game. And the fun part about it was it's us just talking about our game, and we all sitting in the car. Dad would take us like the McDonald's or take us, to grab some food, and then we go back on the expressway to head back home. And the best part about it was just smelling that plastic and taking the plastic off the case. And you stare at the box art, and if you turn around, look at the box as you're in the car, and you're hyped, you're anticipating. You can't wait to get your hands on the game when you get home and pop it in your console. Then you open it up, you take the booklet out, which we don't have booklets anymore as we used to, and stuff like that. And even the box art got lazy with a lot of games nowadays. But that was the times. And I'm the oldest brother, so I sat in the front, and then both my other brothers are in the back, and they're in the back just talking about their game. And then Dad taking us to the drive-thru. They get our McDonald's and stuff. And now we on the road eating, and my dad's eating while he's driving and stuff, and we just can't wait. And we can't wait when we get home. And as soon as we come home, my mom was already cooking dinner or whatever like that. But Dad gave us some quarters McDonald's anyway. And Mom get upset like, "Boo, I was making dinner. Why you get the McDonald's?" Stuff like that. Says, "Honey, we were out." And I was spending time with my sons.
The thrill of the moment.
Yeah, the thrill of the moment. Yeah. And then we will run right upstairs. Mom don't even see us for the rest of the day. My sister don't even see us for the rest of the day. We run straight upstairs into our room and everything. And that this time we shared this room together when we were younger. This room that I'm in right now, or whatever like that. But now this is just my room now. But at the time we all shared this room. We had our own TV setups or whatever like that in the room, and we had the bunk beds. Like I slept on the bottom bunk, and then both my brothers slept on the top bunk together or whatever. But yeah, man. So we were all plug in put our games in at the same time and turn our systems on at the same time, and we all got our games playing, and we all sitting down. Keo's playing Kingdom Hearts. I'm playing Star Fox Dinosaur Planet, and I can't remember what my dad and my little brother had. I can't remember what 2 games were out around that same time, but they got their 2 personal games, and we're talking with each other. Now, my dad, his games, my dad game setup was downstairs in the living room. That's his area and stuff like that. So he had the big television downstairs. And remember, this is when the LCD TVs wasn't like the norm yet. It was like you had the tube TV, but you had the expensive one. And back then when the first Xbox was out, they started building TVs that was Xbox ready. It had the Xbox symbol on it. So my mom, for Father's Day, my mom bought my dad this $1,200 television, like this big television, and it was Xbox ready. It had all the Xbox components already built into the TV and stuff. So you're able to just plug your Xbox and stuff into it and everything. So I remember that my mom had bought that for my dad or whatever. But yeah, so he's downstairs. He's popping in his game.
We ain't watching this video.
Yeah. He plugs in. He's downstairs, cheesing and everything, popping in his game. Mom's cooking dinner. my sister in her room, my sister had a GameCube. I forgot what she had, Mario Party 5. She had Animal Crossing. She had a couple other games. But yeah, she's in her room playing her game and stuff like that. But and my little brother, my fault. My baby brother shared the same room with my sister at the time. So yeah, so he's in his room with his game and with my sister, and then me and my brother had a room had this room together. He had the top bunk, I had the bottom bunk. And yeah, man, he's playing Kingdom Hearts 1. I'm playing Dinosaur Planet, and we look at each other's screen, just looking back and forth at each other playing our games and stuff, man. Like this. That was the times, man. That was the fucking times, bro. Like you can never get those moments back, man. Like it's not the same anymore. It's just not the same.
Yeah, with me and that, so my folks, they was always like taking in other people's kids. So I had one brother, step brother, but my brother. So there was times where I was the only child in the house, but there are so many other fucking times. Like it was a balance where I had him and a whole bunch of cousins in the house. So like I was telling you about my cousin that was that my big cousin who I call my brother. So like he was always over there. So I've always had a bunch of people. But when it was just me and my brother, my dad would take us to Blockbuster or Hollywood Video. I was more so getting me an RPG more than likely, and my brother he very much a nigga, so he was going to get sports games like every time.
Typical.
Yeah. So, but we never had to like really fight for a game, and then my dad let us get a third game where we both agreed upon something we could share.
Right.
I'll play streets, like I play NBA Street, NFL Street, but
no, check this out. But no, I see what you say. I see what you just did there. About the same thing. I like NBA Street. I love arcade sports games. Like if you if the character is give an anime character a basketball, or give Sonic and Mario basketball, or give
Mario,
or give it an arcade, like give it like a nice aesthetic that doesn't simulate real life. I love arcade sports games. Now I agree with that. So when you said NBA Street, I resonate with that. It's because most of my friends, like most of my cousins, at the time, they weren't sports. None of us played sports. My dad wasn't into sports. My uncles wasn't into sports and stuff like that. So when we did play sports games, it was games like NBA Jam or NBA Streets and shit like that. They were arcade sports games. They weren't like simulate sports simulators like NFL 2K and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, the streets, but then like tricky, like the SSX games. I love those. We love those growing up. I remember WrestleMania on the GameCube. Like I'm talking about all these 4-player games because I think that's where GameCube had that advantage where there was like instant 4 people. We want
GameCube and Xbox had that advantage the most because this is what happened. The evolution of game night. As we got older, when I think about my uncles and stuff, we all hanging nothing but testosterone. Now we getting older. Now we're teenagers now, and my dad and them are getting older. But we still had this tradition because, like I said, men don't have spaces like they used to. You know, all these spaces are being invaded. You know what I'm saying? Or if you have a male space, you have to let women include it because if not, it's sexism and it's discrimination and stuff. So men don't really have a place where we can actually gather and just be men. You know what I'm saying? And we share something in common with one another. So we had game night. That was our official day that we got together. And it switched each year depending on my Uncle Gene because he hosted at his house. So depending on what his days off were, that was the day we had game night. So we went from Tuesday. Then the next year we went from Wednesday, and it stayed Wednesday for a couple years. But yes, when game night came, bro, it was very competitive. And once the Nintendo 64 came into place, now that you could plug in 4 controllers, we didn't really fuck with PlayStation like that as much. Only when we did some of the 2D fighters like Soul Edge at the time on the PS1 or Tekken or what like that. But my God, once 64 came out, it was GoldenEye, it was Star Fox 64, Super Smash Bros. 64, and oh my God, WCW versus NWO World Tour and WCW versus NWO Revenge, and then WrestleMania 2000, and then WWF No Mercy after that. But when you got to the point we did have 4 controllers, we didn't really do most of the 2-player stuff because it was a bunch of us. It's like packed like 20 niggas in one room. It's 20 of us, and then after a while we had to start getting different setups in the house. So we had different game stations going on during game night. So the thing that changed game night for us is when the first Xbox came out in Halo, when you was able to LAN connect 4 Xboxes. So my dad would bring his Xbox. My uncle already had his Xbox. Then my cousin Zion would bring his Xbox over, and then my cousin Wally would bring his Xbox over. And we used to hook up all 4 Xboxes. So we had 16-player death matches, but we more so did capture the flag, Blood Gulch on Halo, and we would have our team upstairs in one room, and then we had the other team downstairs in the living room, and we had everything connected to the LAN, and we used to get it in. And that became the highlight. So after that, no
screen watching.
No screen watching. So we ditched Nintendo. So after a while, we ditched Nintendo and Sony, and we just was strictly Xbox on game night.
Mm-hmm.
So also Dead or Alive 3. That was also a 4-player. So we did the tag team with Dead or Alive 3. So everything Xbox took over the house. Everything multiplayer. We Crimson Sky. We had the Unreal Championship. We had all these different games on Xbox where we was able. And then the game that definitely took over was Def Jam Vendetta, Fight for New York on the Xbox. We got the fuck in on that game. That was one of the number favorite games that we had on the Xbox. And then what we used to do was, and I'm gonna share this on my channel one day. I'm gonna do a MugenLord Origins or a MugenLord Archives where I share certain parts of my life, especially game night, and we still have this on camera. Where we bought a WWF championship belt, and then we put the Halo championship on a piece of paper and stapled it and taped it onto the belt, and then we had it sitting there, and then the winners of the winners of the Halo match that we had when it came to the team death capture the flag, they get the belt and shit like that, and we used to talk a lot of shit. Now at this time, and I want to bring up something that you mentioned, that you always had a lot of people at your house. My family was the family where I never had my family to myself. My parents, we always shared my parents with a lot of people because a lot of my friends came from broken house homes, and a lot of them came from single mother households. So my dad became like the father, or like the father of the neighborhood, where these single moms, would send these guys or send these kids to our house, and my dad became like a mentor, and my mom became like a mother figure to a lot of these kids. And there's a lot of these kids that weren't eating, so my mom would cook dinner for them, have them stay at night, and sometimes my parents even take them shopping to get them some clothes and get them some school supply. So my house was always filled with people, and we even had Black families who didn't have anywhere to live, and they was trying to get off their feet, and we would have them live with us until they got up off their feet, and then they would leave and stuff like that. So we did a lot for our communities and stuff. So it didn't just extend to Black people. After a while, we started having white people live with us and became like almost like family. We had Asian people, we had Hispanic people and stuff, and still to this day, they will call my parents mom and dad, because my parents had raised them and mentored them and stuff like that, fed them, took care of them, and I called them my brother, I called them my sister and stuff like that. So yeah, so after a while, it was this one time we was playing Halo. And my friend Joey, my brother's friend Joey, white guy, my brother was friends with him back in high school, and still friends with him to this day. He started coming to game night, and at the time, he was at first he was the only white boy that came to the house. So he's in a house full of niggas. I mean, like sweaty niggas, like because we all niggas, because we all playing the game. It's hot as shit in the house. We ordering pizza and wings and stuff. Only white boy. He comes in and shit like that. So he comes, everybody turn. Yeah, as soon as he come in, everybody turn around, we look at him, and then they're like, yo, man, nigga, like, come on. Like, can you play Halo? He said, yeah, man. We give him a controller and shit. Now he's sitting down with the rest of us niggas getting it in. So the funny part about it was Joey's dad come over, right? And he's a scrawny white guy with glasses and shit. And it was so funny because he comes right in the midst of the trash talking. His dad comes in to pick up Joey. He comes in, he see all these buff niggas. Like it's a bunch of Black men. He looking nervous as shit. And he see us all yelling, but we're having fun, talking trash. And he's looking nervous as shit, and he's looking for his son. And the funny part about it was when Joey got killed, he said, oh, yo just got gang up on the white man, huh? And then his father turned around like, Joey, you shouldn't be saying this. So, but we all playing around. And the funny part about it was, when his father decided to come in, this was the time like my cousins and everybody decided to keep repeating the word nigga. So what happened was my cousin laid a headshot on one of my other cousins during this death match in Halo 2 or whatever. So he opens the door because their team was upstairs, and he opened the door and said, "Yo, I'm killing y'all niggas." And then his father was upstairs like, "Oh shit, what the fuck is going on?"
Like there's death going on. Nobody's doing anything about it.
His father was scared as shit, but Joey having a good fucking time. Joey's having a good time, man. And Joey had become the staple. He had become the staple. He like the white boy mascot of our crew and stuff like that. And then when we started getting more white boys, when Dante came in, and Joey couldn't stand Dante because he wanted to be the only white boy in the group. So when Dante started coming, I said, "Oh yeah, Joey, this is Dante," and they would just stare at each other. They wouldn't say nothing to each other. They wouldn't say nothing to each other. They sized each other up because Dante, because Joey wanted to be the only white boy in the group and shit like that. But yeah, man, it was just funny. So then we started having a lot of Asian friends started coming over, and like I said, a lot of them was came from broken homes and was struggling too. So my mom would pack them a dinner and stuff to take home and stuff and everything. Because I remember we had this one kid that would come over. His siblings would steal his stuff, steal his food, eat his food and stuff like that. So and they would bully him and stuff and everything. So my parents was like, "Yo, here's your food and stuff like that." And he's like, "No, I'd rather eat it here." I said, "No, you can take it home. I'm giving you extra." He said, "But they gonna take it." And my mom said, "Baby, if they take your stuff, tell them they gotta answer to me. And he ain't touch your stuff." You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, we contribute a lot to a lot of people. Yeah. So yeah, man, like game night was the thing. So back to the Halo Championship belt. So we end up winning the capture the flag. And my cousins, them, they in the kitchen. They're salty as shit. And what's so funny about it is when they salty, right? They're all quiet and he's just staring at the screen, like because they lost. They just staring at the screen. So what happened was my dad runs upstairs because my dad had his wife beater on and everything. And now my dad finally got his dress. He got the long dress. My dad buffed his shit and everything. So my dad runs upstairs. I'm like, where'd dad go? So next thing you know, what my dad did was he went into the bathroom and threw a bunch of water on him, and he came out with the championship belt like he's sweating and shit. And he had a microphone. like we doing a WWF match and shit like that. And one thing we was dying. Now let me tell you something. When I say it got so heated as far as us having so much fun, it got to the point where the neighbors was thinking that a fight was going on in the house. They would call the cops. The cops would come and knock on the door and ask if everything was okay in there. Because we said we got a call and saying that there was some commotions, some fighting going on. I said, "No, we're just playing the game." They hear everybody yelling and stuff like that, and they see everybody with the controllers in their hands and stuff. And so, and they start laughing. Well, y'all have a good day and whatever like that. And they would get in the car, good night, and they would just get in the car and they would just leave and stuff like that. But yeah, we had the cops called on us numerous of times and stuff like that. Like, cause we were fucking loud. Yeah. And game night would end around like 1 a.m. Like we would start around like 4 to 5 in the evening, and we would end around like 1 or whatever like that. And then some nights we would end our gaming session and we would watch like an anime movie or something like that. That's how I got introduced to Dragon Ball. Because at a certain time we would stop playing games, and then my uncle, once we order pizza and stuff like that, he would pop in a Dragon Ball movie or whatever like that. That's how I found out. That's how I got introduced to Dragon Ball Z through my uncle and stuff like that during the times of game night and while we eating pizza and stuff. We would watch like a movie and then we'd get back to the games, and that's what we used to do and stuff. So yep, man, we used to do everything, man, like everything, full of testosterone. It really started. Issues started coming in is once we started inviting women to it. Niggas start bringing their girlfriends and shit like that, and that's what the problem, because they like, "Oh, we want to come too, and y'all be having fun and stuff like that." Like, no, y'all don't play the fucking games that we play. That ain't fair and stuff like that. And that's what the problem. No, seriously, that's what
that's crazy.
No, and that's what the problems come in, because then we start bringing our girlfriends, and then we start introducing our girlfriends to each other's girlfriends and shit like that, and then the chicks don't like each other. Yeah, they don't like each other or whatever like that, and then now it's a lot of he say she say going on, and then what happens is my homie's girlfriend didn't like the way that my girlfriend was looking at her or what she said to her. And then his girlfriend goes to her and said, "Well, can you talk to Brian or talk to your mans and tell him about his girlfriend?" He don't want to get involved with that shit. He said, "No, why would I want to approach my man about the shit that you going through? Why don't you just talk to the chick, talk to his girlfriend yourself? Why I talk to my mans about what y'all going through?" And now she's calling him a bitch. What, you scared of him or something like that? Stuff like that. So now my man's got to come to me and say, "Yo, man, your girls is drawing and this, that, and the third." It's shit like that.
Yeah.
It's always shit like that. So now I'm like,
we invited women in.
So when we started inviting women to the fucking game night, that's when shit started going on. And when I say it got crazy, it still got to the point when niggas started throwing hands because of the chicks. Because chicks is not dishing it out towards each other. They want to put us into their fucking feud and shit like that. And and when you got a girlfriend, you got a wife or whatever like that, they try to shit test you. Well, what, you scared of him or something like that? You're not going to approach him. So now you got to try to prove your manhood to your homie and shit like that when you wasn't trying to approach your homie because it's not a big fucking deal and shit like that.
Yeah.
So now he feel like he's feeling pressured, and now he wants to come to you and approach you, but he don't want to come at you the wrong way, so you don't get hyped up and now you fighting and shit, like fighting your nigga because your chick didn't like his chick. Man, I hated that shit, bro.
I think women play dumb about the power that they wield.
Yeah, they do.
in order to influence men, bro.
And that's what ended game night. That's what ended game night because it got to the point niggas started throwing hands at each other and all over their girlfriends. It was a beef with that the girlfriends were having.
Yeah.
The niggas wasn't even beefing with each other, but because the girls are egging them on, say, "What? You scared of him? Like you're not going to talk to him?" And he's like, "No, just talk to her yourself. Why I gotta get in the midst of this? This is your feud." But that's what chicks do, man. That's what chicks do, and that's what messed up game night. Game night got that way because niggas started fighting each other.
Damn, man.
When you start bringing chicks into the picture. Yup.
It sucks that it happened. I guess.
Yeah.
My folks, we didn't do like all of that. As I got older, people started drifting apart.
That too.
Yeah, my folks, they really they was into the game, but my folks more so when it wasn't like them really playing with us. My dad would play with us and maybe an uncle or two. But for the most part, the adults was playing their shit. And it wasn't like some kids couldn't do it. It was just like they had Pac-Man, I remember Sega Bass fishing,
the OG shit.
Yeah, so they went from that to the Dreamcast. So they catching fish on the Sega Bass fishing, who can catch the biggest bass, shit like that. With the sports stuff. So I hear my dad right now kicking somebody's ass, next, this chump, all the trash talking, all that type of shit. I grew up around that, man. It was. And you were saying other people would be playing badminton or other games like horseshoes and all that type of stuff. So anybody who wasn't in the game, but there was still some competitive.
Yeah, man. And that's what America. That's what society, and that's what America is missing. We don't have those family gatherings no more. There's no family no more. There's no unity. I think that's why we're so broken, and that's why the culture is the way it is. And this culture has affected our entertainment. It affected politics. It affected our society because the family unit has been broken. Now with this device, you could be in the same house, but you'll never talk to each other because you're all into this shit. You know what I'm saying? You're all into your own thing. You're all in the same house. Like in my family, we had family dinner every night when Dad came home. When Mom cooked, we all sat in the living room or in the dining room, and we had dinner. We talked as a family. We asked each other how was our day. We did all of those things, and we don't have that no more. We don't got family. Families are not doing that no more. You're not sitting at the dinner table talking with each other. That's how you build a bond. That's how I'm so tight with my brothers because I do everything with my brothers and my sister. I do everything because we do everything together. Dinner time, we all sit together, and that was the thing that I was going through with my baby mom because my baby mom come from a broken household, and my baby mom, she was a white girl, but she couldn't understand why my parents, she didn't understand coming together, sitting at the dinner table and stuff, as a family and stuff, because she never did that at home or whatever. So she found it kind of weird, or she became envious of that because she couldn't do those things with her mom or with her siblings and stuff because she never got along with her siblings and stuff like that. So that also made a friction between me and her because she started calling me like a papa's boy or something like that, to the point where because I do everything with my family. She didn't like the fact that I do everything with my family. And that's something that a woman would want, a man who's family oriented.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Then you would know that, okay, if this nigga knock me up, I know he's gonna be around and we gonna have a family together. But she didn't like that. And a lot of women that I met in my life couldn't understand that. Like, man, this dude's a family. Like he couldn't understand it. So when we had our movie night, sometimes she would hang out with us, or she would go right into my bedroom and then she would stay there herself. She wouldn't stay around the family or whatever like that because she just didn't do the family. She didn't understand the family thing because she didn't have that. You know, she went on vacations with us to the beach. and everything. We did everything as a family, and she just found that that was like a turn off for her. She didn't understand it. She couldn't grasp that concept or whatever.
Man, same here. And I got an ex now, so it's like I'm realizing that now. Like going forward, it's like, okay, well, I don't necessarily think I'm trying to date anybody who doesn't come from a 2-parent household. And that shit sounds weird to like say, but
no, it's not. That's not weird. I'll tell you one thing: it's going to be hard because I mean, single parent households it's a high statistics, man. It's very hard to find a woman who comes from a 2-parent household and has some stability. It's very hard. And that's why dating has become very hard because most women I meet, man, they have daddy issues, bro. Fucking daddy issues. You know what I'm saying? And then now I'm no longer a boyfriend, I'm a dad because I'm treating like she's like my daughter at some point because she's like she wants to be like sometimes she will purposely do things just to be scolded because she hasn't been scolded by a father and stuff like that. So it becomes stressful and everything, and she don't understand certain things or concepts of what family is supposed to be like. So I gotta teach her those things and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And now the problem is the teaching. What's hard about the teaching part is it depends on the woman. Will she allow you to mold and teach her and stuff? And a lot of women today with this feminism, you can't tell me what to do. I'm independent. I'm strong and stuff. It makes it even harder to try to rub off on her. You know, as a man, you want to be able to mold your woman, but she has to be able to allow you to mold her. But a lot of these women, they are not moldable because they see it as oppression, that you're trying to control her. But for some strange reason, they go over to a dickhead who lies to them, abuses them, and control them. But a person like me who grew up from a family background, you give me so much fucking resistance. It makes no fucking sense. But the guy that you're with, he's beating your ass, kicking your head in, but you love this dude to death. It makes no fucking sense. But I started to realize that these chicks come from broken homes, so all they know is chaos. They only can function in chaos. They love chaos, so they only familiar with that. So when it's some type of normalcy, which I bring to the table, I bring normalcy to the table. She can't function when things are normal or like that. She needs some form of chaos in her life in order for her to function because she's so used to chaos. So that's why a lot of women won't admit that they had a good dude. They never tell you that they had a good dude and they fucked it up. They only tell you that dudes fucked them over, but they never tell you that they fucked over good men, because good men also requires you to be a better person or be a better woman too. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of women, they want you to accept them for who they are, flaws and all, but they don't want to improve on anything. But they want you to improve. They want you to be a better man. But you supposed to accept her for all her flaws, even if she's a bitch. She wants you to accept that shit. She just wants you to accept that. But you better change for her. She don't want to. So when a woman meets a man who actually has some type of morals and value, now she realizes that she has to put effort into actually work on herself, which a lot of women don't want to do. They don't want to work on themselves. They want to go on the internet and say how shitty men are and stuff like that, and then. The problem is, how come every man you meet is shitty? So not one point are you the problem, but everywhere you go, every man is an asshole or every man is a piece of shit. That doesn't make any sense. At some point, you got to take some accountabilities. Yeah. At some point, but what goes on is you have the women movement. No, girl, like you're the prize or you're high value. It's everybody else's fault. It's not your fault. You're the victim. So she's constantly being told that she's never the problem. So she never fixes anything. She never improves on herself or anything like that. So when a guy like me or guys who actually come from a family background and who actually has his shit together and stuff, she can't compute that shit. Like damn, like what the fuck? So what she would do is she would self-sabotage that relationship and she would go back to what she's used to, of dudes who are fuck ups. Because as long as he's a fuck up, she can brag about how much of a better person she is. Because she don't have to change. She don't have to change anything. As long as she's with a guy who's below her or whatever like that. So she can go on the internet and talk about how good of a person she was and how he's the problem and stuff like that. And you got simps that's telling her that she's not the problem. Keep telling her she's beautiful and stuff. So she's running in circles. And before you know it, she's 30 years old, got a bunch of kids, and now she's just wasted. She just wasted all her youth and everything. Now she wants a guy with standards to come in and take her and all her kids.
Take care of them, yep.
Yeah, fuck no. That's not doing that. And this is the thing. looking at the manosphere stuff, Red Pill, which I don't really watch like I used to, but they're not lying. As you get older, if you got your shit together, it gets better for you as a man. Your actual prime is when you get into your 30s as a man. It really does, because as you get older, right? As a man, you have options. You can date women your age or older than you, or women a couple years younger than you. And as you get older, younger women they just throw themselves at you. Younger women just like, I got the gray streaks coming in, and there's a couple of chicks that was going crazy over the gray streaks and stuff. Like what the fuck?
I keep pulling mine out.
Yeah. So I got girls like, I'm 37. I got girls like 22, or 20, 22, 23. It's just like damn, like you good, like you look good as shit, and this, that, and third, or all kinds of stuff. So it's younger girls that chase after these older men and stuff like that. So they're not lying. As you get older, it does get better if you did the right thing. If you played your cards right, it does get better, because younger women sees it. They can see the potential and shit like that. So they start chasing after older men or whatever. Older women don't have that luxury. Once they hit 25, it goes on a down spiral unless they take care of themselves and go to the gym. But their prime starts to go. Once they hit 25, it's decline from there. And that's why they get this epiphany. Oh man, I need to find a guy that actually cares. But before she wasn't thinking about that when she was 18 and she was in her college years, she wasn't thinking about that shit. You know what I'm saying? But also the feminist movement did that to them too. Like, you can go fuck around, go live your best life, go get the career, go get all those things. You know what I'm saying? And they don't think about that. I'm gonna be young forever. And that's what I'm teaching my daughter. You gotta have some type of value for yourself. I always put that into my daughter. Like, you can't be fixated on your looks, you can't be fixated on your beauty and stuff. You also have to still bring something to the table. You know what I'm saying? Or you want to, especially if you're looking for a mate or looking for a man and everything like that, you got to be a resource to that man. You got to be able to support that man and stuff. And he will, and you also got to make sure that he ain't full of shit either. So it's a give or take thing. Y'all both got to bring balance to each other, but don't solely focus on your looks, because those looks going to go away. And then what the fuck else do you have? So I always make sure to put that into my daughter, because I don't want her going through life thinking that all I do is just be beautiful, and I'm going to be beautiful forever. No, and my daughter is really intelligent, honor roll student and everything. And she's talking about wanting to go to an Ivy League school, go to Harvard or something like that. And she has the capabilities to do it. But as a father, I try to make sure to be an example of a man that she needs to go after and then look for. Find traits of your father, and that's why fathers are important. When she look for a man, she needs to find traits of her father. You know what I'm saying? As a man, I try to be a man of my word. I try to make promises to my daughter that I can't keep. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, there's a lot of men out there, since these women don't got fathers in their lives. It's a lot of men that just talk a lot of game, talk a lot of dreams and shit. They talk dreams to these chicks, and these chicks actually believe it. And they believe it, and this dude's not producing anything. There's no proof that he can produce this. She sees no evidence. She don't see him putting in nothing to work. All he's doing is giving her lip service, and she falls right into it. She falls into that trap. And the next thing you know, she's knocked up and everything, and this dude just flee and disappear. Now she's a single mother and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Or he's abusive to her and stuff like that because she fell for it. So that's why, as a man and as a father, I always try to, I never make promises that I know I can't deliver. I only make promises that I knew I could deliver. You know what I'm saying? And I always try to preach that to my daughter. You want to find men like that. There's men of integrity, men of their words. And you always don't listen to what a man says. Look at what he does. You know what I'm saying? Because he can say whatever the fuck he's going to say, but you got to look and see if he's actually doing what he's saying that he's going to do. Because they're two different things. So that's why fathers are important. I'm teaching my daughter that now because she's 15 years old. She's getting to that age where she's liking boys. She's going to eventually want to start dating and stuff like that. And she's growing into that time. You know, and her mom is not here and present with her. Her mom way in Florida and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So my daughter lives with me. I got custody of her and stuff like that. So I'm here. I'm the one that's putting in all that into my daughter and stuff like that to make sure. And I'm glad I have my daughter. I'm glad she's not up there because I don't know what the fuck my daughter would be like if she's with her mom. So yeah, man, fathers are important to both sons and daughters, especially sons, man, because a lot of young men don't know how to be men because they have no examples of men. You know what I'm saying? Single moms can't teach a man how to be a man. So most of the time it's guesswork. Most young men have to figure out how to be a man. And the thing is, it's fucked up because if you have a daughter, and that's what's so sad, because they're like my daughter looking for a potential mate. She wants a man's man. My daughter, she lives in her house with me, her uncles, and her papa. So she's around testosterone everywhere. She knows what a man's man is. So like now that's what she's looking for. Now when she's now getting into boys and stuff, she talks about how a lot of these dudes or boys are wimp or they girly, they very emotional and stuff. So my daughter's gonna have a hard time looking for a man's man because it's hard to find a man's man these days because there's not a lot of men who are actually men today because they've been raised by single mothers and they've been fed this toxic shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not making them into the men that they need to be. So yeah, man, it's affecting everybody.
Yeah, man. The what's the term fatherless behavior, which I
yeah, bro.
That shit is hilarious, bro.
It's true.
I've adopted it.
Fatherless behavior is true, man. And the worst thing is to have a man who doesn't take accountability. Women, you expect this. Women does it. It's no excuse for them, but you see it around the corner. Women never take accountability. But when you have a man who doesn't take accountability, that does danger to everything, to society, everything. When a man is not taking accountability for any fucking thing. But where does he get it from? He get it from his mother. He sees his mother, his aunts, he sees his grandmother because he's surrounded by nothing but estrogen and nothing but women in the house where they never take accountability for anything, for any of their actions and stuff like that. So if they're never taking any accountability, why the fuck is he? How do you expect him to take accountability? You know what I'm saying? Like you can never, and that's the thing, and that's the worst. You never want a young man who's emotional men, and they keep preaching we need emotional men. No, you don't. An emotional man is a dangerous man.
Yep.
Because he can't control his emotions. A man who can't control his emotions is fucking dangerous. What makes him a man is a man who's able to control and conceal his emotions and apply his emotions when it's necessary. That's a man right there. But a man who's fucking emotional, man, this is why a lot of these men are in jail now because they are emotional, very fucking emotional. Because
No, you're right. No, I would say the emotional intelligence to understand. All right, what am I feeling right now? And then look at outcomes. Like if I do this, I have kind of like thinking shit through. Yeah, I was listening to Joe Rogan the other day. He was saying like it's crazy because teenage boys are some of the most dangerous creatures because it's like you go from being a kid to being strong enough to actually kill a person. Yeah, and if you don't have that temperance, like to be able to withhold from wanting to do some shit, you know what I'm saying? Then like you were just saying, like men in jail, it's like in that moment they fucking lashed out. You fuck around, realize you were strong enough to go and end somebody's life. Not intentional, but it happened.
Yeah, especially in our community, especially the black community, man. Black young men, man. Like this is why back in the day I grew up. All I knew was my hands. Get out in the street, we're going to knuckle, we're going to box. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
but now
dudes want to fight because saying niggas, like I try not to, I don't say it a lot because of Ego. Shout out to Ego. He's been helping me like not to just throw that around all the time. But like you see so many videos of somebody will call a black person a nigga and they are going crazy. They're going off like trying to kill this person. But a black person call them that, they have no fucking care in the world.
And this is the thing, like, and this is the problem, like us, especially as black men, emotional, especially this fatherless behavior. That's why a lot of us black young men are found in prison and very dangerous, is because they are very fucking emotional. Like I said, like now I'm an older man. I try my best not to get into any street encounters with people because especially after the pandemic and stuff, the lockdowns, it made people even more on edge and impatient with one another. And it's even worse within the black community. Like you can watch two black men get into an argument. It goes from an argument to somebody dying. It goes from 0 to 100 real quick. There's no in between. And now, especially in today's society and generation, I watch how I talk to, especially a person that looks like me, because I don't know where the fuck this could go. You know, say 1 minute I could be arguing, the next minute, no, this nigga take my life, just take my life, just over a simple argument or it's miscommunication and understanding, and that's what's going on, and that's the problem. Just over the summertime, especially here in Philadelphia, or whatever like that, man. An older black man got killed by a black woman. Black women walking around with guns shooting niggas now, especially here in Philadelphia, which is crazy. Well, it all started over an argument at the Puerto Rican store. It was over something at the front counter. The older black man was arguing with the black chick, and while they were arguing, she pulled a gun out and shot him right in the head. It went from an argument over chips or something like that to a death sentence.
Look, bro,
it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy, man.
I was watching the video and It was funny. It was two gay dudes. It was some video popped up. They was fighting in a makeup store, and I was like, how come black folks always wilder than somebody else shit? But then they should just like become weapons all of a sudden. It's just like we wasn't touching, we wasn't messing up merchandise. But when it comes to a fight, then it's like, all right, fuck it, I'm about to take all this shit off the shelf and hit you with it. So these niggas just all smashing each other with like makeup. And that was just hilarious to me because like you were saying, like the blacks was fighting in the Puerto Rican shit. So it's like,
like it just gets
act up at home, man. Stop acting up in front of others.
It gets crazy, and it frustrates me because like my dad has two vehicles. I got a car, my brother got a car, and my dad got two vehicles. He has three vehicles. Well, he had three vehicles. He had a Kia Soul. He had a pickup truck, and he had a family van. Well, what happened was when my car went out of commission for a bit, he had to get some work done. My dad gave him the keys to his Kia Soul. So I was able to drive my daughter to her private school or whatever. So what happened was one day I went to park my dad's car at the corner one night. So the next day I get up, take my daughter.
Keep talking, I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah. So one day I walked over and I went to the corner and I'm like, where's my dad's car? I said, where the fuck is the car? So then my daughter said, Dad, is it Pop car supposed to be here? And I'm saying, yeah. I'm like, where the hell is it? So I'm walking around the corner. I'm looking all over the place for my dad's car. I'm pressing the alarm. The alarm is not going off. I'm like, where the hell is my dad's car? So then I was like, I called my dad. I was like, yo, Pops, I can't find your car. My dad's like, yo, what do you mean you can't find my car? I said, Dad, your car is gone. So then we found out that the car was stolen. And in Philadelphia, we had this group called the Kia Boys. It's a black youth, black teenagers. They have to be about like 13 to 15 years old.
I heard about them. I didn't know they were black.
Yeah.
Is this a black exclusive group?
I'm not sure. But in Philly, they're black.
Because I feel like whites are smart enough to come up with this idea too.
Yeah, so it's the Kia Challenge where you're able to hotwire a Kia with an Apple charger or some shit like that. So what happened was that my dad's car happens to be the victim of it. So that's what happened. They hotwired my dad's car. They took the Kia, they bust the window out of the back of the car, and then they got through the back, and then they took my dad's car. So now my dad had to come on with to call the cops. The cops had to go find out where the car is at. So later on that night, the cops come to the house and said, "We found your car." It says down Center City. So the little nigglets, these dudes came in. They stole my dad's car. And they drove it in Center City on purpose and drove it into the hospital, crashed it on purpose. And it was about 4 or 5 of them that ran out because people sort of was yelling, pointing them out, and they all scattered like roaches and shit like that. So
hospital,
yeah, bro, my dad was pissed, and guess what? The reason why my dad was pissed, my dad finally paid the car off after all these years. The car is fully paid off. No more car notes, no nothing. And the time the car is fully paid off, his car gets totaled. Car gets fucking completely totaled. So my dad is fucking mad. So now check this out. So they towed the car to the corner of the block. It's totaled and everything. Why the next night, the Kia Boys showed up again. They stole somebody else's Kia around the neighborhood. And guess what they did? They took that Kia, somebody else's Kia, and crashed it into my dad's already crashing car that he stole. And the cops was doing a car chase, chasing them, and they still didn't catch them. And then not only after that, later on the next week, we had like a gay couple that moved into the neighborhood. Why the first week their car windows get busted out? And this is about the same clip. Bust their windows out and everything, because I come outside to go to the store at that, drop my daughter off at school. I go home and I'm about to make some YouTube content. I go to the store real quick to get me a bacon, egg, and cheese. And I noticed that there was a Camry outside car, and all the glass was shattered. So I look like, what the fuck happened here? So I was like, all right. I go to the store. I come back. That's when I see I see the gay couple. They sitting in front of the car and they just crying or whatever like that. And then I've been hearing that there's been a crowd of young black youth. It's the same young bulls that's going around busting people windows out just for the fuck of it and just stealing what they can steal out of it. And if it's a Kia, they just hotwire it and just driving around until they want to decide they want to crash it or not. It's fucking ridiculous. And then the moment you call this shit out, you know what I'm saying? As a black person, you get angry, you call this shit out. All of a sudden, I'm a coon, I'm a sellout, and the way I feel, if the cops catch them and the cops happen to shoot their asses, I don't even feel sorry about it, because you're taking people's hard-earned possessions that they worked hard for, and you got nothing else better to do than to steal and crash people's shit. That's why I have no sympathy if the cops run into it and blast their asses. I have no sympathy. And people can call me a coon. They can call me I'm promoting white supremacy. I don't give a fuck. It's because I'm tired of seeing this in my community. And the only reason why it never gets better, because you always have a group of black folks that always try to blame the system, blame the white man, and blame everything, instead of just saying, hey, like, we need to do better, and we need to do better to get our youth to stop our youth from doing shit like this. But
stop doing that dumb shit.
Yeah, you can't say nothing, because back then, growing up, and especially my dad said growing up, it took a village to raise a child. Back in the day, my dad said back in the day, your neighbor was allowed to spank you if they caught you. My dad said back in the day, the cops used to walk and patrol the neighborhoods. They knew your parents by names. So they wouldn't even lock you up. They would say, yo, I will tell your mother, or I will tell your father. The cops would say that to the kids. So the kids had a little bit much more respect. But somewhere down the line, it just got bad. It just got worse. And then in my generation, it was still some respect a little bit there. But then as I started getting older, it just started getting worse and worse. Nowadays, you can't correct nobody's child, especially in the black community. If these kids are badasses, they delinquents, they're bastards, and they just doing fuck shit, you're not allowed to discipline them. You're not allowed to call them out on their shit, because now their mother is ready to fight you and ready to defend their child even when they were doing bad shit. You know what I'm saying? Like my dad had bought a what do they call those a drone. He bought a drone for himself, and he went to the playground around the corner from us, and he just wanted to, it's during the summer. He just wanted to just fly his drone around. He opened it up for the first time. So as it's flying around and everything, this little black kid comes up and nothing else better to do or whatever. He walks up and sees the drone. He sees my dad moving the drone around. He picks up a rock and trying to throw it at the fucking drone. What the fuck? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Destructive. They just destructive for no fucking reason. Now he's literally trying to throw rocks at it. Somebody said, yo, come here. And then he go run. He runs and shit like that. Like no discipline. And then the moment you're trying to discipline them and shit like that, you're the wrong one. You're in the wrong for trying to discipline them. You got that kid had nothing else better to do but to throw rocks at somebody else's drone. And that cost my dad hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And you see my dad playing with the drone and you're trying to destroy it. And this is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice things at all. And now, like the reason why my neighborhood's much safer now, because it's been gentrified. We got coffee shops. Yeah, we got white people walking around.
We got a Starbucks down the block.
Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff. White people walking dogs and stuff. Now I can actually sit outside. I don't got to worry about bullets flying through my fucking neighborhood and shit like that. But then black people get mad. Our neighborhoods are being gentrified. But y'all motherfuckers wasn't doing nothing to keep the neighborhood safe either. Y'all wasn't, because y'all believe in no snitching. So you allow criminals to run around and do what the fuck they want to do and shit like that. You hold nobody accountable. So I'm glad this neighborhood's being gentrified. Now my daughter can walk around and not have to worry about none of the nonsense. I can walk around the neighborhood and not have to worry about fuck shit going on and stuff. I feel safe in my neighborhood now. You said
she could fight a white dude.
Yeah, I feel safe. And I feel safe. And not just that, since there's white people in the neighborhood, now cops are patrolling. Don't touch the white people. Don't touch them. And cops will beat your ass and shit like that. Yeah. But they'll let niggas kill themselves. Like cops are hardly anywhere to be found when niggas going around killing each other. But when we start getting white people in the neighborhood, now we start getting cops patrolling the neighborhood. Don't touch them. And
protect them at all costs.
Yeah. Well, that's what black people don't touch them, because black people know not to touch them. Black people know not to touch the white folks. But the thing that really upsets me though is the fact is that now that we have a new playground, now we have the basketball tournaments, the street basketball tournaments, which is not. I had no problem with that. It's good to see the black community come together doing these things, and they have their little businesses like water ice, and I have no problem, seafood and stuff. But what the problem I do have is when we have these basketball games, is that we have people who don't live in our neighborhood, black people that don't live in our neighborhoods. And what they do is they would come to our neighborhoods They would go to the Chinese store, order Chinese food. Then they don't even live in your neighborhood. They would sit on your property, eat the Chinese food, eat the chicken wings, and just throw the shit on your step and just leave it there. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, this is shit I'm talking about. So then, like I said, we got white people in the neighborhood. So now we got the basketball game across the street from where the white people live at. And you have black folks. Now, the new houses where the white folks live at and the Asian folks live at, outside you have the power supply that's attached to the wall. So if you sit on the step, you can plug your phone charger and devices into it. So you got niggas that don't live in the neighborhood that come to the basketball game. They will crowd on a white person's step, sit on their step and plug their phones into their shit, taking up their electricity. They want to get charged for that shit. And the white folks are scared because they look at you, see them peeking out the window. They don't say nothing because there's a bunch of niggas outside sitting on their step, using their charger and stuff, charging their phones. And the moment you call that shit out, you're called a sellout. you're called a coon. If a white person even tried to talk about it, they're considered racist for even just pointing it out or whatever like that. And
the indecency.
Yeah, and this is why we'll never get this shit together because we're so sensitive. We're not even allowed to even criticize even within ourselves. Or when we do bad shit, they say, well, don't put it out there on the internet, don't put it out in the open and stuff like no, this needs to be seen and shit like that. So we can be able to hold ourselves accountable and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Or when we do fuck shit, they always say, well, they do it too. Like, fuck them. I'm looking at this is my community. Fuck what they do. I'm talking about my people. We shouldn't be doing this shit. We need to be better than that. And that's why you have white flight. That's why you have white people and all these other people leaving communities and stuff, because every time the nonsense move into these communities and shit like that, the violence and all the dumb shit comes with them. It does. I noticed the difference once my neighborhood got gentrified. I noticed the difference instantly. No rap music playing loud. I mean, like, it's like 6 a.m. and you got blasting rap music that fucking loud, and niggas got to go to work and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And I remember we had a drive-by 5 summers ago. My next door neighbor was into some shit and whatever like that. And the car came out, he shot his whole house up. You know what I'm saying? I don't gotta deal with that shit no more. Don't gotta deal with it. You know what I'm saying? And people, when people hear this, they think I'm just hate my people. No, it's the fucking truth. Like I'm just being honest about it. And we all need to be honest about it, you know?
You said this is a metal neighborhood. That rap music out of here. That means trouble's afoot. You hear rap,
bro. Like it's just ignorance. They don't like these people. They don't respect anybody's properties. Like, for instance, like a couple summers ago, and like I said before, my neighborhood got gentrified or like that. We said, like I said, every time we had a new family that would come in or a new neighbor that would come in, whatever fuck shit they was into wherever they were at previously. Now it follows them into our neighborhood, into our block, or whatever like that. So I remember our next door neighbor, or whatever, he would have all his homies. They all come from a different neighborhood. They all would get on their bikes and they would all sit on the porch and smoke weed all day. Now the thing I hate about, and I hate the smell of weed. I don't smoke weed, can't stand weed and stuff like that. But what I used to like to do in the summertime is, or sometimes when it's like a cool, nice, breezy night, sometimes I like to open up my window downstairs in the living room or upstairs and just put my fan, my box fan in the window and let the air come in, let the natural air come in. But I can't do that if everybody's fucking smoking weed every 5 fucking minutes. That's all you do. All they do is smoke weed all day. So now I'm in my house and now weed is coming through my house. The smell of weed is coming through my house. So now I got to take the window out, take the box fan out the window and close the window down because now I can't have fresh air coming through. Then weed is coming through and stuff. And what used to piss me off is when I park in front of my house, I would go to the store, or if I'm doing something, I come back onto my block. My neighbor, all his homies, they're all piled up on the step, and they sit on people's cars. So now when I look, there's a nigga sitting on the hood of my car, and sitting on the trunk of my car, and then another dude just standing on top of my car, just for the fuck of it.
What?
So this dude, and this is the thing, you're my neighbor, you know that's my car. So you're not going to tell your homies to get the fuck off my car. You allow them to stand on my fucking car. So when I come, right? Oh, what's up, Cole? Yeah, so when I come to the block, because I remember one time we had a family night. We had a family night. We went out to dinner. And this is during the time when me and my baby mom was still together. It was me, my baby mom, my brother and his girlfriend, and then my mom and dad and all of us went out to dinner. We come home in the evening. When we come home in the evening and stuff, it's all these niggas piled up on the step. Now we was in the family van, so these niggas was standing and sitting on my car. So what happened was when we got outside, when we got out the car, we coming down the street, we see these niggas. My neighbor sees us. They know it's us. And not one time, which was disrespectful, not one time that he ever tell them to get the fuck off my car. So as we coming down, I told my dad told my mom and my sister to go in the house. I told my baby mom to take our daughter in the house and stuff, because we might start fucking some niggas up, me and my brothers and my dad, because this is some disrespectful shit. So all the women go in the house. So we walk over to him like, yo, bro, like, what you doing on my car? And then they had the audacity to get a fucking attitude that I'm telling you to get the fuck off my car. So when I pull up, then my dad pull up, and that's oh my fault, OG, like no disrespect. They changed their tune real quick once all my brothers, my dad, and all of us are showing up and approached them and stuff like that. And then my neighbor just sat there like laughing and shit like that shit is fucking funny. But he ended up getting killed. He ended up getting killed like 2 years later anyway. So that's why he ain't there no more. He got killed. But
I'm not saying you was happy when you said that. It was just like, I ain't gotta deal with that no more.
I don't gotta deal with that shit no more. But yeah, like if you constantly keep doing fuck shit gonna happen to you in fucking return and shit like that. But yeah, they got an attitude. Exactly. But they had an attitude that I'm telling them to get the fuck off my car.
No, I feel you.
Off 100%. My car. They had the audacity. I was like, yo, niggas got no fucking self-respect or control at all. Like, nigga, I bought this car. What you're sitting on the hood of my car. Nigga, get the fuck off my car. What are you giving me side eye for? Nigga, you didn't buy this car. Get the fuck off my car. I
feel that 100% that other people like, bro, I never want to look at somebody else's car, let alone touch it. Like, same here, man. I think it's
no respect, dude. And no respect. That's why I'm glad. And people can call me a coon. Well, I'm glad the white folks came in. I'm glad they came in. They're like, soon they came in, my whole neighborhood just turned. It just switched. It just became something completely different.
Maybe if you weren't so specific about white people, you said, I'm glad better class of people came into the neighborhood.
Look, I'm be all right, but a majority of them are white. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Just don't disclose that.
Yeah, and the majority of them are white folks and stuff. You know what I'm saying? The only drawback to gentrification is that every fucking white person owns a fucking car. The mom got a car, the girlfriend got a car, the kids got a car. Now it's hard to park in the neighborhood. Like now I can't even park on my own block because everybody owns a fucking car. Because most niggas don't own more than one car. Most niggas still catching transportation and shit. You might have one car here or there, but every white person got a car.
I got the issue living with the Mexicans.
That's the only problem, dude. I can't
see a bunch of them in the house with a car, bro.
Yeah, bro. That's the only problem with having a bunch of white folks is that they all the motherfuckers got a car. Like so, it's now I can't park in my own neighborhood or whatever like that. And now they put in parking zones, meaning now that you need to get a parking permit. I gotta pay $100 a year just to park in my own fucking neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? But they haven't gotten to my block yet. The parking zones haven't gotten to my block.
Yeah.
But the thing is, now you can't. Now, I used to be able to park around the corner. Now I can't. There's a parking zone. I mean, if you don't got a parking pass, you can only stay there for 2 hours. If you don't have a parking pass and you're there longer for 2 hours, you get a ticket or your car get towed. So you got a bunch of those around. So now my studio, where Strike and Keotis are at, where we do all our studio work, is like a couple blocks down the street from my house. So now, if there's no parking spot on my block, I have to drive all the way down to the studio and then walk my black ass back to the house. That's the thing that really irritates the fuck out of me. So that's the only drawback to gentrification. Every white motherfucker got a car. Every white motherfucker got a damn car. So that's the only drawback to that shit.
So my neighborhood is mixed. Like it's mostly Hispanic people, Latin, whatever. Because I'm in San Antonio, but you know, with the white folk, you got to deal with they fucking boats parked all over the
place. Yeah, man. Like I know it's like it's not just a race thing. Yes, there is some class. It's a class thing too. Because when you're around a different class of black folks, they do a different class of black folks does act differently than most of the black folks that live in the neighborhood that we live in and stuff like that. But they're very far in between. You don't really see a lot of them. They very scattered out and stuff. The first time I actually saw classy black folks is when my dad started his production company, Urban Shots. And when Fox News and a lot of other like news places started inviting us to go to like these different like exquisite type of places and stuff that like to do interviews and stuff. Like we were like freelancers and they would pay us and stuff. And that's when we started running into high class or middle class black folks who are totally different than most of the black folks that I grew up around, different class and stuff like that. And sad to say, and I'm saying this too, and people may find this offensive too. Even when it comes to when I was shopping around for private schools, or whatever like that, I was shopping around looking for schools that were either diverse or mostly white and Asian. They had to either be diverse, where it's a mixture of black folks, Asians, and stuff like that, or white and Asian. Because I grew up through the public system, I grew up through a majority of black schools, and it was always a fucking zoo. It was a fucking zoo. It was a fucking wild. It was a fucking madhouse. I'm being honest here. Like bro,
you are
metal detectors. You know, niggas bringing knives, niggas bringing guns to school. It's all students beating up the fucking teacher and shit, giving teacher an uppercut and shit like that. All kinds of dumb shit. It's like a fun. And then even in my school, we have bars, we have cages, like bars on our windows. So it's like you in a prison and shit like that. So I didn't want my daughter. I want to give my daughter something completely different than when I had it. See, my parents couldn't put me in a private school because they had 4 kids. Private school is expensive. I gotta pay a tuition almost $1,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? For private school and stuff like that. But I'm willing to give it. I want my daughter to have a safe environment and a better education. Now, here's the thing: the private school that I first sent my daughter to was very diverse. It had a mixture of black students, you know, Asians, whites. It was all good. But all of a sudden, that's when we started getting an influx of nothing but black students. And the reason why we started getting an influx of black students, they started lowering the tuition. This is what I learned from my parents too. When we go out to eat, we never do anything in the hood. We go out. We go out to where niggas can't get to. That's where we go. But no, for real, I'm being serious. It's always fuck shit. So we go to. So if a nigga can't get on the public transportation to get there, then it's good. Because anything that a nigga get on the bus, anything that a nigga can get on the bus to get to a location, it's going to be fuck shit. It's going to be overpopulated with that shit.
If it's easily accessible by niggas, you don't need to be there.
If it's easily accessible by niggas, so that what that does is it weed out niggas. So what happened was, no, I'm telling you the truth. So what happened was when I got my daughter in this private school, it was completely fine. Then all of a sudden, I don't know why, they decided to lower the tuition. Now it was good on my end. I was happy that the tuition was lowered, and I started getting grants and stuff like that for my daughter. But it came with a drawback. Once you start lowering it, it became accessible to niggas. So when niggas started, like I said, there's a difference between black folks and niggas. Chris Rock said it perfectly. Black people and niggas are 2 different things. So what happened was
Dave Chappelle said everybody want to be black. Nobody wants to be a nigga. You don't want nigga problems.
So what happened was once tuition got lowered, niggas had access to the private school. So you have the neighborhood niggas now going to the private school. So now what's going on now? Fighting is going on. Violence is going on.
That's what happened in my high school.
Fuckery is going on. So you can call me a coon all you want. I'm just being observant. I'm seeing it with my very own eyes. So now when it's getting violent, guess what's going on? The Asian parents and the white parents, what they're doing? They're pulling their kids out of the fucking school. They're pulling their kids out of the school. So guess what these niggas did? What happened was when the pandemic happened, right? So when the pandemic happened, we had to start doing homeschool. So they started giving out laptops to all the students and shit. So now my daughter had to be homeschooled and do everything from the computer during the pandemic, right? So they said that what was going to happen is when they start sorting out how this lockdown is going to happen, it's going to work out, and then we start opening the school back up. You know, we're going to give everybody a date and everything, right? So guess what ended up happening? Yeah. So guess what ended up happening? Right in the middle of that semester, like after they got done that semester, they sent out a letter saying that the school was losing money because of the pandemic, because of lockdowns and stuff like that. So they're closing down the school. They closed down the school, and they said they can keep the laptops. So we was able to keep the laptops, right? So they gave us a voucher to go to their sister school. They have another branch. So they gave us the voucher for that. So I was able to send my daughter to that other school, right? Now check this out. They ain't shit. So I sent my daughter to the other school, right? So as months go by, one of my daughter's friends from the school, she used to go around her house. So I used to take my daughter around her house, and it was Chloe, the little white girl. I took her around Chloe. I wanted to go take my daughter around Chloe's house. So I was talking to Chloe's parents, and she's like, "Yeah, like we have to move her. We have to go over to the new school and everything. I see that you and your daughter, you took your daughter to the same school and stuff and everything." And she said, "Yeah, the school opened back up. The school that closed down, said it was closed down, it opened back up a year later, and now it's nothing but white and Asian kids, and the tuition went up. They purposely shut that shit down, made sure no niggas."
It's like we might have made a mistake.
Yeah. I said, wait, and they didn't tell nobody that the school opened back up. I found out through word of mouth, and then one day we drove by the school, nothing but white kids and Asian kids, not one speck of black kid in there. I was like, God damn. So they closed the school down, sent them to another school. Waited a year later. Not only that, they rebuilt the school. They did a whole restructuring of the school.
They said it smells too much like nigga in here, bro.
Yeah, they restructured the school.
Need to bleach the halls.
Yeah, I had to find out through Chloe's parents. Chloe's parents told me about that. Yeah, the school opened back up and everything. Like, so wow, I'm like, it did. So I was rolled by the school. Yup, nothing but white and Asian kids. Not one speck of black kids, but they did that shit on purpose. They wanted to get them niggas out of there.
And they gave y'all the laptop, so it's no bad blood. Y'all want to come back.
They gave everybody a laptop and no bad blood. I was like, God damn. I was like, God damn. I said, I had to get. I was like, I gotta give it to him, man.
Yeah.
I gotta give it to him.
They got over with that one.
Yeah, they got over on that one. But yeah, man. I want my daughter to be around diversity too. Like diversity, like when it comes to school, like when it comes to actual interactions, I think diversity is important because you need different perspectives when you interact with people. Because I have a lot of black friends who don't understand how I'm able to connect with white people, Asian people, and multi ethnicities and stuff, and they don't have not one white friend at all. You know what I'm saying? And they be asking me like, how do you get white friends, or how do you get these type of friends and stuff like that? Because my parents put me around a diverse range of people and introduced me a diverse range of music, took me around a diverse range of neighborhoods and communities and stuff like that. So like me, I love 80s rock music. I love Sting. I love the Police. I love Tracy Chapman. I love Billy Joel. I love all these different Van Halen. I love all these different types of people and stuff. So every time I will play that music and stuff like that. If I'm in my dorm room and stuff like that, the white students be looking at me like this, like, how does he know this music? But they come right over, like, this is the jam and stuff like that. And next thing you know, I made a new friend and stuff like that. I wasn't doing it to attract them, but that's the type of music I grew up with. And music allows you to connect with different people and get a chance to know different people and everything. And that's how it ends up being. That's why I don't want to. My daughter's biracial. You know what I'm saying? And my daughter mostly grew up around all black people and stuff. My baby mom, she's Macedonian. She's white, but most of her family lives in Macedonia. She only has a little bit of family that's scattered over America, but her mom migrated here. Her parents migrated here years and years ago. So like my daughter don't really have any connection to her white side at all. So all she grew up with is around nothing but black people and stuff. And she even see herself as black because she just grew up nothing around black people. So so I tried my best to try to put her around a mixture of people, because when you stay around just one type of people, you only know that one type of thing and stuff like that. And especially living in the black community and stuff, man. I'm looking at my people, and a lot of these people, man, all they always is being taught is that they're always oppressed. There's always somebody holding them the fuck down. I don't want to grow up in that type of environment. Like having both my mother and father and being around a diverse group of people and stuff, I never see myself doing it. I never thought I would be doing a comic book company and doing all kinds of other sorts of things. I opened myself up to so many different things and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But
that's what I was saying. That I like seeing from you and other people that I've encountered on YouTube. Like, you didn't allow yourself to be like stuck in that box, and that kills a lot of people's creativity, or just that fear of being different, or going outside the norm and being chastised by your group that you're supposed to be like validated by or accepted by or whatever. So
my blackness is always going to come to question. I'm always questioning about my blackness. Black people always black. And this is great. You know the crazy thing? it's not the older generation black folks that give me a hard time. But you would think that because they've been around since the civil rights and all this Black Panther movements and stuff. But no, the older black folks, I love my old heads. I love the older black folks, man. They show me nothing but love, and I get a lot of knowledge and wisdom from them. And they the main ones to tell me to always be myself and stuff. But it's motherfuckers my age and the younger generation who's younger than me who never even experienced none of that shit. It's so militant with their blackness and stuff, and coming against me and questioning my blackness. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that boggles my fucking mind. Like you wasn't even around during any of this stuff, but yet you're so fucking pro-black, militant as fuck, and you're questioning me because of the type of music that I like, the way I speak, because I got my hair long and stuff like that. I embrace who I am. I love being who I am. Yes, I'm a black man. Yes, of course, I got other things. That's as far as my bloodline and my heritage. I'm not only just Nigerian. I'm also Portuguese. I'm also Spanish. And I also got some native indigenous blood in me too. You know what I'm saying? But I mostly identify as black. I'm a black man. You know what I'm saying? And the fact is that I can't embrace anything. I have to just stay in this box and just be a stereotypical black person. No, I'm not allowing you to do that to me. You can be stereotypically black, and that's fine. I'm not going to judge you. But I'm not going to let you judge me and put me in this box because I don't fit this image of what you think a black person should be. Black people are very diverse, and I'm not going to allow people to just tell me how I'm supposed to behave as a black person. I'm not going to do that. That's why, even when it came to dating a long time ago, I had a hard time dating black women, because black women will always say, like, you know, I'm a white dude in a black guy's body, or I appear to act too white. You know what I'm saying? Like, so a lot of black women didn't want to fuck with me.
What little titties you squeezing on with them little dinosaurs? I think you missed that.
Yeah, like, yeah. So I'm not black enough, especially growing up. I wasn't black enough for a lot of the black girls, and I love black women and stuff. Obviously, I wasn't black enough. I wasn't black enough according to them. I wasn't stereotypically black. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that would change once I get to college, where I'm introduced to a more variety of black folks. But all they did was take that same street mentality and they brought it to the college campus and stuff like that. I had a hard time trying to, mingle with black women there too. I'm still seen as a geek because I like anime. I like to play video games and stuff. They chasing after Zaire, Rafik, and all of them niggas and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So they attracted to them while in college, and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, I don't fit in, and it's fine, and that's perfectly fine. Like I can be by myself. That's how I'm an introvert, so I can be by myself. I'm not upset. If you don't want to fuck with me, that's fine. I'll be in my own corner and build my own thing. I'm completely fine with that. But then all of a sudden, once I got to college, for some reason, white people started gravitating towards me because we had common interests. Dragon Ball Z, you know what I'm saying? We playing some Halo and stuff like that. I don't care what color you are. If we got something in common with each other, I'll fuck with you. So then all of a sudden, now I'm like the token black guy in an all-white group. Now I got the same black folks that wouldn't fuck with me. Now all of a sudden, I'm a coon while I'm hanging with them. Y'all wouldn't even fuck with me.
Yep.
Yeah, and then when I did try to hang with my folks, all they want to do is get high, smoke weed, and play in Madden and shit all day in the dorm rooms.
And 2K.
And 2K. And I'm trying to talk about Dragon Ball Z and other things. They don't talk about that shit. They can't even relate to that shit.
I'm like, how many blunts can you niggas smoke, man? I'm high enough.
So I'm like, I said, okay, I don't fit here. So I'm sitting in the dorm room just twiddling my thumbs. You know what I'm saying? And I can't even engage. I can't even relate. So yes, we share the same skin color, but we don't have nothing in common with each other. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. I say, oh man, I'll see you guys later, man. And I leave and I go right back to my room doing my thing. So then I start hanging with white people or whatever like that, and they came to me. I wasn't looking for to be friends with white people. They just came to me because when they came to my room, they seen all my arcade sticks that I have. I had a bunch of Xbox 360 arcade sticks and all kinds of stuff. They see my game consoles in my dorm room. This is shit. This motherfucker got more shit than I do. And that's what made me also realize that I felt I was more privileged than a lot of the white students because because when they walked in, they said, "Yo, I don't even have half of the shit that you got, Brian." Like shit, like your parents must be rich or something like that. I said, no, they're just honest, hard workers like everybody else. They just know how to save money and stuff. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, they thought I was rich and stuff like that. So they would all hang around me and stuff. And then now I'm the token black guy. And every time you saw a token black guy above like that, it's because they all had something in common with that white group and shit like that.
He was doing shit with the white folk.
Yeah,
he's swimming in the lake and shit, man, swinging off the fucking road.
Yeah, one thing I didn't do, like they wanted me to go hunting. A couple of hunting. No, I'm cool. Y'all may mistaken me for a raccoon or something like that and shoot my black ass. I'm good.
Oh, I feel you on that one.
No, they started laughing and stuff like that. I said, bro, no, man, no, don't say that. I'm like, no, I'm cool. You may be mistaking me for a coon or a bear or something like that because I'm black as shit. Y'all may actually shoot me or something. So I was like, no, y'all go have fun. Y'all do that hunting. They started laughing. I said, no, man. I said, no, go ahead. I said, okay. So I was like, no, man. So yeah, man. So that's how it was like, in my college years. And the culture has shifted where Dragon Ball and anime and stuff started becoming popular within the mainstream black audience and started becoming acceptable. So now it's cool. Now it's okay to watch Dragon Ball Z and like anime because the hood niggas like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, as long as the hood niggas like it, the cool niggas like it, then it's okay to like it. So
I like white people because my black cousin introduced me to Smash Brothers, but white people elevated my game. You can beat niggas up all day and some different shit, bro. But
no, white boys. I'll say one thing when it comes to games. White boys is good at shooters, though. First person shooters. White boys can play the fuck out of first person shooters. That's it. Like Halo was the game that every white boy I knew played. They played the fuck out of Halo.
I played Halo. So in high school, that's when I was in the diverse school. So elementary and middle school, it was mostly black folk.
Like Halo, bro. Like them dudes Halo's a religion to white boys in college. Dude.
We was playing Halo. It was a mixed group of us, but my white homies introduced me to Project M in college, bro.
Oh yeah, I had Project M. Who introduced me to Project M? It was my Asian friend, Sir Science, back in college. He introduced me to Project M. He showed me how to mod, do the whole thing with the Wii, and all this other type of stuff. And from there, man, I was just doing Project M, having Project M sessions in my dorm and then also in the dorm lobby and stuff. And like I said, majority of my friends were white, and only other black guy that was in our group was Chris. He was the other token black guy in the group, and we all had white girlfriends too. And the sisters didn't like it. The sisters hated it, but I'm like, wait a minute, you wasn't fucking with me. You said I was like a tranny. You said I was like a she-male. You said I was a white dude. You said I was a white dude in a black man's body. Y'all didn't want nothing to do with me. And the thing was, I wasn't looking for white women. White women was coming towards me, and I want to go to where people, if people show me attraction and stuff, that's where I'm going to go. You know what I'm saying? So now you see a white woman cuffed underneath me. Now all of a sudden I'm a sellout, or the white woman taking all our black men. What are you talking about? You was a man one to me. You wasn't even fucking with me.
Yeah, you didn't take my black ass.
you wouldn't give my black ass a time of day. So all of a sudden now I'm a sellout, or white women is taking black men. All of a sudden, what the fuck are you talking about? You wasn't fucking with me.
No, nigga, be single and die.
Yeah, and that's what it seems like. They just want you to be single and just die off. Like your legacy, don't spread, don't pass your bloodline down or nothing. So that's what ended up happening. So when it came to my hair, most of my compliments came from white women. It came Asian women, just every person that was non-black, except for the older black women, like the older ladies that like my hair and stuff. But most of the black women that were my age and younger, all they did was just fucking ridicule me, clown me, make fun of me, and all kinds of other stuff. But it was the white women, the Asian women, all these other type of women that weren't black that showed interest in shit like that. So don't get mad at me. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at me. Like
you be wearing that silky ass muffin top thing to bed. Your hair.
My nigga, like all day, nigga, niggas call me Auntie Mugen and shit. Somebody aunt when I put this shit on, because like I said, the only time my hair is out is when I'm going outside, going somewhere, or when I'm doing like a podcast or a stream. That's the only time. Once this camera go off, this motherfucker is going back on, dog. I'll put this shit in the ponytail. Put this shit on my head, and I'm good to go for the whole fucking day. It don't come off, bro. Because as black folks, our hair's not like white people and Asian people. Our hair break. It has breakage. You can't just lay on it. You gotta cover your hair and shit like that. Because when you lay on your hair over time, you start to break your hair. Then your hair get damaged. And then you gotta cut the shit all off. So if you're trying to grow your hair, you gotta keep your hair either in braids, the cornrows, so you can get it tighter, it pulls on the scalp to give it some growth, or you gotta keep, if you want to keep it out, you always gotta keep it wrapped up. Because what happens is when I keep it wrapped up, I put headphones in my head. The headphones fucks with your hair too, because you constantly moving the headphones around. So that's why I put this on my head, put my headphones on. If I'm laying back in my chair, this is on my head. So my head is never laying on anything bare. This is always on my fucking head. I need to
moisturize my shit, bro.
No, you got to. Black folks, our scalp, because we're designed this way. You know, our melanin. We come from our origin point. We come from hotter climates and stuff like that. So it protects us from the sun. But the drawback is we dry up. We get dry skin. That's why you get ashy motherfuckers. We look ashy at times when we don't put lotion on our skin. And our scalp, it dries up. Because that's just biology, is being black and being melanated and shit like that. That's a drawback. We get dry. So we always gotta moisturize our skin. Me, I put coconut oil in my hair. It keeps my hair moisturized.
You see this
also healthy. Naturally
oily ass nose I got? My skin be fighting back.
Yeah. So that's the thing. We have to understand how the mechanics of our race. If this was an MMO and you wanted to pick a race in an MMO, if you wanted to pick the black race, you gotta understand the mechanics and stuff like that. If you're going to pick the black race, so if you pick the black race, you gotta understand about our skin, our hair, you know, and how, you know, we dry. We gotta stay moist. Black folks, we always gotta try to stay as moist as possible. You know what I'm saying?
Man said petroleum jelly, cocoa butter, son.
Yeah. So yeah, we gotta stay dry. We gotta have moisture to our skin, because our shit dries up so fast. It really does. Like me, my dry skin is even worse because I was born with I can't remember what they call it. I have scales. Like it's like cracked scales that pops up on my skin. That's how dry it is.
Eczema?
Yeah, I guess so. And my skin sheds. It sheds and shit like that.
Bro, we had it.
Yeah. So my skin. My skin sheds. Yeah, my skin sheds. So because that's why before I go to bed, I have to lotion down. I have a special type of medicated ointment. Because if I lay on my bed bare-legged, and if I have dark sheets, when I get off my bed, it's all flakes. It's just shedded skin. It's just shedded scales that comes off my skin and shit like that, off my legs. So I have to always keep that shit moist as possible. Keep it medicated and shit like that. So yeah.
Look, man. So yeah, man. In middle school, we had it was fucked up, bro, what we did to him. But we had a kid who was covered in eczema. It's like he looked fucking different. Okay.
Damn.
And you know the dudes was checking him and they was giving him hell. And I wasn't giving them hell. Okay. They would check me too. I'd take back and he'll take back. So it was just kind of like, look, man, you gotta fight for it. And they used to, bro, I remember this shit vividly. They called his ass itchy, ya.
Damn.
I know.
Wait, so he had sawdust on him? Like it's just like
no, bro. He had eczema head to toe. Like his skin was like red and purple because he was constantly. Yeah, it was It was a fucked up situation. But we was cool with him. Nobody hated him, but it's just the fact that, like, damn, you know, if anybody start checking, your ass getting the next as soon as you bring any attention to him.
Man.
So it was that song where I was like, could get you, yeah, that song, whatever the fuck that original song is. That's what kids are savage, bro.
Yeah, kids are very savage, and that's one thing I hate about my dry skin, because it's a ritual before. It's almost like a ritual before I go to bed. I gotta moisturize my legs and everything before I go to bed, because when I wake up in the morning, that shit ain't moisturized the right way. It's flakes everywhere. It's just dry scales everywhere.
I'm moist, bro. I'm naturally moist.
So I gotta always keep my. It's more so for my legs. It's not really from my upper body. It's only from my legs and shit like that. So that's the only thing I do hate, and I gotta get a refill on that medication pretty soon anyway too.
Bro, I put no lotion on, no hydration in the morning, and by the midday, I'm moist.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's really good. So that's a good thing to have. But damn, man, like, yeah, man, like just life in general, man. It's just crazy, especially right now. We got 2024 is about to end, but 2024, man, we ain't see shit yet as far as politics and society in general. I think we are going over into a shift and culture pretty soon, going into 2025. And I'm looking forward to see what this culture is going to be. And I think my comic book company is coming out at the right time when we head into this new culture shift. So I can't wait to see how all this is going to unfold for the rest of the year and stuff. But yeah, man, that's pretty much about it, man. I gotta get some daughter for me and my some daughter. I get some dinner for me and my daughter and everything.
Yeah, man, you got me streaming for 6 fucking hours, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, geez, bro. Like I said, like I can talk, man. Especially if I resonate with somebody, I can definitely talk. Because when I don't resonate, I want to get the fuck out of here as fast as I can. Yeah. So, yeah, man, appreciate it, man. Definitely hit me up again, man. But like I said, when I do start my podcast and everything, I will definitely invite you on board. Invite you on. I'll also invite Cassie and a couple other people who invited me on their stream, so you can have a slice of my audience. And my audience get a chance to see you guys, and hopefully my audience will come and show you some support and show everybody some love and subscribe to them and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
For sure, man. So, I hope my audience show you some love, man. You get some more people back in your books, and that's what I was going to ask you. I know you got the books made, but like, how do people actually purchase it? You got the newsletter. But...
Yeah. Well, the purchase is going to come once the Kickstarter campaign starts in January. That's when everything launches. You'll be able to do that through the Kickstarter. I'm gonna have a Kickstarter page. You put money down there, and the campaign is going to run for like maybe 2 or 3 months. Once the campaign closes, that's when we'll start doing the shipment of the books. So you just put money down, like to get your merchandise, get your book. They put money down for the books and stuff. And then once the campaign reaches goal, and once the campaign closes, and that's when we start shipping out books. So that's how you get access to it. To the book. You just go to the campaign. It's going to be the newsletter people is going to definitely be the first people to go and get the link right away. Soon that campaign go up, newsletter goes out, and then it's going to go on my YouTube channel. It's going to go on my my MugenLord and Venus Orion Comics X page, and also the Kickstarter is going to have the presentation too. So it's going to directly link you there. So if you want to pre-order the book, you have to put money down on the campaign. That's the only way you're able to get access to the book. And then once fulfillment begins and the books are getting shipped out and people got their hands on the book, then the base cover of the book on the website will be purchasable from the website. So you'll be able to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a bunch of books printed, base copies printed off. So when people make the orders, I can just ship them out. And then when I need to get more printed up, I just go to the company that prints the stuff, prints my books, and they print me off more copies and stuff like that. But yes, as I said before, so if you do miss out on the campaign, you still will be able to buy the book, but you only able to get the base cover. You won't be able to get these other 3. These are only campaign exclusive.
Then you said they only 15.
Yeah. So this is 15. They go up by 5.
Okay.
20, 25, and then 30. And just to do it again, just for people who may have just came to the stream, this is cover D. So like I said, it tells a story or it foreshadows certain events, either in the book or later events and stuff. So this is the first chapter, so it's not really much to go off of. It's gonna be like a simple clue that you can be able to find in here. It's very simple. It's nothing dramatic or anything like that. It's just the first chapter of what this is an introduction to the story and stuff. The first chapter focused on young Raph, the older brother, or whatever. So you won't meet Strike, and you won't meet Keo, and you won't meet Varian into chapter 2. And that's when you can get introduced to them. But this is opening up with the first brother, so you get a chance to get somewhat of an idea of young Raph, a bit of his personality, and his conflicts. And like I said, it's 32 pages, 32-page book. But chapter 2 is gonna be longer. The way I was talking to my artist, and I was breaking down a script to her, and she's breaking down the panels that she wanted to draw, and she's like, "Yeah, this one is going to probably end up being probably like maybe either 42 or 52 pages." The next chapter, chapter 2, because there's so much stuff I got to tell. Because chapter 2 is going to introduce, it's going to start getting you the introduction of the wave essence, and the people that's classified as gifted people and stuff like that. In chapter 2, you're going to get an introduction to that and stuff. So as we start going through each chapter, you're going to start getting more and more into how the wave essence mechanics work and stuff like that within VK and just the overall Venus Orion Comics universe and stuff like that. So yes, chapter 2 script is done. Chapter 2 script is done. So that's going to be in production pretty soon, actually. So you wouldn't have to probably wait for too long for the second chapter because it'll be in development right away. By the time you see the presentation for chapter 1 in January, chapter 2 will be in development already. We'll start getting some pages getting done and stuff like that, which I'll be paying that out of my pocket until that money from the campaign is finalized and stuff like that. So I'll be paying the first portion of that chapter 2 out of my pocket, with the Patreon money and stuff like that for my hentai stuff. So yeah, man. So that's essentially it, man.
Good stuff, man. I hope people in my audience, y'all not gonna forget about it or miss out on it because I'm gonna keep talking about it. You know, definitely when you get that campaign going, we're gonna be talking about it again.
And like I said, if y'all want to see animations and y'all want to see all this other stuff, like this first campaign sets the momentum of Venus and Ryan Comics. The more you guys come out, the more things I can greenlight, the more things I can do, the more successful it is. So if y'all want to see all those things, you have to come out, you know.
I didn't ask you this, but target audience for your books, age range.
Well, that's a good question. Well, I guess it depends on the series, but I guess you would say, teens and to adults. I don't know, because BK. Oh yeah, I'm glad you mentioned this. And I said this to my stream audience last time, and because they asked the same question. I'm glad you brought this up, so I can tell your audience. BK is not a childish book. There's some heads coming off. There's some actual like organs and shit and blood gushing through, and they say the words like fuck and bitch. So there's no bleeping out of cuss words. I think this is a very gritty book. BK is a series in general. It's a very dark and gritty book. This also going to be touching themes of human trafficking because of the vampires and stuff like that, and all kinds of crazy things that's going to be introduced, and adult themes that's going to be talked about in this. So I'm just going to let you know. So if you had like a kid that you may want to have a kid read and stuff, I'm letting you know that this is not a kid's book. There's some profanity, there's some violence, but there's a reason for this type of stuff. They're not just there just to be there. There's a reason behind this stuff. I'm not trying to be a person that just want to throw shit in there just to throw it in there. Even when it comes to my fan service and stuff, there's reasons and stuff for a lot of stuff too as well. So yeah. So yes, this is, I guess you would say, teens to adults. I guess I don't know that if that's the way to.
Or that 8-year-old that their dad want to show them Ninja Scroll.
Yeah, or that, yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you're a parent and you're fine with that, then so be it. Go pick up and get a copy.
Hey man, we turned out great. And our dad,
I definitely turned out great. I'm not going around trying to split people's heads off and grab shit and hold them up and lick them up and down. I ain't trying
lick their thighs.
Oh yeah, lick them without their consent and shit. I ain't doing all that. I'm a freak and all, but I ain't doing that shit without their consent.
Yeah.
So yeah,
how much fan service? Well, you said only where it's needed, where you feel like.
How much fan? I don't know. Like I know a lot of you guys love my female characters. There's a lot of y'all thirsty motherfuckers that I've been posting when it comes to my female character. When I say y'all motherfuckers, I'm not even mad. I'm not even upset. That's good. Like that means my artist done a good job portraying how I wanted my female characters to be. But yes, the issue that I'm having with some criticism that I am getting. You have some people saying that my characters are too safe, my female characters are too safe, and then I had some people say that I'm sexualizing my female characters and shit. I'm over sexualizing them. What the fuck? But oh well, I mean that's your opinion or whatever like that. So I learned that you can't please everybody. But when I do my character designs, I do have I still keep in mind why why I want this character to look the way they look. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going in like even when I design a character, I don't even think about their race off the top of my head. I come up with the character concept, what their powers are, their backstory, and stuff like that. And then along the way, it's okay. Yeah, I guess I make this person black, or I guess I make this person this, that, and third, and stuff like that. I don't really take that under consideration. So people gotta get this culture war out of their head when it comes to my work and stuff like that, because I don't have the culture war. Culture war don't play in my head 24/7. Like I'm free from that when I'm doing Venus and Ryan comics. I'm free from that. I'm not holding myself to anybody. This is my vision. You know what I'm saying? This is my vision. And if you don't resonate with it, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. If you don't like it, that's fine. You know, I'm glad that I at least tried, you know what I'm saying, to try to pull you and wheel you in and to try to convince you to give me a chance. If you don't like it, that's totally fine. There's no hard feelings or anything like that. But I'm not going to sit there and allow either side, the anti-woke side or the woke side, try to dictate how I want to create my shit. Because I already got some people that already tell me certain things. Now I love feedback because I did take a lot of feedback under consideration. So I'm not gonna say I don't take feedback. I do take feedback because I did go back to the drawing board with some things, and that's why my phase 1 roadmap was all due to feedback as well. But when I do have something in mind, no, that vision, I want that vision to be out there, and I'm not gonna let anybody come in and tell me how I should have my vision portrayed and stuff like that. This is mine. This is my baby. It's not yours. You know what I'm saying? Like just come along for the ride. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing I'm excited about. I can't wait to people come up with fan theories. Like go to YouTube channel and see what people come up with. Because dude, I was excited when I seen your video when you kept pausing and you was looking at Rampant and you was looking at a Rupture. That's the shit I'm looking forward to. Like I love my Beast characters now. I wonder what Rupture is. Like what he's gonna. I mean, dude, you understand? I was watching the video. I was excited. I liked it. My dad watched it. We was all excited when we saw your video because that's also like a glimpse into the future of when people start seeing my content and making videos about my content, pausing the video, rewinding it, analyzing it. I want to see shit like that. Me as a content creator, I do that for other companies' content. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to see people do that to my shit.
It's deserving of it, man. Everything looks good, man. Your world is real attractive. It looks like. I'm not trying to hype you up like, oh, this shit gonna be like Dragon Ball Z. It looks like the stuff that we watched though that resonated with us, that's still important to us. So, if the story carries itself well and is interesting, man, I'm gonna say you already got the visuals down. Now the storytelling, will that what complement the story? But so far your shit's attractive, bro. It might be some cursing words and here and there or whatever, but it's like, look, man, I had students. I was an elementary school teacher. I had some students in there. Mainly one, but a couple, you know what I'm saying, who they parents let them watch some stuff. And I was like, what? Like, you watching that? And I was like, I ain't really trying to talk to you. Because then other kids going to be like, ooh, what's this? I learned about it at school. So I wasn't really trying to indulge in too much, but I was like, that's a good one. That was a good one. Like, enjoy that.
I do have some fear. I wouldn't say fear. I think like I'm anxious, like because I don't know where this is like a new journey for me. I don't know where this is going with Venus Orion Comics. So I'm kind of anxious. I'm kind of nervous. I'm kind of scared because I don't know, if how people's going to resonate to this. Like if people's going to come out in droves to actually support this. And also another thing too is that my art is so damn good. The artwork is so damn good. The challenge that I have is I say hopefully my storytelling can meet that artwork that she has. So like she really set the bar for me, my artists and stuff. Because everybody keep talking about, oh man, this shit, your artwork looks good. So now my goal is so the thing that really hammers down on me and that really stresses me out or pressures me is I just hope my storytelling at least matches that artwork and stuff like that. So that's the thing that I think that really stresses me out.
Your concepts are dope, but don't come with no shitty story, bro. With this art. I don't think you will though, man. It looks good. This world is real to you. Like I picked up on all of that. Your ass long-winded. You can fucking talk forever. But to hear a person talk about something that they've created, it's like, man, these worlds have to be real to us for us to try to get somebody else invested. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna love some shit that we don't love ourselves.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a spoiler talk. I'm gonna have a spoiler talk podcast. Every time when a chapter comes out, we'll do spoilers of where everybody comes to the live stream and we'll talk about the chapter and stuff like that. And also I'll have like a non-spoiler for those who just want to get like a synopsis and stuff like that, or want to know what's going on in the world of Venus Orion Comics. So it's going to be very engaging. I want to make sure that I want people to know these characters and stuff like that. There's some people out there who got their own, who had their own universe and stuff, and very secretive about their characters, or they don't go into details. They don't really talk about their characters and stuff like that. I'm like, man, you're a creator. Talk about your shit. Talk about your shit. And it's a lot of them out there that don't really talk about their shit like that. But me, no, you want to hear about my shit. You want to hear it.
No, man, I understand 100%. I know Mike was saying earlier, don't give too much, but I don't think you were giving too much. I think you were giving a lot. You were giving. I'm also the type of person that don't necessarily care about spoilers though, because I think somebody can tell me something, but it does nothing in comparison to like me actually experiencing it.
Let me put it this way. I haven't even scratched the surface of any of this stuff. You don't understand. I got a whole Bible. I got the creation. I got all the way to the creation of the universe and everything. I got a timeline. I got a history. Wait until y'all get like I haven't scratched the surface, man. Like y'all, that's why I can't wait to share. Y'all go through this journey to get a chance to see these characters. And like I said, each book contributes to a much bigger picture to the grand scheme of the universe. So even though you may not be reading this series, but this series over here is still contributing something, and you can still come together with different people that's reading totally different books, but y'all add into the puzzle. You're adding to the much bigger picture to things. So that's why I really want when it comes to the Venus Orion Comics community, that everybody can come together. Even though you got different tastes in what you like in the series that I put out, y'all can all still have the same discussion and even talk about different mechanics or different world building elements that can add to the discussion, that can add to the much bigger picture of what I'm trying to share here or what I'm trying to show to you guys. But like I said, this is just the comic book universe. Wait until we get into the video game universe. Wait until we get into the live action universe, which the live action universe is not live actions of this stuff. It's going to be just a whole different universe with its own characters and stuff like that. So there's going to be a bunch of different universes, and I can't wait to see where I'm going with all of this. And that's the dream. That's the dream that I have, and I believe it will become something.
All right, man. I got a bunch of fucking questions, bro, because I'm interested in this world, how you do things. But we got to stop this.
Yeah. Because we can go all day.
This 6 hours and a half, bro. This is diabolical, bro.
Yeah. All right, man. Like, don't say it anymore, because we'll just keep talking. Every time you start talking, like, damn, like, oh shit.
As you talking though, I'm thinking of shit, man. I'm thinking about this world that. Okay. All right, you said the newsletter, you're gonna be talking about it, campaign early next year. We're gonna be talking about it over here.
Teaser trailer to VK is gonna be in December. That's gonna give you an actual date. It's in January, but I didn't give her a date in January. So in December, there's gonna be a teaser trailer for VK, and that's gonna give you the official date of the campaign for January of 2025. So you'll get the date on that teaser. At the end of the teaser, that date will show up. And also the Kickstarter link will also be provided. It's not you won't be able to pre-order nothing now, but you ever to go to the Kickstarter and click the notification. So when the Kickstarter opens up, notifications will go out to everybody saying, "Hey, the campaign is up."
That's exciting, man. I appreciate you for me kicking this off. I've been trying to get back to doing a Saturday stream. I'm still working out the kinks, but I was actually supposed to I'm doing another one. I'm trying to do it weekly, but next week's guest is Paladin Dragoon. So it seems like I'm getting like creator zone, which is cool. Because again, man, I aspire to be one. I'm learning from you guys. But definitely, man, y'all will see this man again, man.
If you have questions, man, you can always hit me up on Discord. I'll send you my Discord name. You can send me a friend request. I can do that on Twitter. I'll send that to you, that information. So if you ever have questions or whatever like that, when it comes to content creation, or you just want to chat, like my boy Code J does with me, you just hit me up, man. You just hit me up.
Okay, I got to get better at it, but it's funny. Every time somebody needs to start like recording, every time somebody tell me something about joining Discord, because my face get frozen, and it's like, oh shit, I'm just weird with Discord, man. It's like
no Discord. I mean,
it's too much shit going on, bro. It's too much shit going on.
Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck Discord was when I was a long time ago, and then my people kept talking about, like, what the fuck is a Discord? But I end up looking into it, and then my community kept saying, "MugenLord, like you need to make a Discord, like you just so chill, like chill with you and keep us updated with your content and stuff." So because of my community, I said, "Okay, I'll make a Discord, I guess." Yeah. So I made a Discord server. The best thing I would suggest, if you do one, make sure you get some mods so they can set everything up. Because dude, I got too much shit. I can't handle everything. I'm not as active on my Discord like I need to be, because I am the leader of the Discord. I need to be more active. I got so much shit on my plate, so I'm bouncing everywhere. But when I do pop in, I make sure to update, drop content and stuff like that on there. But yes, get a Discord for your community, bro. Get a Discord.
See, now we talking about Discord, and now you give me all the tips and tricks and hints. So we're gonna be here for another 30 minutes to transition.
All right, go ahead, man. I gotta get some dinner. I gotta get my daughter some dinner.
Let's get the fuck out of here, bro. Everybody, it was an amazing stream. Glad we here on a Saturday morning checking out this great guy.
Saturday morning,
great content creator.
Nigga, it's the evening.
It's the evening now. I know, bro.
It's like 6 o'clock. God damn.
Man, I gotta take my damn dogs out. I've been here like a fucking work shift, but and it was good. It was good.
I was working before you hit me up. I was in the middle of finishing this 3D hentai project, and I was like, I woke up early. I said, I'm trying to
fucking degenerate.
Yeah. And then so now I'm like, damn. So I'm about to spend the rest of the evening trying to finish this shit up for Patreon, for my Patreon audience and shit. But man, it was worth it, man. I'm glad we was able to talk. And things like I said, I'm an introvert, so I needed this, man. Like I said, like I keep myself shut in. I only go out to go to the store, go to the gym, take my daughter to where she needs to be and stuff like that. But I'm more so shut myself in and just do things around comics and stuff like that. I don't got time for anything because this foundation is important, this future and stuff. Even when it comes to dating, I don't even do dating. I pull myself in the dating market, you know, and it worked because every time I got involved with a woman, I never get shit done. It's always back and forth. There's always friction. It's always something, you know, it's always something with a chick or like that. So once I pull myself from relationships and stuff, man, I'm doing so much shit right now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. All right, bro. All right, man.
Like that, man. Them distractions, but that's it, people. I stream Tuesdays. This man's the pinned comment is your channel, MugenLord's channel. So subscribe to him. All the shit's in the description below. I finally done that. So check that out. There was a lot of people come through, man. In a 6-hour stream, bro. Somebody's gonna come this way. Like, what the fuck was they talking about for that long? I'm gonna play a commercial break, man. You don't have to stay. You can go ahead and get out of here. But my nostalgia. I'd like to give people that. So. Yep, catch y'all later.
I've never seen anything like it. There's fruit everywhere.
Donkey Kong is back in an adventure so big, it's taking the country by storm.
In reaction, the governor has called in additional troops.
It's the hairiest Donkey Kong yet.
Now you can get the limited edition Donkey Kong 64 bundle pack. It includes a limited edition Jungle Green console and matching controller, plus Donkey Kong 64 game for $129.99.
Donkey Kong 64, and you thought insanity was crazy.
Hey, what if this rainbow doesn't exist and it's just in our imagination?
Believe the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Just another day at the Daily Bugle. Got that sinking feeling, Spider-Man. Will someone please take out the garbage? Wherever I go, Hobgoblin misses me. How about a little trim, Spider-Man? Not too much off the sides, Doc Ock.
Parachute Spider-Man playset and figures sold separately.
Me and my friends get no respect. What does Scooby do that we neglect? We be putting all our foes in check, but me and my friends get no respect. So what? Who cares? We're doing it how we like. I'm singing it through my mic, a special underwater mic. Who's gonna save the world? Who's gonna save the day? Who may have cracked the steel and eerie heels with you today? Who's gonna talk like girlies and curly is in here? Who's gonna chase down villains and then turn around and run in fear? You know who I'm talking about. He's fat and short, no brains, and I need not me chocolate. They might not be Conscious for their justice without making waves. To impress the ladies, but in subtle ways. Get lost between the sediment and water maze.
I will never date you because you smell like bait.
So what? Who cares? What if the villain plots? Spinning on me and lobster pots to tie you up in sailor's knots.
Who's gonna save the world? Who's gonna save the day? Some may have perhaps you steal an eerie heel with evil rain.
Who's gonna talk like girlies and curlies in here? Who's gonna take down villains and then turn around and run in fear? Who's gonna stand for justice when bad guys break the law? You know who I'm talking about. We're claiming chili and bubbles and fist, but if you're